When's the last time we heard, wow, great player at both positions and they can't figure it out? That never happens. It's only when one of the guys isn't very good that they don't figure it out. Like free agent wide receivers go one place or they're traded for, and you know what? The connection just didn't work. Usually it's because the quarterback stinks. If the quarterback's good, the receiver and quarterback will figure it out.
Yeah.
Can we think of a time where we thought both players are good and they never found a way to make it work?
Tom Brady and Chad Johnson. But Chad Johnson, I think that was his last year in the league.
Yes.
Or maybe he had one more with Miami and then was out of the league.
No, I think the Miami thing happened before the
okay,
the Brady
yeah. So
thing
it was his last year in the league. No, yeah. I don't really think there is one. Maybe Devontae Adams and Jimmy Garoppolo, just two masters of their craft.
No. If we go by receiver, we know that Devontae certainly didn't think Jimmy was a master of his craft.
Yeah, no, it is really hard to think of anything where no.
So
if they're good, they figure it out.
Yeah, as much, and even if you had doubts on the quarterback before the receiver got there,
even Tyreek and Tua worked out.
I wasn't gonna go even.
I mean, even that guy figured it out.
Yeah. Yes. The top 5 pick. Once he had a competent offensive play caller, and he went out and got himself another big time wide receiver because Jalen Waddle was putting up 1,000-yard seasons before Tyreek got there. The one season he was on the field before Tyreek. Tyreek and Tua. Oh, what? That worked out. So the tweets about CJ and Diggs having a connection, yeah, no kidding. They're both hard workers. They're both very, very good. It was going to be fine. There was no concern. But this is D'Amico Ryans, their head coach, after watching them together a couple days in training camp. Here's D'Amico's take on that connection.
Diggs have been really good. You see them growing. You see them, their connection, their bond, they're communicating. Seems like after every snap, right, those guys were talking or pre-snap with alignments. They're getting on the same page, and that takes time. It takes building a relationship outside of being on the football field. It takes building that relationship right in the locker room, meeting rooms, and that's what I see from both of those guys. A ton of communication, which allows their relationship to build stronger.
Yeah, we expect those guys to work at it because they both want to be great. They're different motivations. Diggs has been in the league a long time now. He's got impending free agency ahead of him. He wants to prove that whatever happened in Buffalo in the back half of the year isn't representative of what he'll be in the future. He wants to be a main target, go out and play well with the quarterback that has one of the highest approval ratings in all of football. You're going to get your money. How many years? That's a question. But Diggs puts up a big-time year. He'll get his money, so he's motivated there. And, of course, CJ, second year, accomplished quite a bit in year one. Wants to go out there and duplicate it, if not simply just be better than year one. So it's going to be fine. The only thing stopping them will be maybe the interior of the offensive line causing problems or injuries. But the Diggs, Nico, Tank, CJ thing will be just fine. I think if we're pointing to things that might hamper it, it'll be factors that are not in those 4 players' control. Everybody, if you had any concerns, no need for that. Stephon Diggs, though. And it's not surprising. Look, Houston's a different ballgame when it comes to acclimating. I don't think Stephon Diggs is up on dew point. He hasn't been reading Lance's tweets or listening to Lance in the morning. So
he needs to get up on dew points.
Yeah, he needs to know about dew points, or it's just hot. I don't need you ain't got to tell me dew points. It's effing hot outside. That's all that really matters. And it's humid, and knowing about dew points isn't going to change my condition dealing with the weather. But Stephon Diggs yesterday, in a lighthearted discussion, was asked about acclimating to Houston.
To know Houston better, does it feel like
Yeah. I played in 2 extremely cold places. I imagine being here, this is what hell kind of feels like. You know what I'm saying? but I ain't complaining. I swear, the food's amazing. I've been trying to eat healthy, but I have a couple cheat days. I won't shout out any restaurants yet, but getting out there and seeing the people, that Southern hospitality is real, and just the city is a lot of love. So I'm getting to know it a little bit. Highway's still getting tricky, so.
Wait, what's it going to take from the shout out a restaurant? A couple more times there. Like, if you're a place who served him a great meal and he loved it, what do you mean? How many more times?
Couple more.
Is he looking for consistency? He's got to have a couple different options at this place before he realizes I can talk about how this place is. Or is he in the mode of no free ads?
I think it's number 2.
No free ads, right? If you want Stephon Diggs to talk about you, come pay me.
Yeah, none of the restaurants have shown him enough love for him to show
the
love.
The people have, the city has, but not the restaurants in question.
And not enough. Great meals, I'm sure.
But that ain't going to get it done.
Need more than some great meals.
Yeah, if you want me tweeting about likely not tweeting, posting on Instagram about you, or even mentioning you in a media session, come up with them bucks. As we always say, pay me my respect. And by always, I think we started that yesterday.
I can't wait for him to be on Casa Olay.
You think it'll be Casa Olay?
Yeah, he just does the Jose Lima.
Let's think, since you brought up, what eventual restaurant will Stephon Diggs be speaking for in Houston? Well, we got to think about, it's got to be pretty big. He's going to want a big check.
Yeah.
And
they have to have not sponsored, but have athletes speak for them before, right? Because that just speaks to their interest in having an athlete speak for them.
Sure. Do we think HEB is going to get a hold of him?
Yes.
Of course.
Well, actually, probably.
Yeah.
Him only being here for 1 year, likely, kind of trips it up because they have to do it right now. Basically,
Sure.
They have to film the commercials right now.
That's true, yeah.
Or have already filmed them. And, with the Texans, there's a lot of options. You got CJ, you got Collins, you got Tank, you have Will Anderson. Like, there's a lot of competition to Derek Stingley for those HEB spots.
It's true, and, it's a local commercial.
Tunsil.
Well, would he show up? Well, it's a bag, so he would show up for that. I mean, he's getting paid a bag and doesn't show up for practice, but that's a different thing altogether. Let me clean it up. He's there. He's just not going through team stuff. At last check, he was working out on the side. I'm not sure what he did today, but yesterday he was just working out on the side. But Diggs, if we're being real, is he the biggest name on the Texans? I know CJ's a quarterback, but that's a 1 year thing. And the quarterback's always going to be elevated.
Yeah.
But as far as biggest stars on the Texans, when we talk about accomplishments and name recognition, is Diggs the biggest name?
I think it's Diggs and Stroud 1, 2.
Yeah.
And then probably Mixon 3rd.
So Scott McClellan better get on it.
Maybe Will Anderson.
No.
I think Mixon is definitely 3rd.
Because of the success in Cincinnati. I think Diggs it's gonna cost whoever wants to come get him. It's gonna cost you to get Diggs in one of your commercials.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did in Buffalo. It's Buffalo who's paying attention to their commercials. I'm sure nothing is that creative that it goes viral. But I think it's gonna cost. Would it cost HEB more than it would take to get Altuve? Would Diggs ask for more?
I have a hard time saying that. Although I could see him, I guess it's more of I think once you do a bunch of them, maybe there's a little bit of I'll do the HEB. Like, what I'm just not going to be in HEB commercials this year. I'll take a little bit less.
I get you. Yeah, you do Scott.
You come up through the
do
system.
Scott a little favor.
Yeah,
hey, man, we've had a good working relationship. You pull the Jalen Brunson, you take a little less.
Yeah. And with the Astros, I mean, they had to fit Pena, Bregman, McCullers, and Altuve all under the cap. So.
Don't want to go into the second apron.
No,
HEB's got to avoid that.
No mid-level exception for
who would even be that?
Hunter Brown.
This year, yeah, probably, yeah. That's probably a good one. He would be.
Tucker's in them too.
He would, yeah, but he's getting
Tucker's
max money.
No, I forgot that he's in them. Yeah, I think those are the only guys. Do you think there's a Jose Abreu deleted scene in the HEB
I don't know if HEB
archives?
I've been to HEB, as we all have. I'm not sure they're looking for all that chest exposure. Is he going to clean it up for the? Is he going to clean it up for the commercial? Is he going to button up another button or two? Would he have done that? If he's not going to do that, he's not going to be in the commercial.
Wow, I didn't know Scott was running it like George Steinbrenner.
I don't know. I've just
keep it clean.
I've just been at HEB and I haven't seen exposed chest on anyone ever.
That's the patrons, not the spokespeople.
So you think they let Abreu walk through their set with all that chest hair exposed? I don't think that's happening. I think they're buttoning it up.
I actually don't know enough about Jose Abreu off the field to know. Does he walk around?
But he's going to wear the uniform like they all do.
Oh yeah, he will be in uniform.
So is he going to
That'd be
clean
so
it up
funny.
for HEB or not? I don't think he is. He's going, you wanted Jose Abreu, you're getting Jose Abreu.
Now imagining like charity events where they cut a ribbon and they have Astros there and they're wearing the uniform like Make-A-Wish or whatever.
Jose, can
And he still has it flung open.
Just one or two. I'm not even asking for all the way. Just give us a couple, please. It's for the children. Jose.
When they had the signing press conference where he put up the jersey, take the pictures, and then put the jersey on.
But at least
you think he buttoned it, or did
I
he
have to
not
go back
button
and
it?
look. But at least he probably had a
collared
button-up shirt
yeah.
on, so it's not as big of a deal. I think it's only his baseball persona that does that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's baseball, Jose.
But HEB is they would have wanted baseball Jose.
Little did they know.
What type of Jose they would be getting.
Yeah, they actually didn't want that.
Hey, could you put on an
No one wanted
Astros
that.
like an Astros pullover or something, please? We want
Maybe
you in
grab
Astros
something from
gear.
the team shop.
Yeah, something just to get us through the day.
A T-shirt, maybe.
Anything. Maybe Jose's putting on an apron. He's grilling up stuff. So
That's a good way around it.
yeah, he can keep the jersey on, keep it unbuttoned, but we're gonna throw an apron on you to avoid the scenario. Of
I like how we have HEB as being very modest in their commercials.
Why wouldn't they be? Of course they are. They're a family establishment. They ain't looking for all that. Thankfully for them, they wouldn't have to have that discussion. He didn't hit the baseball well enough to be in one. It wasn't around long enough, despite Jeff Bagwell's attempts to keep him around. And by that, I mean he went down there to try to help him out. Just didn't work out. And that's the reason they have a big problem at first base. Maybe Paredes is around the corner as we get closer and closer to the deadline. So if you missed it, we played some sound from John Heyman, and he thinks the Astros might be going after Isaac Paredes of the Rays. A good fit for this year and beyond, with Bregman potentially out the door. So the Astros go down yesterday. It was a bad night losing to the A's that way. The A's have played better baseball recently. Doesn't make you feel good that you lost the first game of that series. I mentioned this before, really in the first segment. TNT is still involved, and maybe we're not done with Shaq and Charles and Ernie and Kenny as far as enriching our basketball experience. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. And if you were fearful that you were going to be without Shaq, Kenny, Ernie, and Charles after next season, I mean, I wouldn't say completely set aside your fears because there will be a legal battle, but TNT is deciding to match an offer, and they had the right to do it. They had a chance to match a package from a different media outlet to the NBA, and they have announced that. The question will be, which one will it be? It's likely going to be the Amazon one. That's what a lot of people think. I believe it's the cheaper package. So that would mean if they can win the legal battle, because I think the NBA wants to get away from TNT for whatever reason. Maybe they see a more valuable future with Amazon going forward. Maybe different ways to bring in revenue. But TNT's still in it. So Shaq, Ernie, Kenny, and Chuck maybe will be with us beyond 2025, which I am not as crazy about them returning as others, but they're an institution. I would like for that to continue. I'm glad NBC has it back, mostly because of the song from my childhood, the NBA on NBC theme song. So I don't even know what Amazon would do. I mean, I'm fine with their football stuff, but I just imagine them, considering how many new outlets will have NBA, that I'm going to be dealing with Austin Rivers, among others. I know he does stuff on ESPN, mostly as a guest, but I just imagine they're going to be picking from the bottom. Hey, Austin Rivers, you want to be one of our analysts? You want to be one of our halftime guys? And I don't need that. He's trying to get into the media space, so it feels like if NBC's going to, to be fair, it would probably be NBC because they like giving kids who haven't done as much as their dads those jobs. What? Jack Collinsworth.
Don't do that to my guy Jack.
They did. That's what they do over there. So I feel like, Doc is coaching, so Austin Rivers might wind up on NBC when they get the opportunity, but I feel like Amazon might be the place for him too.
Bronny James.
He'll still be in the G League at that point, right?
Yeah, but in 5 years, Bronny James on NBA on NBA on NBC.
Bronny James will be scooped up by ESPN. Best believe it. They're not going to let him go to one of the other places.
Give him a podcast.
True. If he decides he wants to do that, he's got it back from ESPN. No chance he's not on First Take during the NBA season. Yeah, Bronny, I know you had a less than stellar G League career.
Is someone going to hit him with the Jalen Rose to Skip Bayless? You averaged 1.2 points per game in high school. Is someone going to drop that on?
Maybe 4.8 in college, but sure. Sure. Yes, it might happen.
You averaged 4.8. Paul Pierce is yelling at him or something. I guess not Paul Pierce.
No.
Paul Pierce on NBC or on Amazon.
He hasn't burnt too many bridges.
Maybe not on. Maybe NBC is the three letters. They're like, we remember what you got fired for. Actually,
but I can see Paul Pierce on Amazon.
We remember that video. Amazon probably has lower,
It's not a bad call. If we're trying to figure out what former NBA player is going to wind up on all of these different platforms, Paul Pierce, he's gonna have to stay clean for a couple of years as far as things he says.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, true. I mean, if Paul wants any opportunity, it's going to be really tough.
Dwayne Wade, I could see Dwayne Wade on NBC.
Definitely. If ESPN doesn't give him a bag, I can see him on NBC, maybe Amazon. He's in that space quite a bit. But is he still part owner of the Jazz? If that's the case.
Yeah, but he's done TNT stuff.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. There's a chance. He will be one of those guys. And LeBron, is he still playing by the time those? It would have to be after this year. So
yeah, he's gonna play for 2 more years
at some point. We're gonna see LeBron as a analyst or he'll start his own.
Yeah, I feel like he's more likely to be an owner.
True, that's true. But while he's working his way up, I could see that.
Do a couple.
And speaking of Austin Rivers, look where he's on my television right now.
Oh, He's talking about opening the window back. Oh,
He tweeted about it, and he's talking about how the because of what he's seen from the Olympics, the window for the Lakers is wide open.
Cool.
What about what we've seen from them in the NBA?
Do they have do they have Steph Curry
Yeah.
and
Hey,
Bam
Austin,
Adebayo?
hey, Austin Rivers. Do they have 8 future Hall of Famers they can play with?
Yeah. Drew, they look great next. AD and LeBron, who have been great, who have been
True.
probably two
of their best players. Yeah.
two of the best players, two of the top 4 players at the very least.
So are you
on Team
telling
USA.
me?
But
Are you
they're
telling
gonna have to go back to life with Austin Reeves instead of Drew Holiday.
So and D'Angelo Russell. So Drew Holiday, Bam, Jason Tatum, better teammates than some combination
And
of
Edwards.
D'Lo and and Austin Reeves and Bronny. Better team?
Yeah, I like team number 1 a little bit more.
It's close though.
It's close.
I mean, well, see, this is why Austin Rivers is going to wind up on Amazon for tweets like that. He's going to say some things. Amazon's going to, we like what you're saying.
You like your spunk, kid.
Come over here and just say wild, nonsensical stuff. You can be on our network. Just tweet about.
These guys look good.
Yeah, you want to get it. And in fact, Amazon's the perfect spot for him because they can have crosstalk with the NFL player and they have that stupid discussion that they had earlier this summer.
Yeah, every July, just mark it in.
Yeah,
mark it
get
in.
him and Andrew Whitworth together and have a discussion.
And then Richard Mendenhall to talk about the white versus black Pro Bowl.
And Will Compton can get involved too.
Yeah, just
bring them all along.
Everyone get involved.
Eric, I see you. You want to bring up a topic we had a discussion about this guy before, and that's kind of gone away. So you want to talk about him again? We'll get to that. Anyone else want to get in on the conversation? 713-780-3776. We're done with hour 1. We'll be back with hour 2. Well, when we come back. Rock the Mic has returned, and it's time to find the newest Houston sports podcast. The winner of Rock the Mic will receive a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Whether you already have a podcast or have always wanted to start one, now's your chance. You can enter by sending a 3 to 5 minute video giving your best Houston sports take to rockthemic975@gmail.com. The winner will be announced live at our finale on August 23rd at Carbrock Brewery. Get your entries in now to rockthemic975 Gmail, or excuse me, not rockthemic975@gmail.com. So Rock the Mic, you guys got, well, a month. We will have a finale August 23rd. So get those videos in. If you've always wanted to do something like this, or you think now is your opportunity to do it, it sparks some interest in you. Now's your time. Particularly if you guys call in all the time, like the guy we're gonna get to next. If you like to call in and just say what you want, now's an opportunity to be able to have that hosted with us. So Eric, you've called in about this before, but you want to continue to talk about Trevor Bauer. What's up, Eric?
Hey, dog, congratulations on being the #1 sports show in the city in the ratings.
There was no vote. What are you talking about?
In the ratings, you're #1.
That's not true.
So anyway, about Trevor Bauer, the Astros don't make a trade for another arm. Do they take a look at Trevor Bauer in the minors, in the Sugarland, and see how he does? And I haven't heard good reviews about Deadpool and Wolverine. And are you going to see Borderlands?
Let's start from, I guess, back to front. I don't know about Borderlands. I didn't play the game. I don't know if anything with Kevin Hart in it really interests me that much. I don't know. Maybe it's a bias. I don't know. Kevin Hart in the movie.
Just not interesting, Kevin Hart?
I don't know. It doesn't have the appeal to me. No. And plus, I don't know. I would have to look up some of the Borderlands IP to see if it would even interest me. I saw the trailer. I was like, oh, that's a bit over the top.
I think in general, if it's like this movie is based off a video game, I'm like, ugh. I don't have high hopes.
Yes, it's been a tough run. Up until recently, like Fallout got good reviews and I think some Emmy noms from that. As the elites would say, some noms.
Some noms, yeah. The one with Pedro Pascal on HBO.
The Last of Us has done well, but to your point, generally,
those are both TV shows, by the way. Yes. We're talking about movies.
Exactly. I mean, Resident Evil put out a TV show on Netflix that didn't do well. The movies are, I love Mila Jovovich, but the movies are crap. I mean, the first one's pretty good, but the rest, nonsensical. But hey, they kept making money, and I'm a fan of her since Fifth Element. Been watching her since then. So, what else did he say? He also mentioned Deadpool Wolverine. I've seen good reviews for that. I don't know exactly where he's getting his information from. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm sure he has seen some poor ones, but from what I can tell, a lot of people are like, it hits all the notes it needs to, from the humor to the seriousness, and just a genuine good movie, at least according to the people I've read. So Eric and I differ in how we've seen reviews. The other thing, Trevor Bauer. If Trevor Bauer was simply a pitcher who was out there, you could look back at some of his past success and go, sure. But you can't ignore the real issue of why Trevor Bauer isn't on the major league roster. And why are the Astros going to be the one to take that heat for Trevor Bauer? Is he going to put them over the top in a playoff chase? A guy who hasn't pitched against major leaguers consistently for now a couple years? It ain't worth it. That's simply why it's not going to happen, Eric. At least it appears it's not going to happen. It doesn't appear worth it. He's not, or hasn't shown to be, and he's had no real opportunity to because of the competition he's facing. It's not clear that he would be a front line lock cinch 2 or 3 in this rotation. So why are you making that move for Trevor Bauer? I think it's one where the Astros are like, no, we're not going to be the first to do that. And maybe they just have a stance where he's a no-go. And there are other things beyond the fact that he was simply an alleged abuser. He wasn't a guy who particularly thought well of the Astros either. Now you can get over some of that stuff when winning takes precedent, but when you combine both, it's like anyone in that clubhouse is looking for Trevor Bauer to be part of it. Probably not. So I think the external factors, along with the fact that he hasn't faced major league hitting in years, leads me to believe no. And to be honest, who's going to give Trevor Bauer a shot? I know we always talk about the accuser that wasn't the perfect accuser because of the text messaging and the back and forth we saw from that. But you go back in this history, she's not the only one. So I would say, Eric, I appreciate the call, but that one appears to be dead in the water. Just how it is. I mean, we know guys who are great at what they do get second chances. I just don't know if there's been enough time for people to welcome him and deal with the fan base who would be very upset by his signing.
Yeah, there's nothing really new in the Trevor Bauer world. I mean, I'm sure he had a couple more good starts in the Mexican League.
And I don't know if that's going to impress anyone.
I saw something. So in that same league, do you know who's another player in that league and how well he's doing?
Isn't it Robinson Cano?
Robinson Cano
he's like
is
the
hitting
MVP.
like 500.
He's the best player in baseball history in that league. Yeah. So that's the level.
40-year-old Robinson Cano.
So when people tell you he Trevor Bauer had a perfect inning or he mowed down 10 in an 8-inning shutout performance, Robinson Cano's like a legend.
He has like a 40-game hit streak.
Yeah. This is the level of competition. That isn't enough. I know we heard about the Astros are watching him work out. Never saw anyone with any real journalism chops say that was a real thing. We just saw people who make their, I don't know if it's their living, but they tend to be focuses of Astros Twitter because
they spend their time.
Yeah, they tweet all the time about Astros, and they have Astros accounts, and they have Astros imagery on that account. Whatever. That's all we heard from about Trevor Bauer. Those guys. Nothing since. So I would say you're more likely to see James Paxton on this roster than you would be Trevor Bauer. So if you're looking for an out-of-work pitcher to trumpet and say, bring him in, maybe get on the James Paxton bandwagon. You'd probably have better luck.
Zach Greinke.
Well, sure.
I was just trying
name
to think
all
of
the options.
Another pitcher who's out of work.
You can name a lot of out-of-work pitchers, and they would have a better shot.
I actually can't.
Brad Peacock. We talked about him yesterday, right? Is he out of work?
Oh, yeah.
Even he would have a better shot. Whatever Brad Peacock's doing right now. Hopefully he's having
He's got a couple innings left in those.
Right? Yeah, sure. I'm sure he does. He's a current free agent. I don't even know if he's a free agent. He just might be retired. Just means he's not on the roster.
He might be a high school baseball coach.
Whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Eric, put your focus on someone else. Don't think the Trevor Bauer thing is going to work out for you. And how old is Trevor Bauer at this point? If we're talking about, hey, maybe he's still got something in him.
Probably 30.
He's 33 years old.
33?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe catch a Diablos Rojos de Mexico game. Maybe that's the only time you're going to get to see him pitch again. Just how it is.
Where ticket? Can I find it on
a
Simply
stream
Seats
someplace?
yeah.
Oh, you're looking to see him up close.
Yeah,
I thought you just might want to see a stream or something.
Well, that too. Is that on Amazon?
Well, you have the internet in front of you. We had this conversation before. I'm just a radio host.
How to watch
Trevor
Mexican
Bauer games?
baseball.
You want to Google that? Well, sir, we don't have an answer to that question because we don't even know who he's playing for.
Yeah,
but
get your passport.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a streaming package that hits the States when it comes to Bauer. But maybe when he's back pitching in Japan, you might be able to see him there too. So, a bit of we'll digress away from Trevor Bauer and talk about their actual Astros. They lose yesterday to the Oakland A's. The Diaz boys, along with Chaz and Dubon, didn't cover themselves in glory. The Droopy D's, or that's what we're going to call them when they play poorly. When that trio of D's plays well, maybe the devastating D's. We got that from Ed and Cypress. Dubon kicked the ball around in the third. They had a couple chances to get runs across early in that game. Diaz struck out in, I believe, the top of the first, and then the Yiner version of Diaz, and then Aledmus and Chaz had bad at bats in the second. So that was really their biggest shot until Jake Myers hit into a double play with the bases loaded with one out in the sixth. So we're talking about chances for the Astros to stay in that game, or at least make it close, and maybe get to the A's bullpen before they got to their closer, who has had pretty good success against the Astros this year. The couple of times he's had an opportunity to close a game. Was it Mason Miller? Just nasty. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get as many opportunities as he should because the A's stink. But he got one last night. No chance for the Astros, so they go down 4-0. Just a disappointing one. That's 2 in a row, but thankfully the Mariners aren't any good either. And the Astros are probably going to win this division, although one move by maybe the Rangers or the Mariners changes this. But the Astros may have a move in them as well. But it makes me feel like those Bill O'Brien's Texans teams, where they're going to win the AL South, and then I guess depending on the matchup, maybe win a wild card game, maybe lose, or at least the divisional series, maybe depending on who they see.
They'll get to the ALCS.
You think that's happening again?
That's what we do.
That's true. It's true. And if you can get a good matchup and Verlander's back and you have Fromber and Brown and Blanco, that's enough. If
James
those guys
Paxton.
still have arms are still on their shoulders because they've never pitched this many innings before.
Yeah, James Paxton, Trevor Bauer. Yeah. By the way, it looks like the Diablos Rojos del Mexico games, a lot of them are on YouTube.
Oh, so Eric, you want to see if Trevor Bauer still has it? If he's got one more in him, you can watch him on YouTube. I think that might be your only chance to watch him.
Looks like it's Claro Sports.
Oh, is there a subscription, or do they
No,
give
it's
them
on
to you
YouTube.
for free?
It's on their YouTube page.
Okay, they just give them to you.
Yeah, just look.
Is it live, or is it after the games?
I'm just looking at YouTube videos that are 3 hours and 11 minutes.
So they have
long.
the whole game
Yeah.
on there, not even just highlights. I can't imagine needing to get a hint and get a whiff of what Trevor Bauer's doing to
they're
sit
live
through.
streamed.
Oh,
Oops.
so they're even live.
Yeah.
Eric, don't say this show never did anything for you. If you want to see Trevor Bauer pitch, we've given you your path, because I don't think it's happening in Minute Maid at any point.
They might have a scrimmage, or they don't call it a scrimmage.
What do they call it in baseball? If it's not it would be a scrimmage, right?
I guess. I don't think of it. I think of basketball and football or scrimmages.
I do
but
too. I don't think of baseball scrimmages.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else.
Tune-up game?
Maybe, whatever. Either way, it wouldn't count, and it wouldn't be that thrilling to watch. Anyway, we're going to move to the Rockets, mostly because one of their players was commended for his performance, and one of their former players won an MVP. If you were part of that Josh Christopher hive, keep hope alive. He's still getting buckets, putting up points, and went on to win a title. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll get to Reed Shepherd and what he was acknowledged for after his Summer League performance, but Sean alerted me to a picture. And Joe Burrow's been a topic this offseason. He's been at the Met Gala. He had what you might consider a less than traditional look. Lance made a joke about his back. He used the term improperly. Back blown out isn't exactly what you would call a man having a piece of his suit cut out and is just exposing his back. Wrong terms, Lance. But Joe Burrow now has decided to walk into training camp with what you would probably just say is the Slim Shady look. He's got the buzz cut, the blonde hair. My best way to describe it is if you were someone who watched, I don't know if this school still does this, if you were watching a lot of high school football, at least when the playoffs rolled around, and you watched South Lake Carroll, a lot of those kids would get the bleached blonde hair because they're on a playoff run. This is what Joe Burrow's done, except his hair's short. So, Joe, and of course Cincinnati, the Bengals account acknowledges it. They do the guess who's back thing because he does have an Eminem from the early aughts haircut.
That is what it looks like.
Yes, it's what it actually what it looks like is all the extras in that video.
Yeah.
Or at that performance where all those guys were walking around with the blonde hair. That's what he looks like.
There's
He looks
one-
like an extra.
There's one 6'4" one.
Yeah. He looks like an extra in an Eminem video. That's what he looks like. But Joe Burrow, a new look.
I can't wait for him to talk about his new look at the press conference. I'm sure. I mean, okay, you're a Cincinnati media member. You're out there covering training camp.
Well, can you want to ask him about Jamar Chase not getting a new deal?
Joe Burrow walks up to the podium. First question. Second question about the hair.
I would go Oppo. People think he's going to think that's what they're going to ask. If I get the first question, of course you have to be generally.
Yeah.
If we go by how it's done here, John McClain always got the first question, being the legend that he is in Houston media. So my first question would be, Joe, how does it feel to know that possibly your top two receivers won't be around next year? I would go Oppo and make it a serious discussion and see what he says.
And
I would catch him off guard, and maybe I get a real answer out of him as opposed to, oh, you're going to ask me about my hair. Nope.
And then force the, I don't know, Cincinnati Enquirer
guy. Yeah, the real journalist to go ask him about it. I'm like, hey, your owner in recent days suggested that no Jamar Chase deal will be done during the season, and he'd have to wait till after the year. We know T. Higgins is unlikely to return. How does it feel, Joe, to know your cap number is decimating this team?
By the way, did you see Jalen Brunson's contract?
And I would say
separately, did you see Jalen Brunson?
Oh, by the way, do you see how a superstar in a different league is handling all of this? He thinks he's going to get the softball.
No,
not with me.
You're full court press. You're not even doing a hey, how's the wrist feeling? No,
not even that. Back from injury, how you feel, the calf and the wrist. Nah, your selfishness destroyed this team.
This team is falling apart around
because of all the money you decided you believe that you earned. How do you respond? He's going to be wishing people were asking him about his hair.
That's the last time you get the first question.
Or the last time I ever get a question.
Yeah.
I'd be done. Hey, can I get a day pass to Bengals training camp? And that's the question I would ask. So, but yeah, I'm actually being serious about that. Bengals owner, Mike Brown, just put it out there that there are differences of opinion on what Jamar Chase should be making, and they are unlikely, and it's just unlikely, it's not a guarantee, they're unlikely to do a deal this season. So Jamar Chase would likely get franchise tagged, I guess. I don't think they're letting him go.
Does he get the Jordan Jefferson deal?
That's what he wants.
Is Jordan Jefferson?
Justin Jefferson. Jordan Jefferson is a bad LSU quarterback. Justin Jefferson is a great LSU wide receiver.
I think they're like cousins or something.
Or I think so. But does he get the Justin Jefferson deal? In the article I read, that's what he wants. He wants a deal like that. Of course, same draft class, right?
No. They're a year apart, right?
Jefferson came out a year before or after?
I thought one was 2020, the other one was 2021.
I'll look it up. I know one was drafted.
Chase was 2021 because Burrow was 2020.
True. Justin Jefferson was drafted. You're right. Justin Jefferson was drafted later. The infamous Eagles taking Jalen Rager instead of Justin Jefferson, how that worked out. Not great for the Eagles. Oh, they've been fine, clearly, but they made the wrong pick there.
Could have been better. Could have been a little bit better.
Maybe you're not paying A.J. Brown all that money. You just be giving it to Justin Jefferson. Either way, they're paying 2 big-time wide receivers at some point because Devontae Smith got his money this offseason too. So that's out there. The Bengals, as you know them, may only exist for one more year. They're going to have to make a decision. I expect it'll be Jamar Chase. T. Higgins is likely out the door. But Joe Burrow, maybe in his emo phase because of it, dyed his hair and got the buzz cut.
Jordan Jefferson is his brother.
That's what I thought. I was going to let you roll with cousin because I wasn't sure, but I thought I remembered Justin Jefferson being his brother and being lightly recruited. He wasn't one of these can't miss, everyone's coming after him type of prospects. He was a local in-state guy that LSU finally decided to go in on, and obviously he rewarded them with a great career. So
yeah, low 3-star prospect.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of those guys.
He was the 308th best receiver.
Yeah, sometimes the recruiting services miss. Clearly, it's happened before.
Too easy to tell.
It'll happen.
Too early to tell.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's still a lot of time for the 307 other wide receivers from that year.
True. Someone's looking for a job with On 3. It sounds like Sean over there carrying the water. But I was going to move on to Reed Shepard, but I would want to stick with Joe Burrow's hair. But it doesn't help if you haven't seen it. Just no.
Reed Shepard, maybe. We'll see what he comes in. Comes into training camp, what hairstyle he has.
Yeah, Joe Burrow had his regular LSU hair for years, and then after a Super Bowl appearance, another AFC title game appearance, you go and you show up at the Met Gala, you do that to your hair. Reed Shepard's years away from that. He won't even get the Tyler Hero haircut.
Joe Burrow's earned the right to.
I didn't say he's earned the right. I'm just saying there's a path towards what Joe Burrow did. He's not doing that the first year out of college. He's not going with the Eminem extra haircut the first year out of college.
Would look so much like an Eminem.
He does. For people who were watching music videos, he looks exactly like a guy who Eminem, the hundreds of those guys he had in that video. I don't know why he did it.
Do you think there's people that still talk about hey, I was in an Eminem music video?
Not just talk about it, have the minutes and seconds down where they can point to it on YouTube and go, that's me. Or they were the extra when he showed up at either the VMAs or the American Music. I think it was the VMAs when he had all those guys walking around too. Of course there are guys who've done that.
Okay.
It's definite. So in some cases, the biggest thing that ever happened to them.
Bring it up at the bar, talking to a lady. I was in an Eminem video. I performed with Eminem at the VMAs.
The thing is, it's a bigger deal to the guys not the ladies Yes. If you bring it up to the ladies, no one's going to care. The ladies aren't going to care that you're in that video. Hey, that was 20 years ago. What are you up to now? If you're trying to impress me.
Oh, maybe a stunt double for Joe Burrow is in my future.
Maybe that's his. He's never changed the hair since he was in that video. Always looking for the next opportunity. Now he has one to be Joe Burrow's stunt double. Okay, Joe, you be you. Just go out and win games, and no one will care. I'm sure it's a training camp haircut.
It has to.
It's not making it to the season, but they've already taken their media photos for everything that's going to show up in media promotion stuff for the season, so it won't affect that either.
Oh,
media days happen. They've taken their photos and their uniforms.
He should have done a Jimmy Butler.
He ain't brave enough for that. They're very few like Jimmy.
That is true, as evidenced by no one doing it.
Yeah,
other than him. That also more of a wide receiver move.
True.
Running back move. I don't think you can have your starting quarterback do that nonsense.
The face of the franchise.
No. In basketball, you can have your face of the franchise do that.
But only one face of the franchise.
Yeah, in football.
With the most unlikely team to do it for, too. As far as that's part of the reason people aren't that thrilled with Jimmy in Miami. He has not been focusing on basketball the way they would like. So we'll see. That's why he's not getting his extension, at least not yet. But Joe Burrow, new hair. It does distract us from Reed Shepard. We'll get to that when we come back. Reed Shepard acknowledged, not just by his coach, which we will hear from, but also by the NBA media as Summer League is wrapped up. And we'll also talk about a former Rocket winning the MVP of the final game, the title game in Summer League. But first, I don't know if there were bets on whether Josh Christopher could win Summer League title game MVP. Maybe they were. And if there were bets on it, you can go to mybookie.ag for that because they let you pretty much bet on anything, whether you are big into baseball or world soccer or random things like Summer League. MyBookie's the place for you. It's not only a place where you can bet on sports, you can also enjoy their live casino. If you are into cards and you like playing poker or blackjack, they have a live dealer. They will set you up and give you a casino-like experience from the comfort of your own home or anywhere else because you can take the laptop anywhere as long as you know to log into mybookie.ag. And I make sure, and I bring up that login for this, make sure to know that with promo code BET975, you get a sign-up bonus. And if you're an existing customer, you're coming back after, hey, maybe you took the summer off, but you're getting ready for football season and you want to put some money down, MyBookie will help you out there with the BET975 promo code as well. MyBookie.ag is our website. Remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye.
I have seen a white person before. My whole life is filled with seeing white people. Despite what the great Eminem is saying there. Daniel tweets us, at least me, and says, well, he shows us a picture of Joe Burrow and Cody Rhodes right next to each other. It's not bad. It's not a bad comp. As Joe Burrow, if you missed it in our previous segment, Joe Burrow, and that's why we're playing the song too. Joe Burrow has a new haircut. He's an extra in an Eminem video, this particular video, the real Slim Shady. So I'm sure that'll be part of the conversation for the next 24 hours.
He does look more like Cody Rhodes.
He does. I don't
it's
think
the athleticism. It's just the latent athleticism.
Yeah, I don't think he looks like Eminem.
No,
at all.
It's just Eminem. Eminem made that haircut.
Yeah, I would just say his size. I don't know how tall Cody Rhodes is, but to your point, Joe Burrow's an athlete. Cody Rhodes is an athlete. If we're making a comp, it would be that one. I don't know if there are any 6'4" guys walking around in that video. But Joe Burrow, new look. It'll probably get changed as soon as the season begins. What can he make? Will he make it to preseason game 3?
I don't know how. Will he just have? Is he gonna have to dye his hair back then?
Yeah, I don't. Well, you're the white person. You tell me. Doesn't the hair just grow out?
Wow, you're acting like you never seen a white person. Marshall Mathers was right. I've never dyed my hair though.
Well, did you know people who have, right? And won't it just grow out at some point? It'll look awful as it's growing out.
That's my question. Is he's fighting a war on two fronts here with the color of his hair and then also the shortness of his hair. Like if he came to training camp with just a buzz cut, people would be like, "Whoa, what happened here?" So I imagine he has to, because he can't just grow it out a little bit. It looks weird, and then buzz it again. Just now it's natural.
Yeah, he's
colored.
Probably gonna have to go in and dye it.
You're gonna have to dye it again. You're gonna just grow it back, dye it again, and then cut it
to try to avoid as much of the awkwardness.
Yeah,
that'll come his way beyond.
Or just rock the look. Or just rock the South Lake Carroll look.
Or maybe it's just his thing. He's gonna have it's his version of a playoff beard, but it starts before the season even begins. We'll see.
And this 20-week season that he's going to have to play.
He was inspired by the NHL playoffs.
Actually, longer than 20 weeks because he's starting at 6 weeks before the season even starts.
Yeah, and he
has plenty of time. I forgot that this season doesn't start for 6 weeks.
It is late July. The season doesn't start till September, and if he has his way, he's playing into February. It's a long football season.
He has plenty of time for week 1. I don't know who they play week 1, but
that's true.
When he's coming out of the tunnel to have a normal looking hair, relatively normal.
I can't wait for Joe Burrow to be in a Hims commercial because his hair's not growing as fast as he wants before regular season game number 1. Enough about Joe. I'm sure you guys will be able to see it if you're driving around. I think we've described it pretty well. Moving on to a guy he hasn't dyed his hair yet because he hasn't earned those stripes. He's just a rookie, but he did get acknowledgement of his summer league. Reed Shepherd is on First League All Summer League, the NBA 2K25 Summer League team. He was one of its best players. He was so good, the Rockets were like, you don't have to play in the last game. I mean, he wasn't Kevin Knox, who played deep into the playoffs. Reed Shepherd got to take the last game off as the Rockets were knocked out of contention because the Summer League semifinals were all undefeated teams, so the Rockets were knocked out of that after their couple of losses. But he was one of the best players, and that was shown from the very beginning. We thought to ourselves, ooh, he's already too good for this, and that was the commentary beforehand, or at least before game 2, after game 1. So Reed Shepherd gets that award. He makes the first team. It's just speaks to the Rockets, at least early on, hitting on that pick because Sarr and Ricochet were nowhere near it.
Do you think they send is there a trophy that comes with Summer League?
MVP?
All NBA or whatever.
All Summer League?
All Summer League.
I don't think so. I mean, I know they gave out rings last night for the winner of the title game, and they gave out an actual trophy, and they actually gave out a finals MVP trophy as well. I imagine Jalen Wilson from Brooklyn, who won the Summer League MVP trophy, got one. Summer League MVP award, got one of those too, a trophy.
Yeah.
I don't think you just get one for being on the team.
All first team.
I don't know what they do. Do they send you a game code to 2K25? How do they reward you?
I do think that I would take Summer League 25% more seriously if it wasn't sponsored by NBA 2K.
If it was just straight Summer League,
Or
no
even,
sponsor?
Even if it was like the Geico Summer League. Like just
What
the
is
fact
why is 2K catching
don't
shots?
know.
Why is 2K the problem?
They're just not a serious organization. And then you're like, these guys it makes me feel like this is a video game. Like it's not real. What it cheapens the actual basketball that I'm watching.
You know, 2K people, there are 2K stan accounts.
Yeah.
Where they've been tweeting about EA college football and its unrealistic movement to take shots at it because so many people are playing it. In fact, your guy, AD Mitchell, he put a picture out of him playing the game, but it was like the sad apartment version where it's just his TV on the floor and the system, and that's the only thing in the room.
Hey,
and he was proud of it.
Locked in for training camp.
It's that meme, like you just give a guy a TV and
a folding chair.
And a folding chair, and that's perfect for him. If it wasn't for women, this is all guys would need. We do all that other stuff to impress women. We decorate our homes to make it comfortable for women. That was what AD Mitchell was doing. That was one room in his place. I'm sure he's new to moving to Indianapolis, but where his gaming system was, it didn't. It
was the first thing he unpacked.
I'm with him, to be honest. I'm with him. TV gaming system. Let me get a couple games in online. So, but moving on. Just the wars between EA and 2K are still ongoing.
Yes,
but
the
years.
NBA 2K, all NBA league, whatever, summer league, first team player.
Reed Shepherd. And
Core 7.
And speaking of Reed Shepherd, his coach, at least his current and future coach, Ime hasn't had the opportunity to coach him in any game setting yet. He was asked by Vanessa Richardson, formerly of ESPN 975, but now of Space City Home Network, about Reed Shepherd and what he thought of his progress so far.
We're here with Coach Ime Udoka. Coach, you've seen a couple games now. What has impressed you the most about Reed Shepherd so far?
It's composure, the IQ, the things we talked about, the shooting ability, but sorry, I lost my voice. But more than that, the competitiveness, toughness, all the intangibles that he brings. I think we know about the things he does really well, but see how much of a well-rounded player he is, a natural leader out there, and he's fit right in, obviously.
How is that IQ and his ability to make decisions quickly helping him on the court?
Yeah, I mean, he processes what teams are trying to do to him. They're throwing some different looks at him, putting different personnel on him, and he's taking it in stride, not getting overwhelmed at all, and he just continues to make the right play. And so that's something that's hard to teach, especially in 1 year of college, and just has a really good feel for it. And so keeps it simple, doesn't over-dribble, getting himself in trouble, takes a shot when it's there, makes a pass when it's there, and not worried about his result. It's what's best for the team.
Sometimes talking about intangibles like covers up maybe a lack of talent, shooting ability, but this is just an addition to what Reed Shepherd is as an athlete. We know about the lack of size, and maybe the vertical is overstated because he was running to get there, but that's how you play basketball when you're dunking a basketball. So it was like over 40 and people were losing their minds over it. His standing vertical is a little different than that, but plenty athletic enough, particularly if he's going to play point guard. And all the things Ime talked about, if point guard is his position of the future, are very important. At least from the games I've watched, the minutes I saw, his reads, his ability to understand where guys are going to be for a young player and a guy who didn't even play point guard in college and didn't start for Kentucky, far outseated what I thought he would be capable of. He is another guy the Rockets have hit on. So credit to them for that. Their scouting department and the final decision makers did another good job. And we'll see where the minutes come from, because at this point, with Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet and Cam Whitmore and others, and the Aaron Holiday era is not even over, even though it was predicted to be over. It's still a thing here. Where are the minutes going to come from? Who is he going to play ahead of? I imagine he's going to have to prove himself in training camp, and and in the early parts of the year for Ime Udoka to trust him. But so far, judging by the words that we heard from Ime, maybe trust won't be that big of a deal to earn. It appears the Rockets, and rightfully so, are all in on their latest pick. We got one more segment to go here on the show, and then we'll wrap it up after that because Gallant and George will follow me, and then the Killer Bees after them. So we'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Not really, Michael Carroll. He'll be here on Friday, as long as he's not too busy to talk about the week that was in television and movies. And Twisters did really well over the weekend. We didn't talk about that. The Glenn Powell joint, sequel to Twister, Bill Paxton, Helen Hunt, among others. Philip Seymour Hoffman in that movie, too. Twisters 2 did big money. And despite Eric's, at least the words he heard about it, Daredevil, Wolverine supposed to do not only big money, obviously, being an MCU movie, but allegedly going to be really good. So maybe Michael will have a review. He's a guy who gets to see things early.
Yeah, must be nice.
Yeah, no matter how intrepid you are, you're not getting to see things early.
I wish I was able to see Twisters early. Still haven't seen it.
That one I'm not sure I need to see early.
What?
I'm not saying it's going to be bad. In fact, people love it. I just don't know if I need What are the spoilers? A twister rolls through? How many of them? Twin? Oh, they're going to be 2 because the name of the movie is Twisters. Got it.
There's twins.
Yeah, got it.
From what I learned from the trailer.
The trailer did say that. I did also learn that Steven Spielberg, after initially filming the kiss between the 2 stars, ripped it out of the movie because
the original.
Yeah, the new one.
Oh,
he ripped it out because he thought it'd be too cliche.
Wow.
So
this won't be a cliche movie.
No, despite the fact that there is one man trying to catch the departing woman in an airport. That's not cliche.
No.
But the kiss at the end would be far too cliche.
Cliche.
So
get it out of here.
Of course, the clip is on social media everywhere because someone filmed it. An extra filmed it, and now everyone can see it. But Spielberg, too cliche.
Yeah.
The airport run, not cliche. Another thing that was predictable, and it's here, high-level talks about the NFL having an 18-game season. I imagine they'll still play games on Thursday, and if they can fit a game in on Wednesday because of a holiday, they'll do that too. But 18 games are in the offing, and the question will be, look, I'm not surprised. No one should be. It was always going to lean this way. Get more games in. I guess they'll go to two preseason games and sell it. Hey, players, you're still only playing the same amount, although, the stars aren't playing in the preseason anyway. So you're just topping on another game to their schedule. So at this point, if we get to 18, which is likely, it feels like, if you are, let's say you don't have home field throughout the playoffs, so you're playing on that first weekend, to win a Super Bowl, you'd have to play, 22 games? You'd have a 22-game season if you don't have home field?
If you...
Throughout the playoffs?
Yeah, if you're not the 1 seed.
Yeah.
You would be the wild card, divisional, championship
and Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a 22-game season for a non-1 seed. And maybe they'll add another playoff team. So maybe they'll just go back to 1 and 2 having the opening weekend off.
Well, no, if they add an extra team, they could just do 1 through 8. They could just do it like the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. So no one gets a week off.
Gets a bye.
You're right. That's how that math will work out. Yeah. So everyone, no matter how great your record is, you don't get a bye. You just get home court or home field through the playoffs.
Thanks for working so hard throughout the this long regular season.
Now play your 22 games and see who survives. I know they take that into account, but that's a lot of football, man. It was already a lot of football, and you don't even get the reward of being a team who gets a bye week after 17 games. So
they had to keep the bye week.
No, I mean, yeah.
They
so
have
how
to
do
keep
they do
the
it?
Playoff bye. Just don't expand the playoffs.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's ridiculous that there's 7 teams that make the playoffs in both conferences. That is watching these games, the 2-7 games, I could do without it.
Yeah.
Has there been a good 2-7 game so far?
I'm sure they have. I'm sure there has been. I would have to go look through it. I'm not going to bring that to the table today or tomorrow, but
just do your own research.
Exactly. Be Aaron Rodgers. Do your own research. So, 18, the hope, I guess, if I'm hoping for the players' sake, is that they get a second bye during the season. But man, I know all the focus is on when people are pushing back against the 12-team playoff. How many games are going to play? Of course, all ignoring the fact that FCS schools were playing upwards of that many games to win their title.
Yeah, and it is a situation where it's like, you're just adding one more game. Like, you can always say, like, hey, we're only adding one more game.
Yeah,
like,
not everyone's going to play 22 games.
Yeah. Most teams are only going to play 18.
Yeah, to your point, most teams won't make the playoffs. It's just a battle of attrition at that point. And
yeah, I think 18 extra bye week, take off a preseason.
I was just thinking if you got an early bye week, like let's say you got the bye week in week 6, which you already hate anyway with a 17-game schedule. Hell, you hated it with the 16-game schedule. So let's say you are a division winner, but you don't have home field throughout. So you would have to play. if your bye week's in week 6, so that means you played 5 games. You're talking about 13 more games and another 4. You're playing 17 straight weeks of football. Oh, nah, I take it back. You do have the Super Bowl bye. You do have the Super Bowl bye.
There we go.
There is another bye
By
week
the way,
there
this
for
team
you.
there's no chance this team would make the Super Bowl.
No. That team playing that many games in a row, no chance you're surviving.
No, they had to throw in an extra bye week.
There has to be one.
And the rules about the bye weeks would be so confusing. Because there's no way to do it like that's not confusing. Because you have to have an early bye week and a late bye week, but they can't be, 2 weeks apart, right? You can't have a week 9 and week 11 bye week. There would be no point to that.
Well, the NFLPA's executive director says the players will be open to it. Of course, bargaining and negotiating will have to be done to get this deal done. I'm sure. Hey, we'll show you all the money you can make, extra money you can make by playing in that extra game, and the NFL will try to convince the people they need to that it is worthwhile. But hey, we're on our way. It'll just be interesting how they balance it out, because the bye weeks will be confusing if they add an extra one, which I would hope they would do. And it's not my job to schedule things.
Imagine the fantasy football ramifications of 2 bye weeks, man.
How will they recover? How will they adapt? I don't play fantasy.
A guy has 2 bye weeks, then you trade him. Or no.
What are the
a guy has 2 late buys, and you trade him.
What about the guys who, like it's generally what, mid-October for the NFL trade deadline?
Yeah.
Could you be a guy who winds up playing 19 regular season games?
There we go. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Like in baseball, where a guy will. I mean, this never happens anymore.
Never does.
But where a guy plays like 164. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the NBA doesn't get to this level either. But there's some guys who
I think Bridges did it.
He played all 82. Jalen, I think, did too.
Well, I think Bridges played
83, right?
83
Did he
when
play
he got
83?
traded.
Because he got traded.
Yeah.
From Phoenix to Brooklyn. So yeah, be on the lookout for your first 19 game season for some unfortunate guy. and you know it'll be at one of the more physically demanding positions. Hey, middle linebacker.
That's another one where I feel pretty confident saying that guy will not play all 19 games.
No.
Guys already don't play 17.
Yeah, he's going to find a way to take a day off, hopefully for his sake. We're done. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And if we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
That's right. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
on the ground, right side. The Astros put the ball in play 3 times, but it's a 1-2-3 inning against Mason Miller. The A's shutting out the Astros tonight 4-0. Hogan Harris, Austin Adams, Lucas Erceg, and Mason Miller combined for the shutout tonight. The Astros now 2-2 on this road trip after winning the first 2 games in Seattle. They'll wait to see what the Mariners' final score is tonight against the Angels, but currently a half a game back of Seattle in the AL West.
Notice how loud you could hear "Celebrate" because of how few fans were in the stands at the Coliseum. The Astros have only 2 more games left to play there ever, but they lost the first of those final 3. 4-0 last night. There are a few things more embarrassing, Joe George, than losing to the Oakland A's, let alone being shut out by them. And again, sky's not falling. It's more one of those things where it's a Saturday night where you go out, you have a few too many to drink, and you wake up on your friend's couch having realized that you just watched that Glenn Howerton and Sydney Sweeney movie.
Yeah, it was. That was not a fun game. I'm glad it was only 2 hours.
2 hours and 7 minutes. Positive. 2 hours and 7 minutes of West Coast baseball.
Big positive. If this was the old days, and that was a 4-hour baseball game, that would really suck. It just was not enjoyable because you have the moments where, hey, bases are loaded, 1 out, Jake Myers at the plate, double play.
This has been an all-season issue, and it does feel like if anything does the Astros in, okay, they're pitching, they're short-staffed in the starting rotation literally right now in their bullpen. There's some guys who aren't trustworthy, but all year long they've had opportunities and they don't always capitalize on them. 8 runners stranded. They were 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. You mentioned one of them. The bases loaded, 1 out in the 6th inning where Jake Myers grounds into a double play. He grounded into 2 double plays last night. You had with a runner on 2nd and 3rd and 1 out in the 2nd inning, both Yainer Diaz and Chas McCormick, oh God, why is he still playing? They struck out. And then in the 7th inning, you had 2 on, 2 outs, and Alex Bregman struck out. Plenty of chances. You had 8 hits. Come on, put 1 across the plate.
Yeah, it's just, I guess they can't hit a guy who's throwing a 70-mile-an-hour curveball. That thing looks so slow every time he threw it, but they couldn't get it. Yordan Alvarez goes from hitting a cycle to getting embarrassed twice in yesterday's game. It was just a bad baseball game. There's no panic. It's just the game. Only thing worse than losing to the A's is losing a series to the A's. So let's try to avoid that one. But Spencer Arrighetti wasn't great. A lot of the flaws that we've seen throughout the Astros season showed up in a big way last night, specifically with the offense. And like you just ran through them all. This has been an issue all year where there's just moments where you need timely hitting, and the lineup just it fails to come through. And that's where you miss Kyle Tucker. You miss just having that extra bat in the lineup.
It makes you feel a little bit better about that.
Yeah, so you're missing Tucker, and then Aledmys Diaz is also not just back on the roster, but he's at first base. And he didn't look great either. I mean, he got cut by the Oakland A's. So it's what a weird decision that you have Greg Kessinger on your roster the whole year. He's taking like 15 at-bats, and the first day that Diaz is now on the Astros, he's all of a sudden he's back and he's in the starting lineup. I thought that was odd, and maybe I don't know, like it's just a belief in where you're at against the lefty that Singleton can't go out there versus a left-handed bat, so that left-handed arm, so you had to put Diaz out there. But I didn't love that. It was just a bad game. It's okay though. It's just one day.
You don't have anyone really off the bench to pinch hit, as you mentioned with Kyle Tucker. When he's back, some of these issues get solved. But since they lost, before we move on, we haven't done this segment in a while because the Astros have been doing so well. Who is the fall guy for last night's L 4-0 in Oakland?
In a season where anything and everything has gone wrong for the Astros,
not anymore.
There's always one person to blame.
And that has been the case for Henley early on. There is no place to go. There is no place to hide.
Every hero has their own origin story. Every girl that goes on a date with Paul has some level of regret. And every Astros game has a fall guy.
Y'all want to keep rolling like this? Then I need to know who's going to be the fall guy. I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me?
So, who is the fall guy for last night's L? I saw a couple people on the Twitch saying Spencer Arrighetti, not a major league starter. But it's only 4 runs.
Exactly. It's 4 runs versus the A's. He can't be the fall guy.
Well, 4 runs against the A's is bad.
Yeah, but it's the A's.
If you say 4 runs, it's not bad. If you say 4 runs against the A's, then it becomes bad.
Yeah, but you should score 10 runs versus the A's. 4 runs should be an obtainable.
Well, hang on. We're the math, the numbers, Joe. They're all over the place.
The Astros should be able to score 10 runs against the A's.
But we're talking about Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah, I know. So I'm saying 4 runs is enough. It's fine.
Gotcha. Okay.
He didn't get the run support.
Yeah, he didn't get any run support.
Run support. Okay.
So he was fine. I mean, it wasn't his best start. He's not a major league pitcher, quality starter at this point. I think that is evident. His major lack of control. He's also just being forced into a position that he shouldn't be in. He should probably still just be in Sugarland and maybe making a spot start here or there throughout the season. Instead, he's become a major part of your rotation because of all the injuries. So I don't think Paul. I don't think I can blame Spencer Arrighetti. I don't think he can be my fall guy for last night.
Mauricio Dubon had an ugly error in that 3rd inning. I mean, I don't know that would have prevented all the runs because I think that 1 run was scoring on that play already. Mm-hmm. But I don't know what the hell was going on there. That is a Gold Glover. How many times did he kick the ball away?
Twice.
Yeah, it was twice.
He picked it up and lost it, and then he went to get it again, and he lost it again. That was a bad look for Mauricio Dubon.
We're one of those Coliseum opossums out there.
Oh, probably scared him.
Yeah, they've probably been banging in that broadcast booth, so there's probably possums all over the park.
That's a good point. He's just frightened. He doesn't want to get rabies.
They are scary. Well, they don't bite anybody. This is classic fake news, classic disinformation about possums.
I thought they bit people.
No, they don't bite anybody. Possums are actually very good for your neighborhood. They eat bugs.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean they don't
Anything
attack
else
humans
besides eating bugs.
They don't attack humans.
I didn't know that.
They're just ugly. People hate on them because they're ugly.
I mean, and look, that happens sometimes. You know, if you're an ugly person, you're often not liked. You don't understand.
Why are you looking at me like that? Okay. you were looking at me when you said it. It seemed like a nice little last minute pull up there.
I just don't. I don't know what the Twitchers look like, so I can't really say that to them. But yeah, he's probably just scared of a possum.
Their words are ugly very often.
That's true.
They're such meanie pants.
But Mauricio Dubon, he has 6 hits in July. He's not been good. He's proving to a lot of people he's not an everyday starter.
Well, hang on now. I mean, Mauricio Dubon should have been an everyday starter earlier in the year.
Agreed.
And I feel like because of injuries, he should still be out there. But you are right in that his hits have gone down. And runners in scoring position in particular. I remember there was this idea that Dubon is awesome with runners in scoring position. And consistent with what you just said. Yeah, it hasn't really been happening much of late. So, Chas McCormick, I don't want him out there. He had the 2 strikeouts last night. Dubon, I do want out there. You got to play Joey Loperfido every night. Can we get to that point? I understand that there are some matchups that are going to be more favorable, ideally, for Chas McCormick. But after what you saw last night, do you still feel that way? No, I don't.
No.
Put in Joey.
They must be terrified to throw him against the lefty. To put him out there.
I mean,
I know.
Terrified is such a strong word, and if that's the case, that bums me out.
But they just won't do it.
Much like the song "Joey" by Concrete Blonde. Good song.
Don't know that one.
Oh, it's a good one. Joey, baby, don't get too crazy. Yeah. Oh, it's a great song.
Don't know that one. We'll have Sean bump back with it one segment.
Yeah, I like it.
But
downer of a song.
He clearly just isn't going to play against lefties. It's kind of like the Yainer Diaz conversation that comes up all the time about him just being your everyday first baseman. It's just not going to be there. There are certain things that they are and aren't going to do, and at least at this point, they're not going to use Joey Loperfido versus a lefty. But to your point, Paul, he should be out there.
I think correct fall guy for last night is Jake Myers. Yeah, 2 opportunities, you ground into 2 double plays. Specifically the one with the bases loaded and 1 out. Come on, man. Got to put that ball in the air.
Have we overhyped him this season? Because it was like he's finally there. He's finally the guy. He's finally the guy everyone wanted him to be. He is the everyday center fielder. He's earned the job for sure. Low bar against the other guys, though. He's hitting 236 this season.
It's the power numbers that are up. Otherwise, his defense has been good too. But otherwise, if he wasn't hitting the home runs, say he had 5 home runs, 4 home runs, yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like we'd be still annoyed with Jake Myers if he hadn't had the power that he's had this year.
Yeah, and it seems, I know social media can be a cesspool at times. There does seem to be a turning against Jake Myers on social media. Now, a lot of times there's just a couple, Astros influencers that start parroting this, and then everyone starts to jump on board. But you're starting to see that turn on Jake, and yeah, the home runs are there, but having a guy hit 236 in your lineup at this point, he's the worst everyday player on this team. It's the opposite of Bregman, where Bregman's hitting 255 now, but he had such a bad start to the season. He's been incredible. Last night was standing, but like Bregman's season turned a huge corner in a big way like 2 months ago, where Jake just seems to be consistently pointing down.
Myers or Singleton, if we're talking worst player in the lineup every day, because Singleton for the most part's in the lineup every day.
That's a good question. I would take Myers.
I would take Myers too.
Yeah,
Myers can field. I mean, Singleton's had decent moments fielding this year, but he's a negative at defense.
I mean, he's got some sneaky good defensive moments, but he's not Jake Myers.
The funny thing is, it's because of his build.
Yes.
If Singleton makes a nice play, you're like, wow.
Yeah, it's like fat shaming.
Yeah, but it's like the benefits of it.
Yes.
Where
there's no expectations.
Yeah, the expectation's so low that we're just
it's like I just didn't know a big guy can move.
Yeah, look at him scoop that thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like a fat pickup basketball player who actually has a little bit of a shot. Everyone just completely ignores him. Mainly because they don't want an along came Pauly situation where they're going like face first into their chest, especially if it's shirts versus skins. Oh boy.
Yeah, Singleton is he is probably the worst guy in the lineup on every.
I don't want him out there.
And I don't think he will be at the deadline, to be honest.
You think someone's going to be acquired at first base?
I do. I don't think it's going to be a big time acquisition. There's reports now that Pete Alonso's not getting moved by the Mets. I don't think they're going to trade for Vlad Jr. They're going to spend their best prospects on a starting pitcher, but I think they will look to shore up the first base position for sure.
The tidbit we've been hearing of late as they shop around is that their top prospect, or at least their best playing minor leaguer, Pedro Leon, who's got like 17 home runs and 70 RBIs, and he's hitting 306, is actually on the table because there's nowhere for him to play. And that actually is true.
Is there? Let's connect these conversations here. Jake Myers, as we gas them up too much, maybe it's just time to let Pedro Leon get some run.
I mean, you'd have to get rid of McCormick to give Pedro Leon a chance, right?
And then Jake becomes your fourth outfielder, I guess, and you have...
I think Leon would become your fourth outfielder, and I mean, ideally, Loberfito is your fourth outfielder, but truly, I do not know. Look, there's a lot of injuries right now. When Kyle Tucker's back, some of these answers will come to us, but hey, you lost to the A's 4-0 last night. I don't want to be too much of a Debbie Downer. Again, only 2 more games left at the Coliseum. There seem to be as many Astros fans as A's fans.
We definitely undershot our guess. I think I said 300 fans.
You think there were less?
No, I think there was more.
Oh.
I definitely think there was more than 300 fans.
Of course, the A's state-sponsored media is going to give you like the attendance numbers, but there were probably more seagulls that flew in and around the ballpark than there actually were A's fans. That's one of the most annoying parts about going to an A's game is the things that you hear in the background. The Let's Go Astros chants, they're nice. The incessant seagull squawking. And on top of that, the little... band with no rhythm.
Yeah,
less rhythm than the Red Rowdies drummer. I mean, my God.
Oh, that's such a ricochet shot at the Red Rowdies drummer.
Well, listen, guys. The Red Rowdies drummer at Rockets games is always offbeat.
You're right. You are correct.
I think if it was drummers, it would seem less targeted at one person. But now I'm just picturing that guy with his red face paint on driving to work, being like, "What the hell just happened?"
Yeah, it's not great. I'm not going to miss that ballpark. I cannot believe the Oakland A's are moving to Sacramento, and they don't really know where they're going to yet. Though. Like, everyone's like, oh, this is like next year, Joe Espada, where he started his career, they'll be in Sacramento. I'm like, are we sure they're going to be in Sacramento next season?
I mean, everything's on the table. I still kind of think that next year they're just going to be back at the Coliseum. They'll extend the lease for one more year because there's no good option.
Did you hear what Todd and Blummer were saying last night, that the minor league team's not leaving? So they're going to have AstroTurf, and they're going to play. They're not going to be on Sunday Night Baseball every week, but a lot of their Sunday home games are going to be played at night.
I like it.
So, like, the Astros will play at 9 o'clock on a Sunday.
Oh, well, I don't like that.
Don't like that.
Yeah.
I like how they had to clarify, or maybe you clarified, they're not going to be on Sunday Night Baseball. It's like, yeah, thanks.
Well, I mean, Sunday,
they will be playing on Sunday night.
It's Sunday Night Baseball in Sacramento.
But then he explained.
Oh,
man. I mean, maybe it'll be like the barnstorming Oakland A's, like every single game on the road.
Do it. That's what they deserve.
That would be pretty fun.
I feel bad for the players, but that's what they deserve.
I don't know. If you're a player, that could be really fun. Now, the A's aren't making that much money, but that could be fun. I mean, listen.
They're saving on rent?
Let's be honest. A lot of these baseball players, not exactly the most faithful people.
Oh, so yeah. I hear what you're saying.
I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying like there's a good percentage of baseball players.
Also, they got a lot of young players, probably not tied down.
That's true.
That's a good point.
That's true. I know this because I watched For the Love of the Game, starring Kevin Costner. Okay, he never settled down until he found the one that he loved. Such a great love story. I'm just kidding. The baseball in that movie is great. The love story, good God, get out of my life. The Houston Astros still are in first place in the AL West. Why? Because the Mariners are falling apart. We're going to make fun of them next to get your mood back up after the Astros lost to the A's last night. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let me tell you something. You want to win some money? Maybe betting against the Seattle Mariners is the way to do it, because holy cow, do they give you every team an opportunity to win baseball games at the end of the day. It is a total disaster for them, but going to LeBurge Lake Charles, that's a great thing for you. You can bet all your Texas teams. You want to get the Texans over under, whatever you want to do with the Astros props for the rest of the season. You can bet on their in-season total still at this point. You think they're going to go back to the World Series. You think they're going to go back to the ALCS. You can get wagers on all of that stuff. 19 betting kiosks. You can go right to the desk as well, or the ESPN bet app. Every option is there for you when you go. It's a great place to bet, great food. When you go to LeBurge Lake Charles, when you're on your way, make sure you download the Penn Play app. You can up to $2,000 in Penn Play cash, and tell them Joe George sent you by.
Two outs. Tie game. Top of the ninth. Walk. Error.
6 losses in 7 games. We look as incompetent as Gotham's police department. I don't care if that one guy calls me a son of a bitch for just trying to do my job. Because my job is showing up to the games and cheering on my beloved Mariners, trident in hand. These guys can't do a damn thing. Fish right in front of them, they're not going to hit it with the trident. They could shoot it with the gun. Guess what? They'd be as successful shooting a gun at a fish as they are at the plate. They could drop dynamite in the water. They're not getting any fish. Worst fisherman ever? You could argue that. Are they going to sing a song like Billy Joel did about the Downeaster Alexa? It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Our beat writers are all waving the white flag and saying that we need to sell at the trade deadline. And I mean, we've done that for like 5 straight years. Are they licking the boot of our ownership group in their cheapo ways that much? Jesus Christ. Well, at least he hasn't killed himself yet, because a couple of years ago, he shot himself in the head. Mariners watch guy. Joe, I don't know if you remember that.
I don't
came
remember
back
that.
Came back from the dead. He Cobained, and now he's
touching tribute to Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, it was very touching.
Yeah, I was not aware of that.
Yeah,
I think it was ALDS, right?
Yeah, it was after the ALDS.
I think it was after like game 1 too.
Oh,
I think it was like after game 1.
No, it was after game 3. I think the entire
okay.
Mariners watch was I killed myself. For those who don't know,
after the 18-inning game.
Yeah,
I'm obsessed with the Batman. I find it to be the second best Batman movie of all time, and I just get a kick out of the little monologues that Robert Pattinson's Batman read while Something in the Way by Nirvana is playing in the background.
It was so good.
I really enjoyed that movie.
I thought so too.
People hated on it. It was good.
Oh, the Penguin movie, TV show.
I can't wait for that.
It looks incredible.
I'll be locked in.
Don't really understand how it's going to be a week after the Batman ends and Batman's not going to be in the show, but we'll see.
Well, he might be.
He probably shows up in like the last
I was
episode.
gonna say season opener and season finale probably. Only for our Pat.
They got Colin Farrell.
Robert Pattinson. He can't be above doing television.
Colin Farrell's a bigger name than Robert Pattinson.
And all these movie actors are just getting to TV anyways. I mean, Harrison Ford was in one of the Yellowstone spinoffs. Kevin Costner was obviously in Yellowstone, or was in Yellowstone. So they're all getting to TV now.
Yeah. They are.
So the Mariners suck.
The Mariners.
Anyway, the Mariners.
The Mariners are getting into stripping parts. The 2 baseball writers in Seattle, Ryan Diffish, said this after the game. He's the beat writer for the Seattle Times. Pretty certain the game wasn't all that was lost tonight, because it was tied 1-1 and they just walked the game away. Here is Scott Service, who I know a lot of Astros fans are not fans of, after the game, talking about the Mariners' recent frustration.
Excuse me?
You've shown a lot of patience with what you've seen. Why tonight?
Because I'm tired of watching it. Stand up for our guys. Believe in them. Some nights, that's not Major League Baseball. We handed them a game.
Scott, you've been...
Not happy.
They're talking about firing him. And they are a half game.
Man, that's...
At most out of first place, right? I mean, technically, the Astros are only in first place by percentage points. If Seattle goes 1-1 over a 2-game stretch, they would be tied. And since the Mariners have the season series, they lead it. But everyone in Seattle, as they do, because they have no faith in that franchise, this is a franchise with loser DNA etched into it. Even though I like Mariners fans, I mean, my God, they are addicted to a bad, bad drug. This is just what that franchise has always done.
Yeah, I get why you'd fire him, because everything's just gone so poor. I just don't think it's his fault. Like,
I don't either. They can't hit. He can't hit for them.
Yeah, he can't construct this lineup. And I mean, look, they had
Jerry
Ty
DePoto,
France.
GM.
Yeah, they had Ty France, who was at one point a good player for them. He had to clean out his locker room. They DFA'd
Yeah,
him.
they DFA'd him. Yeah, you're right.
So like they've had guys that have been successful with him in the past, and they just are a disaster. It's crazy that they are talking about firing their manager. They are going to sell at the deadline.
Feels that way.
Unless the Astros fall apart a little bit and the Mariners just stay in this race. But if I was the Mariners, I would also be expecting to sell. But you're tied for first place in your division, and they're probably sellers. Because you're a loser. They're just losers.
The AL West is such a benefit to the Astros, and it finds ways every single year. I mean, the A's had a couple of years where they were decent, but I mean, now who is the second best team? And Joe, you had an interesting point about who you actually fear in the AL West, because it's not the Mariners.
Yeah, it's the Rangers. They're 4 games back now of the division. They're playing much better baseball. I mean, Max Scherzer, he's not really a factor for them at this point, but they're figuring it out. And
took 2 or 3 against you.
Yeah, they took 2 or 3 against you, and they lost that series versus the Orioles. But they're still playing. They're playing much better baseball than the Mariners. And now that they're only 4 games back of you, if there's going to be a team that's going to contend and push you for this division the most, I think it's going to be the Rangers, because they're the opposite of the Mariners. Are they more likely to buy or sell at the deadline? They're probably more likely to buy. They're more likely to say, hey, we can go get the Astros again, and we can win this division, and we can try to get back to the World Series, and we've just had a slow start, bad start to the season. We're going to figure it out. They will probably operate very differently than the Mariners at the deadline. So I'm personally, if the Astros aren't going to win the division this year, I would say it's the Rangers who win the division, not the Mariners. They're Mariners, they're cooked. They're donezo.
It really feels that way. Now, as someone who killed the Rangers in early September last year, and also killed the Seattle Mariners, because the Mariners had their Run DMC cosplay day the same time that the Rangers started wearing Letterman jackets, and I thought that, oh, these two teams are getting a little bit too sure of themselves. But Seattle still has the arms. I can't write them off. They got the arms. They just have to not be the worst hitting team in baseball. They are capable of being better than the worst hitting team in baseball. As far as the Rangers are concerned, I mean, Adolis Garcia at points this year has been, at least per whatever advanced metric, the worst player in baseball. Like not too long ago, I saw some chart, and Adolis Garcia was at the top. He's better than that. No matter how much we don't like him, he's better than that. He's obviously killed the Astros for years and years. The Rangers lineup has bats, and I can definitely see them waking up. But to what you're saying about Scherzer, I do not trust the Rangers pitching at all. And Seattle's pitching, I think, is going to be able to get them back on track. I don't know if that means they win the division. I really don't. And it feels like the vibes are so bad right now with how quickly they gave up this lead in the AL West, which was such a big one. But the Astros have a tough month of August, and I feel like the Astros could very well play in a mediocre kind of way that keeps Seattle hanging around.
Yeah, they could play in a way that's just going to put them in a dogfight, potentially with all 3 teams. It could be that the Mariners are obviously tied for where the Rangers can close that gap even more. I just view the franchises so differently that if the Rangers are within striking distance, a week from today, they're going to be acquiring starting pitching at the deadline to try to fix their problems, and the Mariners will be getting rid of their good players because they're just losers. And that's why. I agree with everything you said about Seattle. The pitching's incredible. They should be good. Their offense just isn't. It just feels like the front office, there's going to be guys that they know they're not going to re-sign, so they'll just get rid of them at the deadline.
I think they'd be better served by firing Service, just as a show of, hey, accountability. I think that releasing Ty France was a version of that. I don't think it's the worst idea for the Astros to make a phone call about him. France is a pretty good defender if he's not a good hitter anymore. But, yeah, it just feels like the fight is gone right now. How do you get it back? And do you want an example of the Mariners lacking fight while another team maybe does? Totally different circumstance than the Astros, in that the Astros were losing to the Mariners at the time. But when Jordan got the cycle, Mariners threw to him, and the Mariners fans are cheering. And how about the difference between that and the Diamondbacks down eventually 10-4 to the Kansas City Royals last night, throwing at Bobby Witt Jr. when Bobby Witt had a chance at a cycle? I kind of respect that by the Diamondbacks. I mean, being a meathead, I kind of like that. I like that. Hey, we're getting killed, but we're not going to let them get a cycle. 10 runs, that's fine. The cycle, that's a step too far. But in the past, I feel like the Mariners would have done something like that, a show of force.
Yeah.
While you're taking the last game of the series, hey, okay, here's a little chin music for Jordan. And the vitriol that Seattle had for the Astros, it seemed like it was powering them at one point, and it doesn't seem to exist anymore.
No, they have nothing. They are a deflated organization. The players, the fans. It really is embarrassing to cheer another player getting a cycle in your ballpark. It still just baffles me. It shows how much of a loser organization you are, and your fan base is acknowledging it in that moment. Because like, well, we got to celebrate something. So let's celebrate the other team.
I'm glad I don't work at that station anymore because I would have to be very polite, kid gloves, as you will, with talking about this team. I've worked at a flagship or two, I've sometimes I've had to be a little gentle, Sometimes I've had to get on my knees to, of course, genuflect to the what? Get on my knees to genuflect to like my person who's paying my bills. The Seahawks, the Mariners, the Texans. Mm-hmm. You got to get on your knees sometimes and just acknowledge that they're why you exist.
It's a huge part of it.
Yeah,
it is. It's not.
And you gotta make them happy.
Yeah, or just
on
don't
your
talk
knees?
about them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
They are short of the 54% that their GM Jerry DiPoto laid out for them before the season. So
you do.
Maybe they're buyers to get that extra 2% of winning percentage.
They're just gonna buy just a little bit.
Just a little. Just a little.
Just a teeny little bit.
One bet. That's all right.
It would be really funny if they got someone who's just absolutely mid.
Yeah, they got like a 100 OPS plus guy. Just like,
Jose
hey,
Alvarez.
Listen, average is better for us.
Maybe Martin Maldonado gets them to the extra 2%.
Yeah, Maldonado DH for.
And Maldonado tells them all the state secrets about the Astros.
Yep,
that would be an act of betrayal, and Maldi wouldn't do that.
That would hurt my heart. And I'm not the biggest Maldi guy.
The Astros may have stabbed Maldi in the back, but he would never turn his back on Houston.
Never.
Yeah, he's not Mike Fiers.
Mm.
He's just not.
How dare you even mention them in the same sentence?
Sorry, I apologize.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. What the hell happened over the weekend that we didn't get to talk about yesterday and so far today? We'll get you through all of it, including something keeps happening at the same time as just about every single major event in the history of the world. How does this keep happening? Because it happened again over the weekend. Gallant and George, you'll hear what it was. Stay put. So on Sunday,
National Ice Cream Day. Sorry.
It was Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay. In case you missed it.
Anything else happen on Sunday?
Did you get ice cream on Sunday?
No. What else happened on Sunday, Paul?
I thought you were going to have an ice cream anecdote.
No, I just wanted to put it out there.
Well, someone who likes ice cream, President Joe Biden, who knows what's going on with him, said that he will not run for re-election in November. And as a press release was put on his Twitter account to announce that, guess who hit a home run less than an hour later?
It's incredible.
Nick Castellanos, who continues to hit home runs at moments or around moments of great importance. Now, I thought somebody made a fairly good argument about maybe we've sort of forgotten what the Castellanos home run is. It's about interrupting a broadcast mid some serious toned monologue instead of the same day as world events. But it's gotten to the point now where you have limits as far as what you can bet on Nick Castellanos.
I saw that.
On certain days, because I guess after Biden made that announcement, someone tried to bet $10,000 on Castellanos to hit a home run and they wouldn't let him.
Now, to be fair, there might just be limits on it anyways, and we don't know this for sure. But he does, like, these major moments in news, he just keeps hitting home runs on.
Yes.
I wonder if there's any chance, though, the cycle is closed. Because Tom Brenneman on Sunday, it was also announced
He's back.
that he's back.
He's back in the game.
So maybe like the Nick Castellanos. Oh no, because I guess one of them supposedly predates Tom Brenneman though.
Here's the list of Castellanos home runs during significant events. Apology for homophobic slur use on a broadcast. That was what was his face? Who were you just talking about?
Oh, Tom Brenneman.
Career-threatening injury for Fernando Tatis Jr. A eulogy for a World War II veteran. A 9/11 tribute video package on the air. Oh boy. Apology of opposing team's coach getting a DUI. 10 minutes after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. Dwayne Haskins' death. Memorial Day tribute package on air. Eulogy for the just deceased PA announcer for the stadium. Cancer announcement for his team's owner. Vince Scully death announcement. An hour after the death of Queen Elizabeth was announced. A bridge collapse killing several people. The Ocean Gate submarine explosion. 3 other celebrity deaths. 2 home runs on the anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Assassination attempt on Trump. Biden withdraws from the race.
I shouldn't laugh about the 2 home runs on the anniversary of Hiroshima.
Oh, I was wondering which one you were going to say. I shouldn't laugh for that one.
But
no, the cancer ones.
But
those are
Sean
all,
also laughed at that one.
The Ocean Gate submarine.
But the fact that he hit 2 home runs is what makes
that's the funniest
That's what makes it funny.
Like 2 bombs.
It was
the 2 bombs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't there also one where his first minor league home run was on the day Osama bin Laden was killed?
Yes, someone said that.
You're right. That popped up.
That's my favorite one. That's the origin story.
It's perfect.
I don't know, man. Like, did he hit his first home run when he was in 4th grade on 9/11? Because he was born in 92, same year as me, I think.
There.
So, like,
you're doing some real math.
Well, we're the same age.
I was figuring.
Oh, okay.
I was figuring he had to be pretty
Yeah,
close.
I think we're the same age.
You calculated that quickly.
So
probably wrong.
Was that his first inside the park home run he ever hit in his life?
T-ball, or I guess it's coach pitch.
Like Little League baseball? I don't know. How far back does this go?
By the way, of all the ones to laugh at, I wanted to finish this. The Ocean Gate submarine was the funny one.
That was
kind of funny.
Yeah,
because they went down there. They had a effing GameCube controller piloting the submarine. I didn't think that was gonna go well. Dumbasses.
And now people want to go back.
That's why I was always. It's okay to laugh at these people because what they did was stupid on its face.
Wherever you are. Baseball inducted people into the Hall of Fame, and in classic baseball fashion, no one knew. Shout out to baseball remaining the least relevant major American sport. Adrian Beltre, Joe Mauer, Todd Helton, inducted, and David Ortiz touched the top of Adrian Beltre's head, which he's never liked, after Felix Hernandez started telling everybody after Beltre said, "No one touched my head," that actually he likes to have his head touched.
All right.
Continuing through what happened over the weekend, Xander Schauffele, he won the British Open, and I imagine the Limeys were pissed when he said this. I like that. An American drinking out of the British golf tournament trophy.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
I like that too.
Screw England.
I guess you go beer. You have to. Just depends on what kind of beer you want to chug.
No, you got to put some bourbon in that. Something American. And you just have a lot of bourbon. Some ice in there too. Got to be an American drink. If it's a beer, it might be a British beer.
Beer is like beer is like it's basically ours now.
No, it's not.
We've like commandeered it.
He's also he's in England. I don't know where he's gonna get some American drinks in England.
Oh, I'm sure they have it there because everything's better here. So
don't they serve their beer at room temperature in England?
I think I've heard that before.
I'm just making that up, but
if that's
I'm gonna go
true,
with it.
if that's true, that's disgusting.
That's why their teeth are yellow and pointed and janky. You don't want to have a warm beer. You need to have cold beer. I'm a scientist. So I know these things.
Yeah.
Continuing through, in case you missed it, everything that you might have missed over the weekend in the world of sports. Everyone's calling for Steve Kerr's head because the U.S. keeps barely winning games. They barely beat South Sudan over the weekend. I didn't know that there was another Sudan. Interesting. Sudan. I guess there's a North and a West and the East Sudan.
How old do you think South Sudan is?
1 year old.
13.
Okay.
Yeah, Luol Deng put that team together, I believe.
They almost lost to Germany. That would have been a disaster. I've never been a LeBron fan, but LeBron saved us from defeat against the former Nazis, so shout out to LeBron. First time I've ever been happy with something LeBron did. He actually did crush it down the stretch.
Yeah, he looks younger, is the only way to put it.
Well,
he looks youthful.
I will say, too, he wants another gold medal, but there's also, like, it's the Germans going up against LeBron. We're superior.
They must not be trying very hard to be these close games.
I think they will now.
They have to. They have to just not be trying.
The same thing happened before the last Olympics, where they lost. I think they lost to Nigeria and France in the tune-ups.
Oh boy!
And then they played. And they played them both in the Olympics and like beat them both by 10. So
it is the preseason.
There is a little bit of like this. They will ramp it up a little bit. I'm sure there's also going to be because Steve Kerr. I see the tweets about the starting lineup every game. I think every game he's gone with a different starting lineup. The only guys that stay in it every time is Embiid, LeBron, and Curry, and the other two he just kind of cycles through the rest of the roster. I imagine he's going to find a 5 that works, and I mean honestly, it doesn't matter because really the secret to recent Olympic success for Team USA is that the second unit is always just way better than the other team's second unit. That's how they blow teams out. It's just the depth of the team. So, yeah, I think they'll figure it out.
If they do lose this year, though, isn't it Steph Curry's fault? Isn't this his first Olympics?
It is. Not ready for the bright lights.
Yeah. Steph Curry, not a good American if they lose.
I'm not blaming it on Steph. I know everyone in Houston hates Steph, but no, you shouldn't.
I'm just saying.
Steph Curry was just better than those Rockets teams. Okay?
He was.
And he's more likable. Oh, his mouth guard. He chooses his mouth guard like that. James Harden's a dishonorable basketball
player. If they don't
player.
win a gold medal,
it's on him.
It's on Steph.
No, I'll blame LeBron. I'll blame LeBron as I always do because it's fun. Kevin Durant and Jaylen Brown, by the way, on Team USA, they are mad at Nike. I'm not really sure why.
Jaylen Brown's not on Team USA.
Oh, my bad. He's not on Team USA because of Nike. That's what he thinks.
He's not on Team USA.
But Kevin Durant also mad at Nike now. He is on Team USA.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown just won Finals MVP, and they chose his teammate over him, which is crazy.
I mean, it makes sense from a just role-playing perspective, but Jaylen Brown should have made the team. And you know what? I like it because now Jaylen Brown motivated for another title.
And I think the Nike thing with Kevin Durant is that they had like their Nike put out their like
trailer
Olympic commercial.
And Durant wasn't in it.
And
he's one of 3, I think, Nike lifetime contract guys.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it's Michael Jordan. It was Kobe and him. I think those.
Oh, I thought LeBron was there too.
Oh, maybe it was LeBron.
I could see why that would offend Kevin Durant of all the people.
Yeah, that would piss me off too.
Like he has the softest. He's the softest person in professional sports. So.
Did you see like Jason Tatum in there? And he was like, okay, that makes sense. He just went, and then like it got to someone where he's like, what the hell was? Why is Drew Holiday in this commercial, not me?
Drew Holiday just won a championship.
He's a champion.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant did.
Sorry,
I don't think Durant's the softest player in sports, though.
You don't?
No.
You don't think all the weird burner account stuff and
listen,
everything?
he lives online. He's addicted to the internet. I think that's different than being soft.
Man, I don't know. I feel I would view him as. This is a guess. He'd be at the top of my list.
Just because I mean, listen, caring about what other people think. I mean, we're all guilty of that in some capacity. I don't think that makes you soft.
He just cares so much more than everyone else. It seems like.
But a lot of people care about what other people say about it.
But he's the only one who's just always going back and forth with people on social media.
He's not the only one. There's others that have the burners that they've never gone public with it. I'll give Durant credit. He's actually owned it.
That's a good point. That's a good counter. He's the only one that was exposed.
There's a lot of people out there that I think I put ahead of Kevin Durant, but I have to think about that. Maybe we'll do that in Soft Boys tomorrow. Who is softer than Kevin Durant? I'll put a list together. WNBA fans, they got to see Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese beat Team USA in the WNBA All-Star Game.
That's true.
Now, I didn't watch this game, and I have no idea how intense it was played. I would imagine, given that women's basketball is actually a more intense version of basketball than men's basketball, I would imagine that they were giving it their all in this game on the Team WNBA side. Maybe not on the Team USA side.
I saw some videos of, I think it was Kelsey Plum was guarding Caitlin Clark full court.
Yeah.
In this game.
But they're friends, so I don't know if that was playful or if that was actual coverage. But yeah.
We got Texans tied to this, though.
What's that?
Arike Ogunbowale, Daria's sister, won WNBA All-Star Game MVP.
How about that?
Yep.
This is such a good idea, by the way, to have the Olympic team and basically the team that got snubbed for the Olympic team play each other in an All-Star. It's like that's how you fix All-Star games. It's just put the Olympic team and then you didn't make it. Play them now.
Yeah, they'll have a reason to actually play. And Caitlin Clark had a couple of assists to Angel Reese and Summer asking for the end of their beef. Squash it. Also, WNBA fans seem annoyed that Pitbull was the act that they secured for the halftime show. We did touch on that last week. I guess Pitbull's been misogynistic. I don't know. There were some dancers that were dancing, and they were wearing revealing clothing around Pitbull, and Pitbull apparently was out of breath.
Oh, he's out of shape?
Might be. Listen, you got to be.
That's okay.
I mean, he is like a high, performance act. You got to be.
Yeah.
Got to get in the gym.
There's a lot of yelling.
This is why I think Taylor Swift deserves credit as somebody who does all these concerts, because she's like doing 3-hour concerts, singing and dancing the whole time. I don't know if the dancing's good, but hey,
she's moving.
We try our best. TNT keeping basketball, but Ernie Johnson's taking a leave of absence during baseball season for a family matter. So hopefully it's not cancer again for him, and hopefully everything's going well with his family. And last but not least, Stephen A. Smith says there will be no reunion with Skip Bayless on his podcast. It is officially over. This is a really sad day.
Is it?
Yes.
I would like a one-time farewell tour.
Did you guys see the Cam Newton clip that's going around? Because he obviously went very viral for the game manager versus game changer quarterback conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So then he asked the question, is Skip Bayless a game manager or a game changer? Because he got fired basically as soon as he got rid of Stephen A. and Shannon Sharp.
I like this.
So,
I don't know if I agree, but I like the take.
I like the take. I like this take. I like that take.
Good job by Cam Newton.
Yeah. I give him credit because it looks bad on Skip to get rid of Shannon Sharp, and then he's out of a job now.
Skip can't do it on his own.
Yep.
Can't do it on his own. Yeah.
Couldn't do it with a team featuring very loud people like Keyshawn Johnson and Richard Sherman.
Yeah. Paul Pierce is also
Paul Pierce is there. Now, Paul Pierce I love Paul Pierce, but I think Paul Pierce is in a phase of his career where he's probably
a different kind of loud.
Detriment. Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of loud that goes on Instagram Live with a bunch of strippers.
I was forgetting about that.
Yeah. That's the loud he's on.
But listen, NBA champion. Never take that away from him.
I didn't. I just said
they'll never take it away from him, though. I'm just trying to say that. Hey, guys. That's going to wrap up In Case You Missed It, everything you might have missed over the weekend. Coming up next, did Stephon Diggs earn his Houston stripes with something he said yesterday? We'll talk about that next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You sign up at MyBookie.ag with promo code BET975. You're going to get an awesome deposit bonus. They match up to your first $1,000, and you get to play with it right away. Hell yeah. You can bet on anything. You could bet on a little game that they like to call poker. Maybe you're playing some Kenny Rogers in the background. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You got to you never count your money, but you can count your money at mybookie.ag because you'll have more money if you send in that promo code BET975. You get an awesome deposit bonus. You can play blackjack too. You can bet on baseball. You can bet on the Olympics. You can bet on who will win the presidency of the United States of America. I'm not even kidding. Kamala Harris is plus 160. Donald Trump is minus 195. Michelle Obama, third on the board, plus 3,500. Biden's not even there anymore. What's going on? What happened? What is happening? What is going on? MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Sign up today. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
It's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
A question that you can answer for us. 713-780-3776 to call and to text, and you can join us on Twitch too, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. How does one earn their Houston stripes? Both Joe and I, transplants. We've been here over a decade. each of us, but I wonder, what do you have to do in H-Town to earn your stripes? I don't know what earning your stripes would be. Does that mean earn your swangas? Earn your boots?
I still got to figure out if I can get some swangas on the van.
Oh yeah, dude.
And the candy paint. That's what we decided.
Candy paint's probably going to be expensive, but I'm sure there's somebody out there who could find you some swangas.
Maybe a fan of the show, give you a deal.
Yeah. Hook it up at Joe George Radio on Twitter. Hit the DMs.
Yeah. Middle management Joe, I'm not paying for that. But
I'm not paying for it either.
Joe's got it.
We'll come up with some kind
Joe's got it. Joe's very
He'll
compensated.
do some reads.
Yeah.
We'll find a way.
Okay.
I need him on the van. Live through a hurricane.
That's one.
I think that is an important one.
Live through a flood as well.
Yeah, flood, hurricane.
You've have to have dealt with the weather.
Yeah.
You need to be hit by an uninsured motorist twice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Check.
Almost hit on the road. I don't know. 45% of the time. Just 45% of the time. If you do not take action, you would have been in a car wreck.
Yeah.
That's a key part.
You need to get. I think you have to get like visibly upset in your car when someone is driving really slow with their hazards on when it's not raining that hard. Because that happens all the time here, and I don't understand why.
That happens everywhere, though.
I don't think so.
What, people driving with their hazards on?
When it's not raining that hard? I feel like there's a lot of like cowardly drivers.
Cowardly drivers, Jam Joe.
And then there's a bunch of,
drivers of Houston.
But then there's a bunch of dumb drivers who then drive into deep water. Like there's like you have these two extremes.
We have both sides covered.
Yeah.
On the like cowards and maybe you should be more cowardly.
Crawfish is important, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
What you have to declare Whataburger over In-N-Out, even if you don't mean it.
That's true. You do have to declare it publicly.
Yeah.
So there's lots of ones, and I want people to bring it in, bring their own edition of this. How does one earn their Houston boots? How does one earn their Houston swangas? But Stephon Diggs, newest Houston Texan wide receiver, I feel like he is officially Houston after, I think, a rather good summation of the city of Houston, where he has been for now 3 to 4 months.
I played in two extremely cold places. I imagine being here, this is what hell kind of feels like. You know what I'm saying? but I ain't complaining. I swear, the food's amazing. I've been trying to eat healthy, but I have a couple cheat days. I won't shout out any restaurants yet, but getting out there and seeing the people, that Southern hospitality is real, and just, the city is a lot of love. So I'm getting to know it a little bit. Highway's still getting tricky, so.
Last one.
So there you go. And look, I feel like that's a pretty good summary in less than a minute.
Yeah.
It's hot as hell. Food's really good.
Mm-hmm.
People are really friendly. The highways are tough to figure out. And as someone who keeps on screwing up at that like split between 59 and 610 on my way back from NRG Stadium, I agree. The highway still screws me up here.
Even though you go every day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I usually follow the GPS, and some days I don't turn the GPS on, and I'm directionally challenged.
Well, so when I moved to Houston, I've never turned my GPS off because there's always some kind of bad accident. So I'm like always being rerouted somewhere. So I just keep it on at all times. Because if I didn't have it, I would never get home. Ever.
I think that's not that, but what Stephon Diggs brought up is another key part. I think living through hurricane, I would say 1.5 over 1.5 combined hurricanes or floods, and then also living through a summer, which Stephon Diggs check on both. Just what a time for Stephon Diggs to move to Houston.
He might not have been here for either of those storms. He could have been elsewhere.
I guess that's true.
Sources can't confirm.
That is true. Well, I'll have to. Paul, when next time you're at training camp, ask him.
What's worse, a derecho or a hurricane?
Yes. Or were you here for either? If he goes, what's a derecho? You weren't here.
It's good to know.
Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George. What do you have to do to earn your Houston swangas, boots, stripes as a transplant? Stephon Diggs, I think, has earned it. And by the way, Stephon Diggs looked great again today at Texans training camp. I was out there earlier. I'll tell you some of the things I saw and tell you about some of the things I heard next. Don't go anywhere. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I was at Houston Texans training camp earlier today. Day 5, first day in full pads. Pads are here. Pads are here.
The pads are here.
So
finally.
Yeah, thank God, because the last 2 practices were, I thought, low energy and rather boring. Not that much hitting. D'Amico Ryan said afterwards, hey, we're not trying to hurt the team, literally, when we're out there. But before the practice began, before I tell you about what I saw, we got a press conference featuring Texans owner Cal McNair and his wife, Hannah McNair. They both went up to the podium in these new T-shirts that they're clearly trying to sell. Texans training camp, I will say, I think they're good-looking shirts. They say H-Town made on the front, and on the back, there's somebody throwing up the H. They are in that new H-Town blue. That's going to be a complimentary color for those alternate uniforms that they'll be wearing with the big H on the side. This is an interesting development as far as the NRG Stadium experience, because the Texans announced today that they've sold out all season tickets. Well, guess what? The roof might not be ready to go for quite some time. Here's Cal McNair talking about that.
So the studies are ongoing, and we'll learn more as we kind of work through it. But there are several panels that were damaged. These things aren't on your local shelf at the do-it-yourself Home Depot wonderful stores that are around. They're a special order, they're specially made, so it'll take a while. We're hopeful that we'll get them a month or so into the season. Meanwhile, we think the studies are showing that we'll be able to keep the roof closed or open, so we'll have the choice to do that. And we have a couple events coming up where we'll get to study and see how the building's able to condition and be ready for big crowds.
Sounds like there is a chance that they will be playing some games in September with the roof open or parts of the roof missing. And you know what? Hell yeah. I'm all in. Texans
Swarm!
I want that home field advantage.
Fans sweat.
They're going to sweat a lot.
I think you just open it all the way, though.
Yeah, you got to give it a little bit of breathing.
It'd be weird to have it with these 3 panels that are missing. Just open it all the way. Let the fans know ahead of time.
I will say.
Our tickets will be for sale at Joe George Radio on Twitter. DM me.
You're not going to go.
Except for week 2.
I don't blame you because that is not a stadium where there's going to be much of a cross breeze. I mean, it's just going to bake and that sticky hot air is going to sit in there. But guess what? Texans practicing out on the training camp fields in that weather, they're going to have a leg up on any teams they might play.
It's going to be raining on like the 10-yard line, it looks like. No, like that's like it's like the 10-yard line where you can see in the photo.
I like it.
Here.
Let's go.
So it's just gonna be randomly raining in part of the stadium.
Their first home game will be a night game at least.
Yeah,
against the Bears.
Yeah, so it'll be a little bit cooler.
And then they're back on the road. And so the first home game at noon is September 29th. Still gonna be hot, but at least they can get through a little bit of the season.
Who's that game against, Sean?
The Jaguars.
Oh, damn! Another team that's actually used to playing in the elements.
Well, then the next week the Bills. So
okay, so if it's still not fixed by the Bills game
by October 10th,
then they might have
October 6th.
Josh Allen and the Bills might be running ragged in the third quarter.
Hey, we saw him in that game against Miami. I guess now 2 years ago, where Stephon Diggs was fainting on the field.
That's true.
Oh wait, so is Stephon Diggs in trouble then?
No, because now he's here.
Yeah, yeah, he's working out right now.
More on Stephon Diggs in a moment. Cal McNair and Hannah McNair at the end of their press conference. Cal was asked about the Texans in the AFC South, expectations for the year. Cal did a very good job of dodging the question. Hannah did not.
For y'all to debate and for a team to go out and execute, and you can see it. They're putting their work in, which they got to do, and they got to build on it and get better every day, like they say. Come in and get better every day, and we'll get to where we want to go. So, but y'all have a lot of fun debating that and how many wins we're going to have and who's going to win the division and all that stuff. And we just gotta go to work.
That was Hannah in the background saying, "We are."
She's she does not understand the political part of being an owner, or she just doesn't care. Not that she just doesn't care.
Screw the political part.
Yeah, say you're going to win the division. It's fine.
This is legitimately better for the league, for these owners to be having fun with one another, because trash talk is good. More people are talking about the league during the offseason. Hannah understands big business, and she has been an awesome addition now that she clearly has more input to what the Houston Texans have been doing. And a lot of the changes that have taken place, they have happened after Hannah became a lot more proactive in the building. So,
yeah, I mean, when she was asked on the flagship about the jerseys and the new the dark blue and the light blue, the H-Town made jerseys, if they were going to wear those versus the Titans, Cal did the same thing where he kind of danced around the question.
Cal's political,
and then she was like, "We'll see," with a little smirk on her face. So I like, it's refreshing to have an owner be like that, like Jim Crane's kind of like that in a way as well. And if the Rockets are ever good, Tillman's also going to be like this. Or Tillman's
already like this.
Tillman's going to be unbearable if they're good at some point. But I'd rather my owner be that than always the politically correct answer.
Yeah, me too. As far as what I actually saw on the practice field, the first padded practice of training camp, most of the 11-on-11 work was from inside the 20-yard line. They started off at the 10, and then they went back to the 20 eventually. And Stephon Diggs looks like he's going to be quite the red zone threat. The very first play that they ran from the 10-yard line, which was blown dead by a false start. Blake Fisher on the other side, I believe, at left tackle, because Laramie Tunsil's not out there yet. But Diggs had an awesome comeback towards the front corner of the end zone, made a great catch on the sideline. A little bit later, Stroud threw a ball to the back corner of the end zone, and I don't think Diggs got his feet down, but he did come down with the football. And I think there was another catch by Diggs that ultimately was a touchdown. He's very good at getting open in that quick space, and even though he's not the biggest guy out there, okay, maybe Stroud's going to be looking for Stephon Diggs in the red zone. So if you're thinking about fantasy football options and you want to read way too much into one practice and full pads the first of the year, maybe Stephon Diggs is going to get a lot of touchdowns this season.
I'd say for the Texans that Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell will lead the team in red zone touchdowns this year.
Interesting.
Between the two of them.
Tank Dell.
CJ found him all the time in the end zone last year. They seemed to have a really comfortable, especially when like a play would break down, they would know how to find each other. We saw obviously the big drive against Arizona, where CJ finds Tank Dell to win the game, the Tampa Bay game as well. In the red zone, like I think I'm gonna bet on Diggs and Tank being the two guys with the most touchdowns of that to Schultz and Nico.
I'll be honest. I hope that Schultz is getting it more because I just don't really want to see Tank Dell in the red zone that much, given what happened last time.
Just don't block. Just don't block.
It's crowded out there.
Just
it's crowded.
Put him on the outside.
Well, if you're on the outside, you're eventually going to have to come towards the middle of the field, or you're just closer to everybody. You don't get to use all that space. So I don't know, but whatever the case, Stroud and Diggs, there's clearly a connection already. They have their own handshake. They're talking to each other after plays. I asked Titus Howard about his first impressions of Stephon Diggs, and Howard clearly believes that whatever narratives about Stephon Diggs were on the outside, he thinks they're BS. He thinks he's a good guy, as Stephon Diggs said. I'm a great guy. It's early, so they're in the honeymoon phase, but everyone has described Diggs as a leader to this point and somebody who they have enjoyed hanging out with. And for what it's worth, totally different than what we heard about him in Buffalo and in Minnesota, and hopefully it stays that way.
Stephon Diggs, whether it's through the media or through his teammates, has done a really good job of kind of killing those narratives. Like just the way he presents himself when he's talking to the media, the way he is on the field, looking like he's having more fun than anyone at practice. What you're hearing from his former teammates as well. I know, Cole Beasley was on Landry Locker's podcast a couple weeks ago and was saying how he thought all the narratives were just garbage about Stephon Diggs and how he is a good teammate and a hardworking guy. So wide receivers just get put in this diva thing, and then
he has been a diva before.
For sure,
you can't deny it.
But when things aren't, he's not going to be here long enough, probably for it to go sour. That's one of the benefits of what they've done with his contract. If he's only here for a year, I can't imagine what we saw with Josh Allen and the end of his run with Kirk Cousins. That's going to happen with Stephon Diggs. I just don't see it.
The defensive side of things, Kamari Lassiter had a nice play yesterday in coverage on Stephon Diggs. There were some things written about him afterwards, and a lot of questions were asked about Lassiter afterwards. Something to keep in mind, it was a nice play. I did see that. It is very hard for those who are there covering practice to see the defensive backfield. It just is. Generally, the players keep lining up in the line of sight between us and the actual defensive backs. So take everything with a grain of salt as far as like astute observations of what things are seen. Like basically we all have to come together and kind of talk with each other to just definitively know everything that might have happened on a play, because it's very hard to see the numbers. But whatever the case, Lassiter had a nice play yesterday, and there were a lot of compliments about Kamari Lassiter yesterday. So we actually heard from Kamari Lassiter. We also heard from Jalen Petrie, and both of them mentioned that Azeez Al-Shaair is the de facto leader of that defense, the new linebacker that they got from the Titans. Jalen Petrie mentioned a story similar to Will Anderson, where I guess he did something wrong, and Al-Shaair got on him right away.
Interesting.
And I even asked Kamari Lassiter, has that happened to you yet? I said it in this way, have you experienced Al-Shaair's leadership? And Lassiter was like, I think I know what you're talking about there. Pause for a moment. No, that hasn't happened yet. But hey, when someone's getting after us in a harsh way, like you realize it's not out of anger about you, it's about doing your job.
Yeah.
So Al-Shaair is clearly settling into that role as a leader on defense.
Well, that's interesting because it clearly was like one of their top targets. I mean, D'Amico's coached him before, so bringing him in, he's probably going to be calling. I'm guessing he's going to wear the green dot on defense. Just a guess because last year Toto wore it the first game of the season. I think it was.
I don't even know who wore it at the end of the year.
Yeah,
I would assume Denzel Perriman was doing it for a bit, but yeah, I don't know. But Al-Shaair is, I think, going to be the most impactful addition on a defense that added 28 sacks and Daniil Hunter and Danico Autry. The pass rush is going to be better, but they needed somebody, I think, to just have them be smarter.
Good.
And they didn't have that last year. Last observation from Texans training camp, which I was out earlier this morning. Nico Collins and John Mechie had scheduled days off. Christian Harris still not back. He's dealing with an injury, soft tissue injury, I believe, with a groin. And Joe Mixon also not back at practice yesterday. D'Amico Ryan said, though, that's fine.
All right, well, we'll wait and see. Hopefully, Joe Mixon's not out too long. I'd like to see him out there at some point. But
I would too, but again, all the reps that Dameon Pierce can get, or
That's
these
good.
other running backs, Jawar Jordan. I'm much more in favor of the young running backs getting work now than Joe Mixon.
Yeah, training camp's always a weird time too because you just don't know how safe these teams are being.
Dameon Pierce got taken to the ground, and that actually was a moment where everyone was like, "Oh,
yeah,
what's going on?"
Would Christian Harris be playing if this was week 1 of the NFL season? It's those things are hard to know at this point in training camp because they're just always precautious. So, those are always important things to keep an eye on, especially with this team. With what happened last year, they got beat up pretty badly by the injury bug in 2023. So you hope that this year is much better.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text. We'll read some of what you said as far as things a transplant must do to earn their Houston swangers, their Houston boots. Also, another person is saying the Houston Texans won't win the AFC South. What is this? Gallant and George, stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
We like to give you Deep Steel Blue pills here, and I felt like I gave you quite a bit in that last segment. Texans were out at training camp practice number 5. They were in full pads. They're wearing those H-Town blue T-shirts. available for an affordable price at the Houston Texans team store. And
I say, what do you think? That's like $39.99?
probably more than that. Honestly, that might be $50. But hey, if they're comfortable, they're comfortable. CJ Stroud and Stephon Diggs have a connection. There's a new leader in the room. I mean, the hype is there. Had a national reporter out there, Evan Washburn. God, that man's hair is impressive. Especially to be able to stay the way that it stays through the rain. Good job by you, Evan Washburn. I need to know what kind of product you're using. It's the TV product, whatever that is.
Fancy product.
It works. But, we do give you deep steel blue pills. Occasionally, we got to red pill you. Occasionally, we have to give you something that makes you see what you perhaps don't want to see. And we finally have somebody else who doesn't believe in your Houston Texans winning the AFC South.
Heretics dare to question the Houston Texans' greatness.
How dare you?
Is it bullshit? Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Or will you take this battle red pill?
You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Nate Davis of the USA Today made predictions for the 2024 season before pretty much anybody out there. Good for you. You can call first. In the AFC South, Joe, he does not have the Houston Texans. He has the Indianapolis Colts winning the division at 11-6.
Woo! It's a lot of wins.
Worse, he doesn't have the Houston Texans in second place in the AFC South or even making the playoffs. He has the Jacksonville Jaguars at 10-7. Being the second team to make the playoffs out of the AFC as a 6th seed. He has the Texans going 9-8. His rationale, after talking about all the additions they made, yet sophomore slumps happen too. Unfamiliar expectations can become overwhelming. And a team that finished one game ahead of the injury-riddled Colts and Jags in 23 must now play a first-place schedule, which also projects as the AFC's South's hardest in 2024. One that includes 3 consecutive division winners from last season coming out of a Week 14 bye. That Week 14 bye sucks. Progression, regression, stay tuned. But the latter must be considered in equal measure with the former. I don't disagree with anything he said there, as much as I want to disagree with everything that he said there. I don't think the Jaguars will be ahead of the Texans, though. I think it's between Houston and Indianapolis for the South.
Yeah, I don't believe the Texans will finish 3rd in the division. I do believe they're going to win it. I understand the argument of why they're not going to. The schedule is daunting. And if they don't have the division essentially secured by the bye week, it's going to be really challenging. Because you might go 0-3 versus the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens coming out of the bye. At best, you go 1-2. Even if the Texans exceed all expectations this year, the idea that you're going to beat both Kansas City and Baltimore in back-to-back weeks, it's just not realistic. And it's not even back-to-back weeks. It's within 4 days. You play on Saturday and on Wednesday.
Yeah, you got totally screwed by the schedule.
Yeah, that is the toughest stretch in anyone's schedule in the NFL.
The Ravens have a pretty tough stretch as well, because I think that they also have Kansas City in that stretch. I could be wrong off the top of my head. Everyone that's having that, there's 3 teams that are doing that 3 games in 10 days stuff.
Yeah, they play. See, they got the Giants, the Steelers, and then the Texans ending on Christmas. So there's a little more. Oh, it's so weird to look at a schedule and it says TV and it says Netflix.
That is bizarre.
That's still so bizarre to see.
Maybe it was Kansas City that had the other tough one.
Yeah,
that's actually a lot more favorable.
Kansas City has a pretty. I think theirs is pretty tough. But yeah, they go Cleveland, Houston, Pittsburgh.
Okay, so the Texans have the toughest.
Yeah, and look, it's part of the schedule. It's the way it's going to play out. I don't remember who the NFC teams are playing on Christmas or who the Ravens are. Who is the other team playing on Christmas? But it's the reality of the Texans season that they have one of the toughest schedules in the NFL on paper right now. A lot can change. A lot.
The Texans better get me a Christmas present for all the deep steel blue pilling I've been doing to everybody here. You know, I'm winning the fan base back single-handedly.
We're trying. But, you know, you play Indianapolis, who, if Anthony Richardson's healthy, they're going to be a good football team this year.
Yeah.
You're going to at least play
Minshew
in
stunk
week
last
1.
year, and they were good. I
Yeah.
mean,
Like, you're at least going to get in week 1. Who knows what you're going to have by week 8 if he'll be there. You do play the New York Jets this year, who actually hurt your, like, they've hurt your strength of schedule because they didn't have a good record last year. If Aaron Rodgers is healthy, that roster is good. Who knows what Halloween's going to look like when you play that team.
And the Jets beat you last year.
And
they're kicking your ass
stomped
before CJ Stroud got hurt.
Yeah.
With Zach Wilson on the center. for
So
God's sake.
you've got a lot of tough stuff, like tough games. Yes, you play 3 rookie quarterbacks, maybe in the first 6 weeks. Like you might get Sam Darnold week 3, not JJ McCarthy. Today, the New England Patriots said that Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback that's ready, and so
Super Bowl. Watch out.
Jacoby Brissett week 6 instead of
Super
Drake
Bowl
May.
champion.
Here we come. Oh, the Texans better watch out. Jacoby Brissett with the New England Patriots. Remember that game?
And with the Colts.
Well, so Jacoby Brissett with the Texans facing Jacoby Brissett had like a 40-yard touchdown run in a 16-0 victory over the Texans, and I want to say, was that 2016?
Yeah,
and
it was the year Brady was.
The year Brady was wrongfully suspended.
He's been good against the Texans for, like, I think, in Cleveland, Indianapolis, and in New England.
You're right.
For some reason, Jacoby Brissett.
Low-key Texans killer.
Biggest
Watch out.
Texans killer on their schedule in 2024.
Patriots are going 17-0,
Jacoby.
guys. Just want you to hear
You
it
mean
first.
0-17?
Jacoby Brissett. They're going to, you know what? They didn't get the 19 that one time. They're going to get 20.
They're going to get 20 this year?
Heard it here first, baby. 20-0 with Jacoby Brissett.
Once again, I think you said it backwards. I think you mean 0-20. They're going to lose all 3 preseason games, and then the next.
No.
And then the next.
Hang
17
on.
regular season
They're
games.
going to be preseason champs, baby. We're going to go 3-0 in the preseason.
That's
Okay.
a more attainable goal.
Slightly
like
more
winning
attainable.
the Summer League championship.
Shout out to Reed Shepard, by the way, Summer League MVP.
Hey, let's go, Reed.
All Summer League team.
Oh, my bad.
Have they named the MVP yet?
Yeah, I think it was a guy from Brooklyn.
Oh, what the hell? That's racist. They don't want to give a white guy the Summer League MVP. That's what it is. It's woke country of ours. Anyway, what are we talking about? Oh yeah,
it's
I
disagree. I disagree with Nate Davis, but this is gonna start happening more. The Texans have been hyped up. We talked about this a lot. The Texans have been hyped up all offseason. You're gonna start to see people switch it up. DJ, now it's Nate.
Here's another question, not necessarily a zag. This is from Mike Jones of The Athletic.
Who?
Mike Jones. What's the number? I can't remember it off the top of my head.
281-330-8004.
Thank you, Sean Maves. Keeping us.
I earned my stripes right there.
Keeping us transplants honest. We do have to get back to things that make you an honorary Houstonian after you've been a transplant in the past. Mike Jones writes, can C.J. Stroud avoid the sophomore slump? Last season, quarterback C.J. Stroud delivered one of the most impressive rookie campaigns in NFL history. His efforts helped the Texans win the AFC South and reach the playoffs. Now, he'll be expected to further elevate his game and his team. Stroud and the Texans won't be able to sneak up on anyone. Rival coordinators have spent the offseason scheming on ways to contain him. Stroud and offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick must find ways to remain a step ahead of the competition. Questions remain about the Texans' offensive line quality, but the franchise has invested in wide receivers and defensive playmakers. Can Stroud do his part to keep the ascension going? I feel like you should mention Stephon Diggs when you say add wide receivers. And I feel like, yeah, okay, C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick, maybe in that spot right there, they were not staying ahead of the competition, but you know who was? 6-time Super Bowl champion Nick Caserio.
I don't believe in the sophomore slump that often.
It
does
like
happen, but
I'm with you. I think it's thrown out, but it's thrown out as something that is not that always happens every single year, if that makes sense. Like, I think people say, like, well, there's the chance that you could have a sophomore slump. And sure, it happens, but there's no way to really predict it. It's not something you expect either. It's sort of just like a gut feeling of water finding its level.
Yeah, and just a lot of times it's also the quality of the player. It's not a sophomore slump either. It's we got this wrong. Baker Mayfield, we got it wrong. Baker Mayfield had an incredible rookie year. he wasn't good the next year. Sam Bradford, also incredible rookie year, wasn't just a good quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's not. I feel like most times it's not so much your sophomore slump. It's that you're awesome as a rookie.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, water kind of found its level, and who you are your sophomore year going forward is kind of more who you are than the rookie year. So yeah, it's less of a slump. It also is just something. I don't know. It's a what is the contrarian view that I can have, or not contrarian view, but what's the downside of CJ Stroud?
Sophomore slump.
Yeah, and it's just sophomore slump.
Yeah.
There's not because like you said, there's nothing tangible to a sophomore slump. It never comes with he's gonna have a sophomore slump because it's always
Right.
might have a sophomore slump.
Jeremy Pena is brought up by King of Twitch.
That's a great point.
It happens. Mac Jones had one.
But see, also just sucks.
Right. Look at Mac Jones shirtless.
He's the backup quarterback for Trevor Lawrence.
I don't hate the fat shame. I was right in my feeling. I remember when they picked him in the first year happened. I was like, yeah, but he's I'm faster than him. Come on.
Jeremy Pena is a
Say
great
same thing about
example
Brady.
in sports where he was not good in year 2 and then he was absolutely incredible. But Mac Jones is not a sophomore slump. He's just not a good quarterback. King of Twitch then brings up Damian Pierce. We'll see.
I can say Jalen Petrie too. Look, yes, guys have sophomore slumps, but it's not something that's predictive.
Yes.
It just happens or it doesn't.
Yeah, you know who didn't have a sophomore slump? Lamar Jackson.
Andrew
he went
Luck.
out and won the MVP. There's so many guys that don't have a sophomore slump.
CJ Stroud does not strike me as someone who's going to have a sophomore slump. CJ Stroud might not be as efficient as he was last year and might turn the football over a little bit more. But the idea of Stroud having a sophomore slump after what we saw out of him last year, his pocket presence, his accuracy downfield, his aggressiveness throwing the football downfield, his ability to extend plays when he needs to, and on top of that, a rapport that he created with wide receivers that were considered the worst receiving group in the NFL going into the year. The idea of a sophomore slump, to me, is far-fetched. Okay? Is that enough? Cool. I know the Twitch loves hating on the Houston Texans for whatever reason. I get it. There's been a lot of bad years. Clearly, you didn't watch it all last year. Let's start watching if we're going to contribute to the conversation.
Yeah, for CJ to have a sophomore slump, his touchdown total would stay around the same, about 23, and the interceptions would go from 5 to closer to 15. You're not seeing the increase in touchdowns, but the increase in interceptions has gone up dramatically. They've continued to fail in the red zone and short yardage situation. I just don't see that. His interception total is going to be much higher this year. I also expect him to throw nearly 40 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Right? That's fair. When you say at least 35.
You know what Bill Belichick says? Stats are for losers, the final scores for winners.
Touche. I can't disagree with that. I can't. If Bill Belichick said it, it's right.
What I always feel like is on predicting the numbers. I don't really know what to say, because every single game, as Brock Osweiler says, is its own story. So it would be great
we can debate that. Quoting Brock Osweiler has less weight than quoting Bill Belichick.
Well, listen, just the yin, the yang, right? 40 would be awesome. Is it the expectation?
No. Like 32 and above.
It's weird because it's very difficult, I think, to predict who's going to have the most touchdown passes in a given year. I mean, you would think it would be Patrick Mahomes every single season. He's usually up there towards the top, but
he was down last year because they changed the style.
If you're betting on the weapons that Stroud has and betting on the Texans to throw the football a lot more than they ran the ball last year, then Stroud should lead the NFL or be close to the top of the NFL in a lot of major passing categories. But if you watched last year and the amount of times that the Texans run the football, especially in situations where they probably shouldn't have, given that the running game sucked last year, you could see why maybe those numbers don't end up being what we all want them to be. But we shall see. That is your Battle Red Pill. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Coming up next, 44 days away from the start of the NFL year, featuring one of the greatest legends in league history and an all-time one-liner. You'll hear from him on the other side. Stick around. 44 days away from the start of the NFL season. I mean, with my Syracuse hat on my head, how can we forget Broncos legend Floyd Little, number 44? How can we forget any of the great number 44s who came out of Syracuse, like Rob Conrad and Daryl Moose Johnson?
That's a good one. I know that name.
Yeah. Rob Conrad played for the Dolphins, I think.
I didn't know that one.
I think he was the last guy to wear number 44 at the university where football. Guess what? It was found out that segregation was bad because Syracuse beat Texas in a national title in 1959. Suck it. Suck it. And you know why? Because we weren't racist. How about that? How about that, UT? You think I'm such a UT guy all the time? Ha ha! Sagging, baby.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
It's TEX now.
You're right.
It's not UT.
The SEC is calling them TEX.
UT stands for the University of Tennessee officially now.
Yeah.
Syracuse is 1-0 in Final Fours against Texas and 1-0 in national championships against Texas. Superior football and basketball school.
I mean, definitely basketball. I'm
letting that marinate.
not
I don't know
gonna say anything about
I don't think they're
basketball.
better than Texas at anything now, like except for men's soccer. Anyway, also John Riggins.
Not even journalism.
Definitely not journalism. John Riggins, you might remember him, number 44 for the Washington then Redskins back in the day. I was looking for some of John Riggins one-liners. This is John Riggins coming back from a holdout.
I'll start off by saying I'm bored, I'm broke, and I'm back.
Hell yeah.
I love that.
John Riggins once told Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, quote, "Loosen up, Sandy baby, you're too tight," before he passed out drunk on the floor during Vice President George Bush's speech.
They used to have fun back in the day.
Used to party.
Riggins was known for some unique pregame rituals, which included showing up hungover, getting an enema, and taking a B12 shot. He was once so hungover he missed the bus to the NFC Championship game.
Can you call it a ritual if you show up hungover?
Yeah.
And then the rest of your ritual is to combat the hangover?
Yeah, I just feel like
that's not a ritual.
That's just being an alcoholic. like that's not a ritual.
A ritual. Oh, it's a ritual to wake up hungover.
During one team meeting, Redskins players heard a strange noise from inside the locker room, like the sound you hear when it starts to pour rain. They glanced in the back, and there was a groggy Riggins lying on his back, his pants pulled down, peeing straight into the air all over himself. I had never seen that Riggins story before. That's my favorite. Oh, my God. John Riggins was a legend. He's grog before grog.
Let's see. Texans players. Vontae Leach.
Oh, the most ripped person I've ever seen in my life.
Colin Gillespie, another fullback.
Oh, 12th man.
Yeah, 12th man.
It's a great segment for Ackies out there. Ben Tate. Remember
Ben
him?
Tate?
Ben Tate.
Ben Tate.
1,000-yard rusher.
He was sick in 2011, 2012. He was huge in 2011. Moran Norris. Good dude. Come on now. Come on.
Some good ones. Finally, a number where I recognize a lot of names.
Yeah.
Feel
44.
Like we're
not
really,
the number you'd think would be the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go, everybody. All right. As we go around the National Football League, I'm very curious about how the city of Houston feels about Steve McNair, who was with the Houston Oilers for a couple of years, because that was also during the awkward phase where it was clear the Oilers were leaving town. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say Steve McNair played 2 years in Houston, like 95 and 96. Could be wrong on that front. I apologize for that. But then he goes to the Tennessee Titans and has a really good career. Co-MVP in 2003, three-time Pro Bowler. And I always just loved watching him play because I thought he was a tough SOB at QB, fairly mobile. He and Eddie George, too, because George was on, I think, the Oilers for a couple of minutes as well. Of course, before they moved to Tennessee and they became the Titans. I'm curious about what Houston's relationship is with Steve McNair, but there will be a untold documentary, the same documentary series that brought you Swamp Kings about the Florida Gators. They had Johnny Manziel. They had something about Steve Donaghy, the referee from Tim Donaghy, my bad. The referee from the NBA who was fixing games. The Malice of the Palace.
Yep.
They're going to be doing an episode on the murder of Steve McNair. He was, I believe, killed with a shotgun, I think, by his girlfriend at the time, who then turned it on herself.
It's gonna be an interesting story because they're gonna go over his football career too. So I'm there's still a lot. I don't know a lot about how he died and what exactly happened. So I'm actually curious about this one. They're also doing a Connor Stallions documentary to give his side of the Michigan cheating scandal. Zero interest in that one because I don't know. Unless he's gonna be the fall guy for 30 minutes. Which might be what it is, to be honest.
I have interest in that because Michigan and the New England Patriots are our brothers in arms.
That's true.
Because the Houston Astros, they've stolen signs. The Michigan Wolverines, they've stolen signs. The Patriots, they've stolen signs. More teams stole signs. But they were outed as doing it, and you know what? We're just going to say everybody was doing it.
Yeah.
That's how we sweep it under the rug and claim that there is no asterisk attached to the Astros 2017
Stealing signs is a
title.
totally normal thing.
Totally normal. Everyone should steal signs.
And they all still do.
Stephen Jones of the Dallas Cowboys says an 18-game NFL schedule is probably inevitable. Just get it over with already. Get it over with. Shrink the preseason. 4 preseason games. I am dreading the 4 preseason games.
Yeah, and then Schefter reported today, a bunch of people did, that the NFL and the NFLPA are having active conversations about this, or the NFLPA executive director, he said it himself to Mark Maskey of the Washington Post, that they're having these conversations at a very high level. This is going to happen maybe next season.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Are they starting this up for 2025? We have 18 games.
I think I could see it. Like this would be
25 or 26 for sure.
Especially with how much of a disaster the Super Bowl is going to be this year. If people,
I don't know how is it going to be.
When they moved the Super Bowl back because of the schedule change, they had to move. They kept it in New Orleans. These geniuses have the Super Bowl happening the first weekend of Mardi Gras.
Oh,
that is going to be a dumpster fire. In New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans is a small town,
and you're going to have Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl happening the same weekend. Good luck.
You could do what Jacksonville did when Jacksonville held Super Bowl 39. They brought in cruise boats for people to stay on. But, yeah, it's going to be rather crowded in New Orleans. Hey, I don't care. I mean, Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl the same weekend, to me, that's awesome. I know New Orleans locals. Sucks to be you for a little bit, but...
well, I'm just saying we might have a house to stay in, so...
Oh, okay.
My cousin lives there.
Okay.
We're talking about trading houses for the week.
Interesting.
Where they might come to Houston and we might go there.
Interesting. The NFL CBA doesn't expire until after 2030, so they're going to have to give the players something if they make it happen before then.
Yeah.
We'll see if that actually happens, because the NFL owners don't generally give players bleep.
Yeah, I think they'll do expanded rosters or something.
Okay.
But I think next year, 2026 the latest, this happens.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros lost 4-0 to the Oakland A's last night. We're looking at things that the Houston Astros can do to improve themselves. So first off, let's just talk about the things that Dana Brown will inevitably call post-trade deadline acquisitions, the latest on the health front for all of your beloved Astros. And there's a couple of options that Houston should perhaps kick the tires on that have just been made available. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hits his ball to third. Could be the second straight double play he's hit into, and it is. Myers grounds into an inning-ending double play with a bases filled. So Harris has had 3 double plays turned behind him tonight and still shutting out the Astros through 6.
You can watch us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch, ESPN 97.5. Ken Little had a comment when we were talking about the Astros 4-0 loss to the A's earlier in the show, saying the lineup was not bad last night offensively, except for Myers, Aledmus Diaz, Chaz, Dubon. Jake Myers had the 2-ground. Falls into double plays last night. Your offense left a lot to be desired, and there's a lot of injuries still. Kyle Tucker, the biggest of the Astros injuries as far as every day, but last night was a frustrating one, Joe.
Well, and while there are the injuries, they've played pretty good without him. So the expectations, to me, continue to be the same of what they had been going into last night's game. That the bottom of the order, as bad as Dubon, Diaz, McCormick, and Myers were, that they're going to figure it out, because they have been. For the most part, those guys have figured out a way to come through in clutch moments or to get on base, so that way Altuve and Bregman and Alvarez can drive them home. And they all failed to do so. So it was just collectively a poor game from the lineup. But when you list like 50% of the lineup as bad, that is a problem. I mean, that's what the guy on YouTube, he literally named almost everybody.
Yeah.
He mentioned the bottom 5 guys in the lineup.
Yeah, it was a crap night at the plate.
Yeah,
No
it
doubt
was
about
awful. It was awful. They got absolutely dominated by Harris.
Yep. And look, the game was 2 hours and 7 minutes. That's neato. I like that. And only 2 more games at the Coliseum. But as Joe said, they might be the A's next year when they're playing in Sacramento in a minor league ballpark, playing games that are later in the day because they have to play after is it the Sacramento River Cats?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So you might be able to go 2 for. I think that's in the Space Cowboys division.
Oh, no way.
So maybe the Space Cowboys and the Astros will play in the same day. You can go out, you can see the future and the present 1 for 1. Why not?
I like that. I like seeing this. Luis Garcia, through a 31-pitch bullpen session yesterday, was up to 91 miles per hour. Still seems like he's got some ways to go. You want to get him, 93, 94, something like that. But that's a pretty encouraging sign. That was per Joe Espada. Justin Verlander is scheduled to throw another bullpen tomorrow. Lance McCullers still not throwing. They need a starting pitcher.
Very badly, and you might still want to acquire 2 of them at this point, because while you've been lucky that Fromber and Hunter Brown and Blanco haven't had any injuries, they haven't had any injuries yet. So while you're hoping that Garcia and Verlander get you something, if they want to go to a 6-man rotation like the audio we played yesterday from Dana Brown when he was on SiriusXM MLB Network, when he directly mentioned a 6-man rotation, you still might want to be looking to acquire 2 guys. Even if one of them is a veteran player who can go back and forth between the bullpen and the rotation, you got to keep your options open, because that's my guess of what Arrighetti is he's going to become the long guy in the bullpen.
I'd hope that there are higher hopes for him, but
at least for this year.
For this year, right?
Yeah.
Come playoff time, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, and probably, and there might be even series where he's just not even on the roster, but just to help you get through the regular season, where you got a 8-0 lead in the 4th. And Blanco's on the mound. Maybe you take him out early that day and let Arrighetti pitch 4 innings or something like that.
Was J.P. France left off the ALDS roster? I forget off the top of my head. Okay, I thought so. So there you go from the pitcher perspective. It will be funny, and it will happen when Dana Brown talks about the return of Kyle Tucker and the return of Luis Garcia and the return of Justin Verlander after the trade deadline as trade deadline acquisition.
No one had a better deadline than the Astros. It sounds
honestly that you got a Hall of Famer.
A player better than Kyle Tucker will not be traded at the deadline.
That's true. That's true. So I'm looking forward to that moment in time.
If they're back but they won't be back at the deadline though. Also, just to be semantics here.
Ye of little faith, Joe. The Astros doctors. You don't think they can get them back on the field?
Neither of those guys are playing in the next 7 days.
Kyle Tucker's almost running.
He is supposed to go through a more high intense workout. They said today.
Gosh, such a bad bruise.
It's my favorite, the way that they're so vague with everything. There are a couple of baseball players available for the Astros to sign right now. The Mariners cut Ty France. He's a first baseman. I'm familiar with France's work in Seattle. I feel like baseball has figured out how to throw to Ty France. He's a contact hitter, but he's a very good fielder. So he's available if the Astros would like him over John Singleton. I don't think there's that much of a difference between the two, but Singleton's perhaps better in terms of drawing pitches. James Paxton, the big maple, cut by the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, he's one that
That's who I want to bring in. Now, here's the problem. He gets injured all the time.
He does.
I actually have a James Paxton t-shirt that I bought when I was in Seattle because he played for the Mariners once. They brought him back, and he got hurt immediately after joining the Mariners. And I was like, damn it, I got this shirt, and I can't even wear it.
I remember that.
I have his stats up. Yes, he pitched for the Mariners from 2013 to 18, then was on the Yankees for 19 to 20, and then 2021, Seattle Mariners, 1 start.
Yep, it was his first start. It was his first start. So he gets hurt a lot.
1 and a third inning.
So one of the things that you got to keep in mind, if you're gonna bring in a pitcher, you probably want him to not be someone who's gonna get hurt right away.
Yes, but can he just give you like 3 starts until the deadline and those other guys gets back? I'm just looking for someone to bridge the gap here.
Hey, he's made 18 starts this season.
Yeah, and we'll see how Jake Bloss does tonight, because Bloss still could be an answer as part of this. And at this point, I think I'm more optimistic that Jake Bloss is a better answer in your rotation for the rest of the season than Spencer Arrighetti. I'm just kind of over it at this point. He just doesn't have the command that you need, so I'd almost take a flyer on the young guy that we don't really know anything about. So I'd be fine with Paxton just to give him a shot until Verlander and Garcia get back.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say until he gets hurt.
Or until he gets hurt. Whatever comes first.
He just has catastrophic luck. I'm surprised he didn't get injured that one time. Remember this way back in the day? There was a video that went viral of James Paxton and an eagle landed on him.
Oh, yeah.
He was just out in the middle of the
That's
field
right.
and an eagle
Yeah.
lands on
I
you.
forgot about that.
Surprised he didn't get his eyes pecked out. It's like wearing an eye patch. Like Eamon Targaryen. Yeah.
Terra labrum or something.
Yeah. Just rips his arm out of his socket or something like that.
Yeah, but let's give it a shot. Why not?
Yeah, he's been healthy this year, it looks like. So
Yeah.
he hasn't been like old James Paxton. He's been all right.
Hey.
All right's good enough.
Get Murphy and Miller on the case. They'll figure it out.
Get in the lab.
Not Dallas Keuchel, though. 'Cause I saw that floating around when he got DFA'd again or whatever by the Brewers. No.
Yeah.
He stinks.
Yeah.
He's cooked.
I was not enthused by because I had the same reaction where I saw he was starting. I was like, whoa. And then I saw the numbers. I was like, ugh.
His first start was really good for Milwaukee, and then his next three or four were disastrous.
Yeah.
So, but I would take a flyer on Paxton, and I'd rather sign him now and then just cut him if you make a big trade at the deadline. What's it going to hurt besides your wallet? That's also the question about the deadline, I guess. Is Jim Crane going to spend money? Or is a guy like Paxton, who's cheap, their only option?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But, yeah, you definitely got to consider it. If he's available and you don't have to give anything up for him, like, can't you take a flyer on him? How much are you going to have to pay? Probably not that much. I'm with you. I've seen enough Dallas Keuchel for one lifetime. Anyway, it is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Losing to the Ace sucks. Who is it more embarrassing to lose to? 2024 in sports. Who is it more embarrassing to lose to? It is Gallant and George. Stay put. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Couple of things on the table right now. Anybody that you want the Houston Astros to make a phone call to, let us know. We might put together some sort of big board as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline. It's about a week away. There's a list of potential additions that the Astros could make. And on top of that, who is it more embarrassing to lose to than the Oakland A's? I got to say, it hits a little harder losing to the Oakland A's when you're seeing all these details about how the financing for a future stadium is an absolute disaster.
Yeah, got gag orders going on.
How do you have no financing in place? None. Like, they have no financing at all. It would be understandable if they don't have all of the financing in place. They do not have a single effing cent.
So 0%.
But
finance.
they're moving to Vegas.
They're not moving to Vegas. At least with this ownership group.
Rob Manfred, though, is making it seem like they're moving. And it's funny. It's like, is the commissioner of the third most popular American professional sports league more powerful than the mayor and the local government of the most fun city in the United States of America? I don't know, but I tend to believe that the mayor of Vegas has a little more clout than the commissioner of baseball.
But that's what, because they keep screwing it up. They put this clause in there, or something where when they were talking to Vegas, the Oakland A's put this neutral site games into the conversation where they wanted to play a certain amount of games at a neutral site. I don't know if that was back in Oakland, and they wanted to just kind of keep that fan base. But then everyone in Las Vegas was like, why are we paying for this if you're taking home games away from us, guaranteed every single year? There's only 81 of these things, but you want to play 74 in Vegas instead of 81? They seem to do every single thing wrong. And until they're sold, they're going to continue this way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And you know what? If I was Las Vegas, I don't want them. I don't want them. Go to Nashville, where there's an ownership group there that's ready to go.
I want a team in the AL West that's in Nashville.
Yeah. And then expand.
Selfishly.
And then expand to Vegas.
No, they can't. Baseball's not expanding.
Fresh start.
I think there's too many teams, and there's such a delusion of talent. And on top of that, the fact that you have just such a discrepancy between the haves and have-nots, even with the luxury tax in place. I don't think they'll ever expand.
I know, but they want a team in Vegas, but it just shouldn't be Oakland.
Wanting a team in Vegas,
it shouldn't be this ownership group.
It's strange because if you're going to Las Vegas, do you want to watch a baseball
game? No.
I mean, it's one thing if you're going for the weekend to watch a football game, or if you're someone from a cold weather city going to Vegas to enjoy Vegas and watch a hockey game. Baseball's the one where you're going to go in the hottest months of the year to Vegas.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't get why it's a draw for out of towners. And I mean, the tourism industry is going to be something in Vegas with any sports team where like a lot of the dollars are going to be coming from people who don't live there. Vegas is not that big of a town.
Well, no, and the part of the problem is just the schedule itself. Is that the Astros will play in Vegas 6 or 7 times every single year. So people will be able to do this trip whenever they want. Where it's a little bit different for the Texans, so I'll give my other perspective, the Bears' perspective on this, just for this one segment. They play in Vegas every 8 years. Once every 8 years. Now, maybe with the 17th game schedule, it'll happen a little more often, but that's luck of the draw. But you're talking about once every 8 years, you can see your football team play in Vegas if you're an NFC team. Well, now with the new MLB schedule, it's going to happen at minimum every other season, so there's not that draw. If you're a hockey fan and you don't play in the Vegas division, you're going to play there once every year. So there is that tourism of like, hey, I'm going to go to Vegas for this one opportunity to see my team. Well, Astros fans don't need that. And even if
Astros fans would travel, though. I mean, they travel to Oakland, for God's sake.
But they'll travel how often? Like, they'll do it a lot the first 2 or 3 years, but at some point, it's like, I shouldn't have done that.
There's diminishing returns with the also,
if the Astros are good, I think people will go to watch the Astros in Vegas. I think the problem is the Angels suck, and they're within driving distance of Vegas. How many people are going to drive for the Angels out there? Maybe there would be some, actually, now that I think about it. But
It being the Angels is the hard part. If they're in the same division as
the
the Dodgers,
Yes.
then I could see people driving.
Yeah.
But I can't see people driving for the Angels.
I think it's going
Seattle?
to fail.
I think Mariners fans would.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I think people might go, but it's the amount of people that would go in the middle of the week. That's where I think it's a little tricky.
So that's what they have to do. They have to lean heavily home games during the weekends. They cannot have home games during the weeknights.
Yeah, I think they'll stack their schedule, and you'll see when they have weekend games, it'll be the Dodgers, the Astros, the Yankees, the Red Sox.
Yeah.
And they have to do it like they play the Dodgers they host the Dodgers that one time that year, and it is also going to be Memorial Day weekend, or it's also going to be Labor Day week. They have to really stack the deck. I can see it working, but like Joe was mentioning, there is diminishing returns where it's not like a occasion that like when the Texans played in Vegas, it was the Texans are playing in Vegas, where if you play there all the time, you might still get people that want to go, but you're not going to get the giant crowds that you get where, I mean, I guess it sucks for the Raiders, but a lot of times the Raiders are playing neutral site games in Vegas.
But they're the most expensive tickets in football for that reason. The cheapest ticket to get in last year was $500 for a game on average for their games, because there's all these out-of-towners coming in.
Yeah.
What's going to happen the first week of college football this season will be bigger than anything the Oakland A's will ever do in Las Vegas. When USC and LSU play at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, it's going to be a madhouse, because there's going to be everyone there for the first week of college football, and then that stadium's going to be packed. Like, baseball is just not going to have that attraction. Like, I think it is going to flop historically bad, because hockey would not have worked if they did not go to the Stanley Cup their first year. They're going to be the bottom barrel of Major League Baseball. Who in Las Vegas is going to say, I'm going to go to a baseball game when I live in Las Vegas to go watch a team that's going to win 50 games? Like, there's just no appeal.
Yeah.
I don't buy it.
They could get Marlins pretty easily. They could turn into the because the Marlins it's not, Miami isn't the same like destination city that Vegas is, but as far as American destination cities, it is up there of places people travel to have a good time. And the Miami Marlins attendance is no better than the Oakland A's attendance. So there is an uphill climb, again, with the fact that there's not any scarcity whatsoever in baseball's product. It's just, nope, we're always here. So I don't really see it being like a huge success. Now, maybe if they got different owners and they tried to actually put out a good team instead of just a cheap team, if they try to put out a good team, I can see it working with the locals. But other than that, you're going to get a lot of hungover bachelor parties being like, hey, let's, we'll play golf in the morning and then we'll just sit at the A's game to cool off.
Yeah, but even then, it's like you go to a bachelor party, you say, hey, okay, my buddy's getting married. We're all going to Vegas to see the Astros A's series, but you go too hard that first night. Is anyone going to be like, yeah, I'm going to a baseball game the next day?
Well, it's quiet. It's quiet. You can just literally just sit there.
Yeah, or I could just sulk in a pool with more alcohol instead of going to a baseball game.
That is true. That is true.
So there you go. Anyway, who's the most embarrassing team to lose to?
The White Sox.
I think the White Sox are up there.
The A's.
I think the A's at home is more embarrassing than the A's on the road.
Yeah, because it's such an abandoned ballpark. You're like,
it looks like a pandemic game.
Where the hell am I? Yeah, it's 28 weeks later. It's 28 months later.
Carolina, the Panthers, losing to a midget. Sorry if that was offensive.
Whoa, Joe, you can't say that about yourself. Come on.
Yeah, well, actually, maybe he can say it. We can't.
Wait, oh yeah, is that how it works?
Yes.
You can drop M-bombs on us?
Yes. Little person. So Carolina's up there. There's the losers. Who else in football? I think that's really the only one in football I could think of. Maybe Washington, but even then, like they got Jane Daniels now. I wouldn't feel that way. The Toronto Raptors, just because they're from Toronto. I know Paul hates Canada.
Actually, yeah, losing to the Wizards, the Pistons,
oh yeah,
the Hornets. Those are all pretty bad. Those are all really bad, actually.
The Pistons is pretty terrible.
I think if you lost to the Pistons, who was the team that ended the Pistons' losing streak? That's who should be most embarrassed.
It might have been the Hornets.
because they were on the verge of breaking the record, I think, for consecutive losses. And I think that they tied ultimately instead of actually breaking the record.
I believe you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst loss you can have is when you're facing a team that is on the precipice of doing something historically bad, and then they beat you. Like if you lost like the 1-15 Lions, if you were the one team they beat, that's a tough loss.
It was the Raptors. The Raptors lost to the Pistons.
Canadians.
Hey.
What?
I'm part Canadian by blood. A little Canadian there. But it's the French-Canadian part, you know? The good part.
Yeah, Toronto doesn't claim that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Toronto, the expulsion of the Acadians, one of the greatest atrocities in North American history. To white people. There's very, very few. It's like the one, in fact. The trail of white people tears in North America.
The Pistons lost in overtime to the Boston Celtics to lose their 28th game in a row.
It was close.
And then
I remember seeing that and I was like,
around,
the Celtics aren't going to win the title.
and then they turned around and won the next game. But they lost 28 games in a row in the middle of the season. Whew.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, I guess you could say like just
Vanderbilt and college football.
Oh, that's good.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. And SEC, like a conference loss to Vanderbilt's tough.
The worst loss of all time, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, losing to a country in a sport in which they don't play that sport often, like Team USA did to, who did they lose to? Japan?
In
football?
Oh, yeah.
Like
yeah.
that's
the U20 team or whatever.
That's the epitome of bad. Like that's worse than losing to the A's. Losing to if they would have lost, a Team USA would have lost to South Sudan. Like losing to a team that doesn't really play that sport is the worst loss you possibly can have.
Team USA American football losses, bad.
Yeah.
Just any of them, bad.
Yes.
No matter who you're playing, it's bad.
Yeah. And then the Oakland A's.
2024 Oakland A's at home.
Hey, Sean, Syracuse football?
They're decent. They gave Clemson a good run.
Yeah, Syracuse had 10 wins not too long ago.
Yeah.
I was just asking a question.
Good for a basketball school. They're a good basketball school.
I mean, I'm not so proud of Syracuse. Like, honestly, losing to Florida football, that's embarrassing. If you're a power program in the SEC, like Florida, Vanderbilt, what's the difference? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you're down in the dumps.
Academics, that's the difference.
At least Vanderbilt has smart kids going to the school. You know, like Florida's a good school, but like they don't look for that for their athletes.
At least Vandy has the excuse of like, hey, you gotta get into Vandy to play here.
Northwestern.
Northwestern.
Yeah,
you know, Northwestern talking about stupid, terrible stadium arrangements. You know, they're playing on their practice field.
Yeah. And they're bringing in bleachers.
Yeah, they're gonna have to bring in bleachers.
That field is gonna be crazy because if anyone's walked on Northwestern's campus where that field is, it is on the lake. The wind is going to F that field up in ways I cannot even describe, and I can't wait to watch it.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think they were playing some bigger home games. I want to say in Wrigley.
Yeah.
Or maybe a Soldier Field.
They might.
They're playing some game, but the like lower tier game because they host Ohio State.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Ohio State was like, guess what you're not going to do? You're
like,
not going to play this game in Chicago with all the OSU alumni. You're not playing it with bleachers in a practice field.
When I worked for Northwestern and did PA announcing for the lacrosse team, it was during the winter season right off the lake. That's going to be the worst experience in college football this year. It's going to be bitterly cold.
So losing to Northwestern this year, even though they're okay, but it'll just be so terrible.
Because it'll be so cold.
It'll ruin your Saturday.
Yes. I think that's all the teams.
There you go. The most embarrassing teams to lose to. Losing to the A's not good. Don't do it again tonight, guys. Don't do it again tonight, okay? Anyway, you got to avenge the betrayal by Mike Fiers, who is no longer there. Gallant George, he is Joe. I am Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Sometimes they're on topic. Not today. On YouTube as well, at ESPN Houston. Coming up next on this little thing that we like to call a radio show, he said as his computer browser went back up. I can tell you that this person will not be a Houston Astro this year. He's toxic in more ways than one. You'll find out who I'm talking about next. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
A list has been put together as far as players who could be traded at Major League Baseball's trade deadline by Tim Britton and Aaron Gleeman of The Athletic. And Joe and I both believe the Astros are going to need at least one starting pitcher. I think the real question is who is realistic for them to get. I know Lance in the mornings has suggested sort of middle of the road kind of starter. Because you probably are betting on Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander to be close to what they've been in the past. You kind of have to.
Yeah.
If the Astros are going to do some serious damage in the postseason. And everything in the American League West is certainly working in their favor right now, especially with the Mariners completely falling apart and looking like they're on the verge of firing somebody. But, Joe, I know you looked at this list. At what point in this list that they put together, 1 through 50, is it actually realistic for the Astros, who do not have much of their farm system outside of Pedro Leon, unless they wanted to trade Joey Loperfido or something like that? Like, where does it actually become realistic where the Astros could get somebody on this one?
When it comes to starting pitching, I'd say you only have to get to number 9 on this list. I don't want Max Scherzer, and the Astros don't have. They don't have
trade with the Rangers.
Well, because the guy I want them to trade for, I hope the answer to that question is yes. Because I'm going to go 2 spots back and Nathan Eovaldi.
I feel like the Rangers and Astros wouldn't trade.
I
There's bad blood between
100%.
these organizations that have been like going on for like 50 years.
Yeah,
since the Rangers came into existence, where like they, I think, out of spite, like called themselves Texas.
Yeah,
something the Astros did. I forget what.
So Nathan Eovaldi, if he throws 160 innings this year, he has a $20 million vesting option for 2025. But he has a below 3 ERA in the first half. He's local kid. Like I would really be interested in him, honestly, if he were to be available. To your point, I don't know if they would do business. The whole like interdivision thing is weird. It was weird when the Astros got Kendall Graveman from the Mariners, because as we talked about earlier, the Rangers are only 4 games back right now. So they're not really out of it yet. But if they're going to unload, are they really going to help the Astros win the division? It seems unlikely. But I think that's where you get to this list in terms of starting pitchers. Like outside of Crochet and Skubal, and then
what's Skubal's first name?
I think it's Tarek is how you say it.
The Tigers guy.
Yeah,
gotcha. Okay.
The text line brought up Justin Steele from the Cubs. I would be shocked.
That's a real name.
Yes.
Sounds like a superhero or a lawyer.
Yeah. I don't.
Justice Steele.
No, Justin.
Oh, okay. No, I don't want him. He sounded cool for a second.
I think we should change his name though. Justice
Steele. Yeah.
But those are the 3 best pitchers that I would say are going to be on the market this year.
Okay.
You can't get those guys. You don't have it. If Baltimore is really toying with the idea of trading Jackson Holiday, you have no prayer to trade for one of these top arms. You've got no shot at it. So outside of those 3, and I would probably include in terms of the bullpen, the guy we saw last night, Mason Miller, not an option. As much as we would like him to be an option, he's not.
Some of the potential landing spots listed on this list features Yusei Kikuchi, who is someone I covered. If you've listened to me talk about Yusei Kikuchi in the past, like I once had a bunch of random Mariners fans come after me because I said Yusei Kikuchi was deferential when he pitches, which was a polite way because I was trying to be nice to our team partner, the Seattle Mariners. He's deferential when he pitches to good hitters, as opposed to saying he's scared of good hitters. And apparently that's an anti-Asian form of discrimination. It was surprising to me. I thought it was a tad over the top, the amount of people that came after me for that. But he's on that list. Eovaldi is on that list as far as potential landing spots with the Houston Astros. Jack Flaherty, a right-handed pitcher, 6-5 with a 3.13 ERA.
He would make a lot of sense for this team. The hardest part with the Astros, Paul, my biggest question is the contract stuff. Like Chris Bassett. He's number 30 on their list of guys that could be traded. 3.5 ERA in the first half. Not great, but like we everyone knows Chris Bassett. But he's owed $30 million through 2025. Even though Alex Bregman's going to be a free agent, and you're probably not going to re-sign him, and well, you're probably not going to have Justin Verlander next year unless you re-sign him because his contract's not going to vest. He's not going to reach 140 innings. So you're going to have a
small victory.
Like I guess, but like it's just another guy you have to replace. But is Jim Crane going to want to spend that money? It's my biggest question because some of these guys should be easy yeses, but I don't know what they want to do. I'm kind of fascinated by the Astros. Like they might just stand pat and do what you keep saying and just being like, oh look, we acquired these guys at the deadline and get like a low level bullpen arm.
And that would suck too because we'll blame Dana Brown, but it'll be Jim Crane and it'll be Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah,
that would mean that they have not greenlit a move at the deadline when they were willing to greenlight giving Rafael Montero a contract. At least Rafael Montero had a 1-2-3 inning last night, I guess.
Yeah. The saving grace with this, though, and because he also makes his name on this list, is Blake Snell from the Giants. And when you think back to the Blake Snell story, when that was being reported, it was the Astros were willing to go up to a certain amount of money on his contract, but they wouldn't go the distance with how much he wanted to make. And what we know about Jim Crane is that if you're a big enough name, he will say, screw it. He did it with Abreu. He did it with Hader. So if there's a big enough name at the deadline that he can acquire, he may say, trade all my prospects, spend all my money, go get this guy, go win another World Series. If you're a low-level player who's got a contract, but even though it would help this team, that's the kind of guy like Bassett, Flaherty, I'm not so sure about. Like if he's willing to do that.
You know who they're not going to go after? Trevor Bauer.
Nope.
And it has nothing to do with the off-the-field story that everybody knows him for. The Lindsay Hayes situation, the situation with another woman who claimed that he had assaulted her and then he countersued. Nope. Trevor Bauer has caught a case of cholera.
I didn't know what this was.
It's a pretty serious disease.
Sounds not enjoyable.
This is like Oregon Trail disease.
I was going to say, I've only seen it in history books.
So Austin was with us when we first heard the story, and he goes, yeah, I only know it from the Oregon Trail.
It causes the most severe of the mud butt.
Mm.
It leads to dehydration and even death if left untreated. It was prevalent in the United States in the 1800s before modern water and sewage treatment systems eliminated its spread by contaminated water. Only about 10 cases of cholera are reported each year in the United States. Half of them are acquired abroad. Trevor Bauer is one of those 5.
Oh, wow. So he acquired... Oh, I get it. So they're saying that only 10 Americans get it every year, and normally 5 of them are coming back from vacation where they got it.
And I mean, he's in Mexico. I'm assuming cholera, because of the water issues, Montezuma's revenge is perhaps a lot more prevalent in Mexico than it is in the United States.
That's like you got off easy with Montezuma's revenge.
Oof. Yeah. So there you go, guys.
Is he on the IL?
I don't know if Mexico has an IL.
I mean, from Dustin May, we talked about yesterday with his torn esophagus. Now we got the other end hurt. So
I'm trying to find this tweet. Lindsey Hill's very active on social media because she said
she's responded to some of my tweets before.
Yeah,
I've just posted a link that we had to Trevor Bauer. And she's like,
yeah.
I was like, oh, okay,
yeah. We put out a video and she replied to it. I was like, and we were like, is this the real person? And it was in fact
was the real person.
She said that this is like Satan's revenge for for this one.
She seems very non-biased in this. So.
Yes.
There you go, everybody.
But he's a toxic person.
Well, now he's literally toxic.
Yep.
It is Gallant George. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. We would never wish cholera on anyone. Coming up next, it's Houston Texans. We're back at training camp today. We'll react to some of what was said out there on the field. Next, it is Gallant George. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I was out at Texans training camp earlier today. We heard from a bunch of players. Titus Howard finally playing right tackle on an actually healthy offensive line.
That's good.
Jalen Petrie, after a down year last year, being moved around because of D'Amico Ryans describing his versatility. He had a rough year last year. He missed a lot of tackles, so we'll see if they find a better way to use his talents. We heard from Kamari Lassiter, the Houston Texans' second-round cornerback, who got a lot of praise after practice yesterday. And, of course, we heard from D'Amico. But, honestly, what I liked hearing the most from was from the McNairs. From one, Cal McNair, who had this to say about what could potentially be a home field advantage for the Houston Texans this coming season. The roof might not be back until the end of the month of September.
It's still loading.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Anyway, you bet your bottom dollar that this is some riveting audio from Cal McNair. Here he is.
So the studies are ongoing, and we'll learn more as we kind of work through it. But there are several panels that were damaged. These things aren't on your local shelf at the do-it-yourself Home Depot wonderful stores that are around. They're a special order, they're specially made, so it'll take a while. We're hopeful that we'll get them a month or so into the season. Meanwhile, we think the studies are showing that we'll be able to keep the roof closed or open, so we'll have the choice to do that. And we have a couple events coming up where we'll get to study and see how the building's able to condition and be ready for big crowds.
You got a retractable roof. You never open it during games, and it got hit by a hurricane. There's a bunch of pallets or something missing from the top. I don't think it's going to be really hot for all the games in the preseason. Maybe they should play them somewhere else, because we don't want our fans to be sweating their balls off. Now.
I think that was pretty good.
Thank you.
That might have been one of your best ones yet. Off the top.
That was off the top of my head.
Yeah, I was impressed, Paul.
Is Tracy? I thought. Well, you know what? I can't say this in 2024, can I? I thought Tracy Chapman was a guy.
Hey, Paul.
I used to think the
Hey,
lead.
Paul.
Yeah.
Same.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
I used to think the lead singer of Rush was a girl.
Okay.
Today's time I'll be high on you. Like, I thought that was a girl. There's no way that person's voice could be that high pitched.
Zach Bryan's performing there. I think I saw driving by today. The country singer.
Oh yeah,
He's a super famous one all of a sudden.
He brought Hawk Tuah Girl on stage. That's how I've heard of Zach Bryan. I'd never heard of him until I saw him get on stage with Hawk Tuah Girl.
Portnoy was up there the other day with him. So, maybe we'll get the invite because we're a big deal.
Yeah, we're such a big deal. I mean, listen to the song that I just sang. Why? What, they're letting Dave Portnoy sing, but they're not going to let
Paul
me
go
sing?
on. Someone said the Houston Rodeo for things that make you to be like a true Houstonian.
Oh, you have to have gone to the Houston Rodeo? Yeah, you have to go, and then you got to go to a concert and be disappointed by the acoustics.
Yeah.
Now that the roof's gone, acoustics might be better at NRG Stadium for concerts.
Just keep it open forever.
They should open the roof.
Would it be better or worse?
Don't know.
I think it would be better.
It's not like it's open. It's just 2 panels or 3 panels missing. So it is just like kind of half destructed.
He said they could open it if they want to.
I also don't understand the science behind that. He mentioned the studies. He mentioned that there's been studies done and that they can open it. I don't understand how you can take out pieces and still open and close it.
Because it's just ripped off.
Yeah.
So it goes.
It's not like it was surgically cut. It was the wind blew them off.
They might have to take more off.
Where did they go? Did they hit any houses?
That's a great question.
That too.
That is actually a fantastic question. Whose house did they land
Were they
on?
just in the middle of one of the parking lots?
They must have been. Yeah, that must have happened, or it fell into the stadium.
I think you have to ask tomorrow. I think
Well, who am I going to ask?
Cal.
Today, you know what? Cal was the only person I could ask about this. What am I going to ask? Should I ask a Houston Texans player like, hey, where did the roof go?
Ask Omar or something, like one of the PR
Oh,
people.
you know, that's a good point. That's actually a good point. Good point.
Yeah, before you ask Jerry Hughes about this, maybe.
Jerry Hughes, what happened to the roof? Is the roof on fire? What is happening? What is going on? I mean, I'm also curious.
Hey, Tank Dell.
Somewhat topical because there's random, like from Hurricane Beryl, there's just a broken crane that's in our parking lot.
That's before the hurricane.
Oh, that's from before the hurricane?
Yeah, that's
I think.
So
from
a
weeks
crane
before.
just collapsed
apparently
through our parking lot, our upper floor parking lot at our work, which is at 5353 West Alabama.
Oh, great. Now the Twitchers can come kill us.
Whatever. You know what? I've lived a great life. If it ends, it ends, okay?
But apparently, it broke through the roof, and Paul and I didn't notice it.
Neither of us knew. Sean told us today. Yeah, there's just a crane, like a broken crane sticking out of the middle of our parking lot. I have no idea how it got there. And I also have no idea how they would use a crane to get whatever piece of equipment up on top of NRG Stadium. They're going to have a huge-ass crane to get that equipment back
Have you
up
ever been
there.
up top have you ever gone up top to the top of NRG?
Have you?
before? I have.
Yeah, why would our answer be yes to that?
I don't know, because I got...
You wanted to humble brag.
I know.
No.
That was a crazy way to bring this up.
It was not. It was a miserable experience. I just assumed that other people got suckered into stupid things in radio. I got
like
forced to carry basketballs up there for the Harlem Globetrotters.
Oh.
And they did a trick shot off the top of the roof.
How many basketballs could you carry at a time?
Like 4.
Yeah.
I would be nervous walking on the catwalks.
I hate heights.
I do too.
It was not fun.
Damn.
Yeah. I got some gift cards out of it.
Oh, nice.
The radio way. It would have been really funny if you dropped one of the balls and had to go back down and get it.
I do like the idea of a trick shot, a radio stunt that is a basketball trick shot. Famously, not very good on the radio.
No. No, I just got like suckered into helping so we could get free tickets.
Oh, okay.
But you got gift cards and not free tickets, it sounds like.
Yep.
I mean,
you got scammed.
No disrespect to the Harlem Globetrotters. I'd rather have the gift cards.
Yes.
I'd rather have the $50 to Bex Prime or wherever you got whatever gift cards you got.
That's probably a good point. I think it was like Dave & Buster's.
So
it can be okay. But yeah, there was a crane through our roof, and now we're just all hoping our cars don't fall
Again, a month. This is not breaking news. I cannot stress to the listeners how much this is not breaking news. And Paul didn't notice, and the assistant program director of ESPN 95 did not notice.
To be fair, there's time out. To be fair, there are 2 buildings. It is not on the 5353 side. It is on the 5355 side or whatever next door is.
Joe, why haven't you fixed it? Why haven't you fixed it?
I just think you should have your ears to the ground.
Totally unaware.
And if you put your ears to the ground, you'd be eye level with half of the crane. That's it.
My big issue is I keep on driving onto the street where the ramp is, where the crane is stuck, like it has fallen from the sky,
Just
like
take a look.
spear
You'll see the crane
thrown by Zeus. And I haven't gone because I just get mad because I see the fence and I'm like, damn it, I took the wrong turn. But I haven't gone all the way over to look over there. I assumed there was construction because I think I saw the crane, but I was like, oh, it's just construction. I didn't think it was a crane that is literally through concrete in the middle of the parking lot.
Yeah, Sean says you can see it on the bottom.
Yeah, you can see it. Like if you
It's incredible.
If you drive past it, you can just see it in the bottom part of the garage.
You got a crane in your parking lot. It crashed through solid concrete. How the hell did that happen? Well, looks like some Houston contractors did not employ the best people to do the job, and then they left it there. That's classic Houston construction workers. No offense. Sometimes you do a bad job of stuff and just leave it there. Anyway, Hannah McNair and Cal McNair also had this to say, guys, about the Houston Texans and their chances to win the AFC South.
For y'all to debate and for a team to go out and execute, and you can see it. They're putting their work in, which they got to do, and they got to build on it and get better every day, like they say. Come in and get better every day, and we'll get to where we want to go. So, but y'all have a lot of fun debating that and how many wins we're going to have and who's going to win the division and all this stuff. And we just gotta go to work.
Cal political, Hannah, she's a pistol.
And they got the little giggle from the media.
Oh, got it from me. I giggle at that.
Good for you.
How, I mean, why wouldn't I giggle at that?
I know.
I just noticed that the question I asked Titus Howard I giggled when he said Stephon Diggs is a dog.
Why'd you laugh?
I laughed because every single Texan player is saying dog. In fact,
it's because CJ says it all the time.
So I wanted to have some bells and whistles for this. We'll bring them to the table tomorrow for Texans training camp because I'm going to give awards for every practice. But also, we're going to do a count. We're going to do a count of the amount of times that iron sharpens iron is said. But we're also now going to start counting every time the word dog is said. Because at press conferences today, I heard the word dog 4 times. CJ Stroud has said dog a million times. Laramie Tunsil, remember back in 2021, he does a press conference and he calls literally every single player on the team a dog.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans love dogs. They love dogs. And honestly, I feel bad because I should have asked a follow-up question like, what kind of dog? I was going to ask Kamari Lassiter that, but then I said, damn it, but he played for Georgia, so he's got the easy answer.
He's going to say bulldog.
He's going to say bulldog.
Yeah. That's a bad job by you. Dog. What kind of dog? German Shepherd.
You've got a lot of dogs.
Can you ask a question about why they keep saying dogs and not cats? And say your person.
Yeah, as a
you say
no, I get
look,
it. As a cat
Titus as a cat dad. You keep saying
what's another
dogs.
word for cat? What's another word for cat?
Kitty.
No, you know.
Honestly, I just was hoping you could like get a player to say it.
That's
like,
one I'm not gonna have.
I was like,
work.
I just want like Titus Howard. Like, no, we're not a bunch of cats, but use the other word.
Listen, don't
entrapment.
Don't hate on men with pussies, okay? I have one.
I do too.
That's true.
I have a cat now.
Oh, I thought you said you have two. You do.
No,
two.
I have two.
You do
T-O-O.
too. Whoa.
T-O-O.
Okay. Anyway, it is Gallant George and we're children. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. I'll take requests for how can I create a Tracy Chapman, You've Got a Fast Car song out of your takes. And on top of that, some garbage time. Because that song is garbage. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You've got some tops dropping. Top and drop. I don't know what that means. You've got a top dropping. Swangers and bangers. I'm from H-Town. Well, I'm sorry. This Tracy Chapman song is stuck in my head.
You're about to lose your H-Town credibility.
What? Is Tracy...
We're talking about how to gain it. You're about to throw it in the trash.
What was that?
You're about to throw it in the trash. Your H-Town credibility.
Well, listen, I mean, people know me. They know me. Okay. They understand me. They understand what I'm all about. Some would argue it's getting on my knees for the Texans today. Nope, I just believe. Flagship habits, they do die hard, but...
Gosh, if this is pandering to the Texans, and what world do we live in?
Who would have thought? It's come
so,
full circle.
It's so bizarre to work at a station that's like so neutral and then have so many people say we're panderers. I'm like, you guys got it lucky.
You don't know how the other side lives.
Yeah, we're not panderers at all.
You know what's crazy is when I was at the Flagship, I was such a D-bag towards the Texans. I can't believe that I lasted as long as I did there. It was awful. I mean, I called Bill O'Brien a beta bitch after he punted down 2 touchdowns with 5 minutes to go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bill O'Brien. But
I guess
he was
the Patriots of all teams,
he was
too.
so disliked, though, that there was a lot of times where I think people kind of got it.
You've got a butt chin. It looks kind of weird. What's up with that?
I think that's the biggest like whiplash for how we talk about the Texans is that we always talk about how can you believe in 2021 and 2022 with Davis Mills and Lovie Smith and Dave Culley and now look at we all love the Texans. Even going further back when they were actually good under Bill O'Brien, people still did not like the Texans. No,
they won 9 in a row.
It's not about being good. It's about being liked. And this is the first time in a decade that this team is being liked.
I had a conversation with someone behind the scenes who was in the organization that they were so pissed about the fact that they'd won 9 games in a row and no one cared. They just beat the Jets, I think. And they were 9-3 after an 0-3 start. It was actually kind of cool. And everyone's like, who cares?
Yeah. Every other NFL city or every other NFL team gets so much love in their city for any night. Imagine if the Texans just won 9 straight games at any point this season. That'd be crazy. That's over half the season. And yeah, I mean, I was there too. People did not care. I was one of them. I was just a fan. I did not care.
Let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. See this? Hear about this? A Norwegian soccer game between Rosenborg BK and Lillestrøm was suspended Sunday after fans showed their displeasure with the video assistant referee by throwing fish cakes onto the field.
What's fish cake?
It's a cake of fish. It's like crab cake, but with fish. So they were throwing that onto the field.
Okay.
What would be the most Houston thing to throw on the field?
Brisket.
But you can't throw good brisket. It would have to be something that's on a lower tier than brisket. Like a fish cake, it's fried fish. Sausage?
Crawfish.
Crawfish?
Oh, crawfish.
Ooh.
But crawfish is expensive now.
Yeah, it's too expensive.
The crawfish shells.
Crawfish shells? Okay.
Oh, just like whatever you don't eat?
Yeah.
Too small, though, and probably wouldn't actually make it to the field.
Yeah,
good point.
Flutter.
Little purple drink? No, that might
that's
hurt
also
somebody.
expensive.
Yeah, that's and you can't bring that into the stadium.
Yeah. Trill Burgers?
Yeah.
It's like at NRG?
They're at NRG.
You just throw them like frisbees, like your Texas Tech with a tortilla toss.
Yeah.
I like that.
Boo,
Tortillas.
Boo, and then throw it. Like it's a tomato.
It's supposed to rain a lot the next couple of days, guys. Heard about this?
Love
Heard
that.
about this?
Love that.
Heavy rain will bring out toxic hammerhead flatworms in Houston. Gotta watch out.
What? Are these hammerhead worms normally toxic, or are we getting new ones?
They
off
grow
the
up.
lot?
These are slugs, and they can grow up to a foot long, and they emit a toxin if you try to pick them up. They could also make your pet sick if they try to eat one of them.
But why
Okay.
now?
Okay, that's the bigger issue.
Because it's raining.
But it rains all the time.
So if you find some, put them in a plastic bag with salt and vinegar or citrus oil and throw them in the freezer overnight.
Cook them?
Oh, I think I've heard about these before because I remember that very specific way to kill them, and I was like, wait, you can't just like
Step
throw a
on
rock
it?
at it?
If you chop it into 2 pieces, it turns into
Yeah,
2 worms.
It grows back.
What if I step on it?
Don't even touch it after it's dead. Immediately wash your hands with soapy water and rinse them in alcohol.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, man.
Keep your eye out for worms.
Watch out for hammerhead flatworms,
Yeah.
everybody.
Don't tell me that Gallant
They
George
can
didn't
grow
warn
to
you.
a foot long?
Yeah, dude.
Big ass worms.
It's a slug, technically.
It's toxic.
Yeah, its name is a worm. I'm
Yeah,
calling it a worm.
Yeah, if your name's a worm and you're actually a slug, then that's a stupid name. You call it a flat.
Hammerhead slug would go crazy.
Yeah, I feel like it pops more, the headline.
3 earthquakes hit Texas last night.
That seems not great.
10:38, 10:46, 11:56.
Don't love that.
4.9 on the Richter scale. Second was 4.4. Last was 3.1. It was in West Texas. It doesn't count. No one cares about West Texas. No one
Pretty
lives
big,
there.
too. Wow.
No one lives there.
Yeah.
But there you go. Yeah, it was in
Abilene?
The town of Hermleigh, which is 56 miles northwest of Abilene. So there you go.
Closer to Midland.
Oh, damn. It's always happening in Midland.
My buddy worked in Midland.
Oil and gas?
Country radio.
Oh, hell yeah. What was his name?
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll have to figure that out on the next show. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Subscribe to the podcast. Like the videos on YouTube and follow on Twitch, all that jazz. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees, and B-Mac is back with me yet again, and he is behind the glass. And the other Killer Bee is one that kills me, or did for a long, long time back in the day. Barry Laminack joining me for the next 2 days as the Suspects edition of the Killer Bees is alive and well. Barry, what's going on?
Oh, turn this mic on. What's up, man?
How are you?
Good to see you. I turned on the wrong mic. I was like, well, that one's blue, but I know I haven't been gone that long. This one's supposed to be blue, but that's okay. What's up, man? Good to see you, buddy.
You were talking about the buttons, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
I didn't know which way you were going there.
Yeah.
Everything's good in the world. You keeping up with your Astros?
Oh, yeah, you know it.
This for both of you boys, as we get into the conversation as quickly as possible to Astros, this one has me a little bit fearful of the fact that this is exactly what happened when the Mariners had their last in-season World Series. The Astros went and rained on their parade, kicked their ass, and then went to Oakland and then just took it.
Yeah.
This has that vibe to me. I mean, that game last night, I felt like they never had a chance. I know that there was multiple double plays and they left runners on base, and they did, like, what was it, the second inning? 2 hits right off the bat and then nothing. Like, even with a bunt to get a guy in scoring position, and Aledmus Diaz looks like this is exactly why he was released by the Oakland A's. That was terrible. The whole game to me felt like...
Fun fact, Aledmus is Spanish for really old. I didn't know if you knew that or not. That's don't look it up, but just take your boy's word
I thought it was Spanish
for it.
for washed.
That too. Yeah. There's like, it's like the verb and an adverb. Although I don't know what either of those are.
I might as well pile on. Yeah. I'll just pile on and say, I thought it was Spanish for Abreu who? Because it's Abreu-esque. I mean, he looked like he couldn't catch up to anything, and he knows the pitcher. Like that whole game felt so out of reach to me last night. The only positive vibes that I took from it was I actually was up late enough to watch the Mariners completely pee down their leg with a 1-0 lead after 7 and lose 3-1 to the Angels. Loved every flipping bit of that.
Yeah.
And then I also watched the Rangers, who were down 3-2 to the lowly White Sox in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs and won in extra innings.
Yeah.
That was the only so bad
great.
part. But.
Yeah, not so great. Yeah, you know what? That's the saving grace is watching the Mariners absolutely squander a fantastic start from I'm blanking on his name. But yeah, that's
I was laminacking it too. I just couldn't remember it.
No, stop.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I'm not super worried about it. I think they talked about on the previous broadcast, the last Mariners game, that the A's, heading up to Oakland to face the A's, don't sleep on the fact that their offense has been pretty hot. They've been hitting for some power. It hasn't necessarily been translating into winning games. But if you knew what you or at least you should have been prepared for running spaghetti out there and probably giving up some runs. But you know what? It's hard to win if you don't score. So, yeah, Spencer Arrighetti went out and gave up 4 runs and didn't look great. And that's what you're going to get out of a rookie. Who's your 5? That's going to happen. You know what I mean? Every fifth time through, it's going to happen.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because this is what I was thinking about last night as well, watching Arrighetti. As much as I felt like the whole game, I didn't have confidence that they were ever going to be in a position to win it. The bigger thing to me was watching Arrighetti doing Arrighetti things yet again against a team that's just not very good. And you're right, offensively, they were gloating about the stats that they had for the month of July. The fact of the matter is they also scored like 17 or 18 runs in one specific game. So they had outbursts from time to time. They got some good young players, but overall, this is what I see out of Spencer Arrighetti. And I want to be clear, the same way we talked about, Brian and I talked about Bloss yesterday. The big thing to me is I understand if these two guys are in your big picture for pitchers for this organization. But for this particular season, with how important it is and how starting pitching is such a focus, this start tonight by Bloss, coming off of what I saw for Arrighetti, is going to give Dana Brown all he needs to know about how aggressive he's got to be between now and the deadline for starting pitching, because you don't have 6 guys to go to a 6-man rotation that I feel confident
You
in.
think this starts the start? I think they know.
combination.
I mean, they already know they've got to be aggressive, Joel. Like, if you think that these 2 rookies, they're all of a sudden going to figure it out. If I'm Dana Brown, it's like, look, you guys have been great, and we really appreciate you hanging in there, but one of you, and it might be the combination of the 2 of you, but we're not going to count on either of you to be a 4 in this rotation right now, or it's some similar. We're going to go out and get somebody else. We're going to have to get.
But here's
help.
what I'm saying: not just 1. You might need to look at 2.
Well,
because again, we're not talking about. We know that you're going to take your top 4 for the playoffs, maybe top 3, depending on if you're in the wild card or not.
Yeah.
But to get there, because the schedule is going to be increasingly harder than the first half. And you got the Dodgers, and you got the Red Sox, and you got teams coming up where this is a big stretch for them. And especially because we were talking yesterday about how you got to rest the arms. Like, you can't have a gassed Blanco going into the playoffs. You need Blanco to where his arm is in decent shape to where he's not just, because he's had already more innings than he's pitched in his whole career, basically.
Right.
So with these 2 guys, it's going to dictate what they have to do to get to that 6-man rotation and be effective. I know they have 6 guys that can start, but with these 2 guys being 2 of the 6, I have concerns about winning the games that they start. Is that wrong?
No, it's not wrong. I mean, you should be concerned. I'll tell you what I think they need to do. It's not necessarily a move that flew under the radar. I don't know if you guys have already talked about it, but Dodgers released James Paxton. And I think the Astros definitely need to go kick the tires on James Paxton. His numbers aren't necessarily sexy, and they don't really hold up to what his career numbers are, but he's an innings eater. And outside of a couple of blow-up games here and there, which you're going to get anyways from the 2 guys that we've been talking about, he's been pretty solid overall. And he's the guy that you can kind of count on that even if he goes out and has a blow-up inning every now and then, he's going to come back and be pretty solid. And on the surface, his numbers don't look great. But some of the other numbers that you start to nerd out with baseball numbers, you start to look at and go, well, that's not that bad. They're not awful. They're not ace numbers. They're not solid number 2 starter numbers or number 3, but that's not what you're getting him for. And the positive is if you go out and just sign the guy, you're not having to trade anything for the guy. So to your point, if you're saying they need to go out and make 2 moves, well, there's one you could do without having to make a trade or get rid of anybody in your organization.
Point, I think that it's valid. We talked about it yesterday because his name came up, and a lot of people laughed age and how many teams he's been with and all these things. He pitched a pretty damn good game in two of his last 3 outings where he was better than just okay. He got the job done for the most part. 5+, 6 or 7 strikeouts, 2 or 3 runs, fine. But the bigger thing to me it comes down to is you're right, because they're still going to trade for 1, and I would expect that to be a more, not to be the top of the starting pitcher list, but an above average starter that they can get, whether it's Flaherty or a lot of, we went through a lot of the names. But the thing to me is, do you feel more confident that Paxton pitching for you down the stretch in the final half of the season gives you a better chance to win when he takes the mound with this team, with this defense, regardless of who he's played with previously, than Bloss and or with Arrighetti? In my opinion, the answer is yes. I would take Paxton and say I'd trust him on the mound for me to be more in control and have a more effective start than the other 2 guys and maybe go longer.
Well, if you compare them just looking at it, and for example, I'm looking at James Paxton's game log, and you go month over month, right? April, 3.51 ERA, May, 3.08 ERA, and he had a blow-up June. He had a 6.46 ERA, but that was 2 bad games. His record in June was 2-2 with 1 no decision. If you can get 500 out of your number 4 starter or number 5 starter, bro, you take that every single time. And oh, by the way, the team went 3-2 in his 5 starts in June. And oh, by the way, in July, the team was 3-0 in those starts that you just talked about where, yeah, he didn't have the greatest outings in the world. But if your guys, if they can keep you in the games, that's really all you want out of your 4 and 5. That's a hell of a plus. And he's really only, and I say only, he's really only had 2 bad starts all season. And they came in June. He went 4 innings, gave up 9 earned runs, and 1.2 innings that gave up 6 earned runs, Joel. That's it. That's what ballooned his ERA and his whip and everything else was those 2 starts.
Similar to what I said about the A's
ERA.
offense. When you put 17 or 18 up in one game, your runs for the month are going to be really big. I believe in Paxton more than the other 2 guys for this year.
Absolutely.
I get it long term. Look, I'm not closing the door or shutting the books on Arrighetti or Bloss.
Just for now.
But
I'm saying,
right,
for
but
the
like
year.
King of Twitch says Paxton gets shelled in the postseason. Great, because I'm
Fine.
not starting him in the postseason.
No, yeah, you're not. He's not going to be your.
He's a 1-inning guy in the bullpen if I need it, because in the playoffs you go to the bullpen a lot more frequently.
Well, even then, like we last time I did the show with you, we talked about it, and you were of the mindset, and I know a lot of people are of the mindset that the move you make has to be just an innings eater to get you to the postseason. And I'm of the mindset, and I feel like I might be in the minority on this, but I'm of the mindset if you're going to give up assets out of your farm system, or maybe if you're trading people off of your 40-man roster or whatever, you need to get somebody that's going to also benefit you in the postseason, not just a guy that gets you there, but that's going to also be able to help you in the postseason. So this move actually is a win-win for everybody, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't give up assets, which is what my concern would be if it's not going to help you in the postseason, and it's an innings eater that just gets you to the finish line, like what a lot of people are asking for. So to me, this James Paxton signing would just be an absolute no-brainer and a win-win for everybody, because I don't trust Spencer Arrighetti, and I don't trust these rookie pitchers
Bloss.
at all right now. Yeah, Bloss. I don't. And that's fine. They're rookies. They need to figure it out, and that's fine. But having a guy like Paxton right now, I think, is exactly what this team would
and you
need.
know me. So my big thing is because of the fact that even my opinion was like this even before you're in a situation with the Astros where the cupboard isn't completely stocked. You don't have the assets of other teams. Your farm system isn't as good.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm a team at the level of the Astros, I'm kicking the tires on just about everybody. I want Ty France. I want him in Florida. I want him swinging a bat. I want to see what I need to see, because whether he's better than Aledmus Diaz or one of those 2 guys can find a way to be a better bat off the bench and a first base option than just your boy John Singleton, or just a guy like, Greg Kessinger's of the world that you were having on your team all year just to do absolutely nothing. I want a veteran presence that has experience, that's been in some bigger games, that can give me some opportunities. Same thing with Paxton. I want a guy that's been an above-average pitcher in this league that has a chance to catch on with a winning team, that understands that this might be my last go-round, but that if I empty the tank the right way and go and do my job, I might be a part of something special and be able to be a guy that they need, that they don't, like you said, don't have to give anything for.
And the Astros have a history of taking guys like James Paxton who have, either had control, because that's his problem right now. His problem isn't necessarily stuff, and his problem isn't durability. His problem right now is control. If you look at it, his whip is 1.46. His walks are crazy. His problem is control. But the Astros have a history of taking a guy like James Paxton and figuring something out. Now, whether that still is the case with this team, I don't know. But if you look at a guy like Ronel Blanco, that's proven to be the case. They just every year they seem to find a guy.
JP France last year.
Yep, they seem
Charlie
to find
Morton,
a guy.
Everybody
exactly.
was, who the hell was Charlie Morton that year? And suddenly he was Charlie effing Morton.
Yep. We can go all the way back to like a Garrett Cole, who Garrett Cole was great with Pittsburgh, but he was next level when he got to the Astros. So they have this knack, and maybe James Paxton goes from a guy, by the way, 8-2 record in LA. 8-2 with a 4.43 ERA in 2024 in baseball is damn good. That's a 3 on most major league teams.
No, I think
the whip is crazy at 1.46. That's just awful.
But it's part of being a good general manager too,
Yeah.
right? It's not just evaluating the players that you're looking at to draft or you're looking at, but it's making sure you leave no stone unturned to try and do everything for this team. And because this team is less than in the farm system, these are moves that don't hurt you, that could actually possibly help you. And I said to Brian yesterday, even if one of those 3 guys pan out, it's done you a solid.
The only problem with Paxton is he's Canadian.
You and Joe George with this candidate.
I mean, well,
Who
look.
likes a Canadian?
Well, because
Craig
hear me out.
Craig Ackerman's massive Canadian fan.
Well, hear me out. Now, there's a problem because, all they do is they put maple syrup on everything, right?
Sure, I'm with you.
Okay, so maple syrup on everything. Maple syrup is super sticky. All right, so now they've got maple syrup everywhere. It's all over.
I should have a tinfoil hat on while you're doing this.
It's all over the clubhouse. It's everywhere. He's got maple syrup in the morning, maple syrup in the afternoon, maple syrup in the evening. It's like all of a sudden now he's going out to pitch. He's got a little extra maple syrup on his hand. Next thing you know, oh, you're disqualified. There's the foreign substance. What? Next person comes in. Oh, I didn't know I was playing toss with James Paxton. Now I've got maple syrup on my hand because I was playing. You're out too. Next thing you know, half the pitching staff is disqualified because this Canadian weirdo is in love with maple syrup. I don't know.
What's wrong with someone who taps it themselves?
I don't know.
Who tosses it, as you said.
You tap it yourself?
You tap it yourself.
You tap it yourself, Joel? Okay.
No, it's what Barry said. Barry said that, you tap in and then, so he was tossing it around and the next thing you know, he gets the sticky stuff and then he gets rung up.
Hold on.
That's what you said. We can rerun the tape.
No. Nope.
All right, let me know what you guys think. We're just getting started amongst the three of us.
None of that.
What do you guys think?
Nope.
I mean, what are you looking for starting pitcher? How many is enough? Would you kick the tires on James Paxton? Which way do you want them to go, and in what order when we're talking about the trade deadline? 713-780-3776. You can call or text that number. You can also hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. He's at a Twitter handle that I'm not going to say. I'm going to let him say it at some point during the show because Brian has a very good knack for those kind of things. But he's at Barry is Funny, and I'm at Pac-Man Joel with a K. We are all the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back on the bees, Brian, Barry, and Blank, as we take you till 6 o'clock talking about the Astros, their situation, the debacle last night, and then what you think about Arrighetti and Bloss versus the likes of Paxton, and then finding someone in the trade. See, ultimately, I've said all along that I'm looking at a starting pitcher first and foremost, and that's where I think that I'm going to probably have to throw the majority of my assets that I have left. Now, the rumor out there now is that there is no clear path for Leon to get to the major leagues. So, and he is ripping the cover off of it in Sugarland, that he will be at the top of the charts in terms of what Dana Brown has to offer to another team. And I just don't know if that's enough with how much competition there's going to be amongst teams that are on the cusp of making the playoffs to say that there's a package that they would take versus somebody else's. Easy on that. So that's one thing.
I didn't say anything.
Yesterday, what we were talking about, which I was really intrigued by, was John Heyman came out and said, hey, look, Isaac Paredes from the Rays is going to be out there, and the Astros, he would be a perfect fit. Dead pull hitter for the Crawford boxes. Playing first because they don't have room for him, but his natural position is at third. You want to talk about a guy, you're talking about just not a pitcher, but a guy that fits your long-term needs and your short-term desires would be a guy like that, because for the rest of the year he plays first. When Bregman goes away, and inevitably he's probably going away, he then goes to third, and you've got your heir apparent to Bregman. He's leading the Rays in RBIs and home runs. He's a natural third baseman. I love that move, but at what price? What are you going to give up? Because that's going to be a big package and a big ask as well.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of that, I can't help but think, and it might be off, and it was just a thought, because we talked about it when I was here last, and they had signed Aledmus Diaz.
Well, they hadn't signed Diaz yet.
Yeah, they did.
Not when you were here.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I had mentioned it.
I don't recall it. Okay.
I think so. I think they had signed him to the minor league deal.
Okay. I thought that happened in the last 2 weeks, and I didn't think.
How long ago was I here? It wasn't
in
that
the
long
last
ago.
2 weeks.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian, shut up.
I was here on the 12th.
Okay. Well, I don't know when he signed.
Yeah, I thought it was around the same time, but either way, the thought process was, because I had mentioned you could go out and get a guy like Aledmus Diaz to play third, and if you had ended up moving a guy like Bregman because you didn't think you were going to sign him, and then of course everyone was like, "Oh no," and I was like, "No, that's the only way you're going to compete with the other teams that have more assets." I'm not saying you do it, blah blah blah. But then when I saw that they signed him and then called him up and he's now on the 40-man roster and playing, I was like, ooh, man, I just wonder what's going on. I firmly believe he's up on this roster for a reason, and it has to do with something in the trade market. I don't know if it's Bregman. I don't know if it's Singleton. I don't know if it has something to do with moves at first base. I don't know what it is. But he's here for a reason. He's not just, we think Aledmus Diaz is a good backup at first base for Singleton. No. That's not it.
I don't think
that's not
I don't
it.
think it's out of the realm of possibilities to think it could be it, because he's been here
You don't
before.
think Mauricio Dubon was doing a better job?
But Jeremy and I have had this argument back and forth a lot, or this discussion is the fact that, is Dubon more valuable being the Swiss Army knife that can avoid you from the Gray Kessingers and the 4A, AAA infielders you have on the back of your bench, by giving guys days off and not losing anything, by being one of the outfielders when Chaz is terrible and Loperfito's been struggling of late.
Yeah, but that's when Singleton would play first.
Yes, but then there's a lot of people that also think that Singleton is a less than when it comes to first base.
I agree.
So then if Aledmus Diaz can be even close to the kind of guy, because he was kind of like that guy before Dubon and after Marwin, that
When
there
he was
might be a
healthy.
reason that you could bring him back, and he could, he got out of Oakland, which was hell.
Do you
And
think,
maybe he's
here's the other thought. Do you think Dubon might be trade bait?
Does he have that much value?
Bro, I don't know. That's just a question, though. I mean,
see, this is the problem, because this is where we're at.
He does have value. I mean, think about it. He's a guy who he's hit He's had a decent
Well,
year
he won
at
a
the
Gold
plate.
Glove as the utility
Yes,
last year.
he's had a decent year at the plate. He can play anywhere. There are some teams who maybe need a guy like that down the stretch that offers, I mean, they have outfielders. They're expecting to get Tucker back, which means they already have the log jam with Chaz and everybody else, especially if they get Tucker back. Maybe Aledmus is the backup at first base, and if you're not going to use Dubon and he's the backup, so maybe he's replacing Dubon and going to fill in on the infield because you're not going to count on him to be healthy and play consistently. But if he's just a backup and he's just this new, the new old Swiss Army knife, I don't know. I'm just saying, bringing up Aledmus Diaz at this point, to me, didn't make sense unless it was a preemptive move to do something else. And I mean, we know they're going to do something, but I was just like, what does that mean? What?
I just think
it just wasn't a move in and of itself.
I think
can't
more so
believe
than anything
that.
else, it means they're doing to some.
But who?
degree
That's my mind was
what
like,
I like,
who? Is it
which
Bregman? Is it Dupont? Is it?
They're doing their due
They're not
diligence.
trading Singleton. Nobody wants him.
Of all the
But I
guys,
don't
it's
blame
the
them.
easiest to bring back a guy that's already been in that clubhouse that's well liked and respected. You just don't know what he's got left, right? So I mean,
what we do now?
Well, after one game, I told BMAC, I was like, oh my god, I was hoping he wasn't going to be Abreu and he could still catch up to a fastball.
Yeah.
But we'll
how old is
see.
he now? He's what? 63.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think he qualified for AARP.
Hey.
regardless.
Bro, I got that card in the mail when I turned 50.
Did you cut it?
Let me tell you, it hurt my soul when I saw it. Because I turned 50 on my birthday, which was
That's
at the
pretty
end
cool
of
when
May.
you turn 50 on your birthday.
Well,
as opposed to some other random day.
Okay. Fair point.
Just ask.
I turned 50 on July 4th, which wasn't my birthday, but I still. No.
27th of May?
It hurt when I saw the card, and I was so mad. I was just like, I'm not that old, and I threw it away. I was like, screw you, AARP. I'm not old. But then I know somebody that, they had them do some work at the house, and they gave me the senior discount. And I was like, all right, that's kind of cool. Right? They did. They fixed my
gave you a
AC.
senior discount without the card. You didn't need the card
Yeah,
for it.
he knows I'm 50.
Oh.
So he was doing some AC work. Shout out Jared Taylor. He was doing
He likes to help out the elderly.
Shut up, Brian.
Yeah.
He was doing some AC work, and so they gave me a senior discount. And I was like, well, that's kind of cool, but I'm not carrying no damn AARP card around. It feels old. Like, no. So I threw it away. I didn't even open it. I just threw it in the trash. I was like, screw y'all. Like a month later, they sent another one. I was like, okay, now you're just mocking me. Now you're just doing it yeah. They're mocking me.
They did Meals on Wheels at your house one day too, didn't they?
Okay, you know what? You're older than me. Why are
Stop
you?
it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you going in on me, bro? Like,
all right, half
It's
hour into the
old.
program.
It's old, Barry.
2.5 to go. Lots more to get to.
We already got texts on the text line for lawn talk, so we can get to
Oh,
that at some
yeah.
I
point.
brought it up the other day. I told BMAC.
I've got
how
two of them. I've
disgusted
got
I
two of
was
them
there.
starred.
no, baby. What happened to the dude that hated my joke? Where did he go?
Well, we didn't get to him. He hung up.
Oh, meow, meow. Come
You know,
back.
patience
meow,
is
meow.
a virtue,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Where'd you
All
go,
right,
Ryan?
half
Back to
hour
me.
in.
I didn't hang up on him.
I said
back,
Ryan,
hater.
not
Oh,
Brian.
okay.
So we got plenty more to get to. Let's talk about this as we head to the deadline, too. Lots to get to. You guys are a part of it. 713-780-3776. Call, text, use the social media. Use at your own risk, because a lot of you that can hide behind your keyboards that take your little cheap shots think that you're actually well endowed, and you're not. So we'll move on with the second half hour of the show. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, second half hour of the program. Barry Laminack, Brian McDonald, and myself as we will take you up till 6 o'clock. As we kind of continue this conversation, and I think that you're on board with me. Look, what's it going to hurt if you bring in Ty France, James Paxton? You already brought in Aledmus Diaz. You know, if you're Dana Brown, that's doing your job. Now, Jeff Passan had a big article as he was predicting who would be the all-ins, who would be the go-for-it teams, who would be the buyers, the sellers, and whatever on ESPN.com. And as for the Astros, he said they're looking to be adding, but not all in. And he goes on to say, unlike past seasons, the Astros aren't necessarily in the middle of a high-level trade conversation. Barely a month ago, they were 10 games back of the Mariners and got hot at the right time. Despite excellent rotations worth of pitchers on the injured list, including Verlander, Javier McCullers, Garcia, and Urquidy, an 8th consecutive trip to the ALCS is no longer a pipe dream. They're happy to deal from their farm system in pursuit of winning. While first base option to fill for the disaster that was the Jose Abreu contract are far from plentiful, if the Astros can make some small moves while getting Verlander and Tucker back, they are right in the division race, and with the way the division is, looking to do what they do best. I don't disagree, but I don't think that not all in is accurate. I think that this is a team that realizes, look, we already know our farm system isn't A1, but we also know that we're not very far away from being a favorite to get and compete for a World Series title to where they have to be all in.
I wonder, though, what the definition of all in is to him, because without a doubt, they're all in, meaning they're buyers, not sellers, and they're trying to win a World Series. But if you don't have the assets to go out and make all of the necessary moves that you need to make, you can be all in, but if you don't have the ammunition, well, you just can't do it. But you want to, but you can't. That doesn't mean you're not all in. You just don't have the ammo, right? So that,
but like
you can say they're not all in, but it doesn't matter. If
we're on the same page of you can still rebuild your farm system at the right time, but you have enough to where I am using my assets in my farm system right now to keep this window open of this golden run of Astros baseball, because I believe that you know what you have versus the prospects that could be something someday.
No, I was just going to say, to me, all in, and getting to Jeff Passan's point, luckily we'll find out the answer here next week. I believe a week from today is when the trade deadline is, but we'll find out. But to me, all in means every prospect's on the table. Like, they're willing to consider, like we've heard in the past, Jeff Luna was, said, don't call about Kyle Tucker. He's not available. To me, all in means we're willing to go way over, go further into the luxury tax. Every prospect's on the table. And I don't get the sense that that's necessarily true with this year's Astros team. We'll find out the answer to that in a week's time. But I don't get the sense that they're willing to trade basically every prospect they have and just massively add on and go further into the luxury tax and pay even more than they've ever paid before.
But Barry, doesn't that go to what you were saying earlier too? What they're not making a move to get a short-term rental either.
Right. Here's the thing. You can be all in for the right moves. You're not just going to trade willy-nilly, right? You're not just going to give up everybody in your farm system for a guy who's a 4-5 in your rotation because that's the move you need to make, and they know that. So you're not going to overpay. You're not going to give up a top 100 prospect for a guy who isn't worthy of that pick because you're desperate. So I don't blame them if they don't, right? I mean, if that's the value, if you could get value for your best farm system prospects, great. But they certainly don't need to overspend, and they certainly don't need to make stupid moves because they feel desperate to do so because of all the injuries and everything else. So I think you bring up a good point, though, right? So there's a difference between value and overpaying because you're bargaining in a disadvantage. There's that. And then there's the other part of this, which is going into the second threshold luxury tax. And that is strictly being all in or not all in for the owner. Mm-hmm. And that's the question that I think we're all going to find out as well. Now, So that to me is two separate things, and I agree with you, B-Mac, on that. Let's find out if Jim Crane is putting his money where his mouth is, which, hey, the window's always open. Well, how open is it, Jim? Is it open enough to take that extra $3 million away? Because they're about, what, $2.5–3 million away from the second threshold luxury tax? Well, let's find out if the opportunity presents itself. We don't know if it will or won't. Because I don't know that they have the assets. I mean, that we know they don't have the assets to compete with the other teams.
Well, it depends.
At the trade deadline. They're going to be middle of the pack hunting.
But you mentioned a guy like Dubon. I don't think he's on the table. But is that an asset that someone else values enough?
Could he be?
Like
he should be.
Chaz should be, but Chaz is so bad, you're going to get pennies on the dollar.
Fine.
But you know,
but if Chaz is a throw-in.
We've discussed this in the past. Lo Perfido. Lo Perfido's a guy everybody was enamored with because he's one of the remaining names coming up in your system that is a guy that looked like he could play. Now he's up, but what level are you looking? What are you looking to do that you'd be willing to mortgage what he could be in the future to get you what you need now that still might be someone that fills the void that you're saying not just this year but for the next 2 or 3?
Yeah. I mean, that's what you're going to have to figure out. And there's no doubt that they have a whiteboard in somebody's office. And on one side is the untouchables. And obviously that's all your superstars, right? It's Altuve, it's Jordan, it's, maybe it's Tucker, it's whoever else. And on the right side, it's everybody you're willing to trade. And in the middle is guys that, hey, if the right offer exists, we'd consider it. Maybe the right offer does exist to move Fromber at this point.
Yeah, I can't
maybe
see
the
that
right
this
offer
year.
does exist to move Bregman at the deadline. Maybe the right offer does exist. I'm just saying you don't. I wouldn't, but I'm just saying maybe it does.
I just can't.
I don't know.
I can't see them doing that this year
I get
with this team.
I wouldn't. I'm just saying there's that middle column that there are going to be a few names that exist within this organization that we wouldn't trade, that maybe they just feel like, hey, we're not going to sign them, and we know we're not. We're not going to
It's
keep
just
them.
that if Crane,
But
is
if you could get something
you hear what
back
Crane
for
says
him.
about keeping the window open, being hell bent. So if you're hell bent, especially for this season, that means Fromber and Bregman aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, you'd hope.
Then you start, you have, and the intriguing thing would be to get, you have to find out from the rest of the league's perspective, who do they value that you do have in your system? Is Leon a guy that no matter what he's doing this year, that someone could say, I could see us going to get him, and we value him at such a level, we could give you something you're looking for. Is Miami a team just like they did a couple years ago with what's the he's still there, the Miami outfielder? Was it De La Cruz?
Brian De La Cruz.
He wasn't in their top 100 prospects list. He had a hell of a year for Sugarland. He ended up getting you Yimi Garcia, and he's still playing for them, and he's playing at a decent level. If you could say, well, Leon has no clear pathway here, but if we give you Leon, could you give us a starter that we could get a couple of years out of? If that's a deal that makes sense, what else is it going to take, sweetener-wise and otherwise, to make it happen? Maybe that's a possibility.
I would consider it. I mean, you know where I stand on this, Joel. I'm pretty much any prospect is on the table because I don't view this prospect, this farm system as a farm system you're really going to be able to rebuild your roster with when guys like Tucker and Bregman and Fromber start to leave. So if you're kind of looking as the next few years, I know Jeremy would disagree with this, but if you're looking at the next 2-3 years as probably the end of your window, then yeah, Lo Perfido, I could be talking to moving him. I could be talking to moving Jake Bloss. I could be talking to moving Arrighetti and pretty much anyone else that's not a major starter, contributor, impact player over the next 2 seasons.
So let me ask you a question. You guys keep saying that. And I tend to agree with you that, yeah, you always, prospects, they're never sure things. But I'm old enough to remember the Drake.
You're very old.
AARP.
Yeah, we know you're old.
You're AARP old.
Don't make me get off this walker.
Yeah, Hammer and Hank, Mickey Mantle, we know.
Don't make me get off this walker and come over there. I'm old enough to remember the Drayton McClain era where that was the
awful
mentality. But that's all they did, right? And that's what brought us. I mean, he started off, and he had his own Jose Abreu, Montero signings. It just happened to be at the very beginning of his era with Drebeck and Swindell, but he also had a Carlos Lee mixed in there too. But the Drayton McClain era was all about, we don't care about the farm system, and it really came back to bite them in a lot of ways because they 100% had to rely on off-season moves, and rarely was there a big splash in H-Town during the trade deadline. And I think there's a very fine balance between the two that you have to strike. And so I think it comes down to value, not just I'll trade anybody. Yeah, but are you getting back value for who you're trading? Are you giving up your best prospect for a rental? That doesn't make sense. But are you giving up your best prospect for a guy with 2 to 3 years of team control? Cool.
No,
right?
I get that, but
Yeah,
I'm saying
I'm with you there. Like, I'm not going to make a trade just willy-nilly.
But a lot of teams do that, and that's you'll see that a lot of times because window.
Yeah, but if
right,
like
so
if
you're
a
like,
Loper,
hey, you've got Loperfido, and we've got a guy who we can get for 2 months to be a 3-4 in a rotation. Let's do it.
Where my head's at, I'll just throw a name out there that Joel knows I'm high on. I like if it costs.
I thought you were going to say Joel knows I'm high. And I was like, well, we've heard your tapes. So.
Maybe on Friday. But if Loperfido would be able to get you Tyler Anderson from the Angels, who's an all-star pitcher this year, he's got another year of team control at $13 million next year. I'd absolutely do that. I mean, maybe
Tyler
you think
Anderson,
Loperfido's a future slugger for your team, but if Tyler Anderson could come in and be maybe even a third starter on this team, and he has another year of team control, see you later, Loperfido.
See, I wouldn't do that deal unless Anderson had a couple more years left on his deal because of how big they are looking at Loperfido being in terms of the big picture. But I'm totally with you if you get a guy that's got 3 years of team control left, or a starting pitcher that has the potential to get even better, that's going to give you several years of team control. A Loperfido to me is a little bit much for Anderson, but like a Leon to me, again, because I think there's a logjam and I don't see a clear path for him being a key starter for the Astros anytime soon.
What makes you say that? I mean, not starter, but what makes you say
there's
a logjam? What makes you say there's a logjam?
Because Tucker, regardless of what you do, I think, and I think Joey's a guy that they have kind of penciled in as being a corner outfielder. The fact that I don't see, and the things you read seem to believe that maybe it's Dana's personal opinion that he's just not a guy that he's high on. So
okay, so you're saying that he's expendable, but it's not because of a logjam. Because
I think it kind of is, because I don't think that they believe that he's better than what they have right now or what they expect to have in the next couple of years, to where they're not looking to fast track him to get him in the big leagues.
Okay, because I mean, then why would other teams want him?
Because what he's doing in Sugarland, because the numbers he's
well, if
putting
he's
up,
that good in Sugarland that he's good enough to trade for other teams' good players, why wouldn't he be good enough for this team? He's got to be better than Chaz at
I
that
can get
point.
Dana Brown on line one during the break.
Well, I'm saying
that's his call, right?
I mean, I looked up his numbers real quick because I had no idea what Pedro Leon was doing at AAA this year for Sugarland, but yeah, he's got 19 home runs, 74 RBIs, and 913 OPS. That's fantastic.
No doubt.
Yeah. Are you telling me that you wouldn't take that over what Chaz McCormick is doing? Because Chaz is a
Let's
shell
talk about
of
it on
his
the other
former
side,
self.
because there's plenty more meat left on that bone as we get rolling and keep going through the first hour of the show. You guys want to join in on the conversation, 713-780-3776. You can call, text, Twitch, YouTube, etc., and we'll get you in on the conversation. Before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at MyBookie. Look, there's a lot going on. We know Astros, A's tonight. We know baseball every single night, and it's meaning something. If it means you want to make it mean more to you, you can actually put a wager down on it at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the place I always tell you to go, because they take care of you as being customers and loyal customers to them. They do so in a variety of ways, but the one way that I always like to point out is they have sign-up bonuses, and then they have reload bonuses for the people that sign up and stay with them. That means that if you sign up right now and have never been on mybookie.ag before, and you put in the promo code BET975, almost instantly, up to $1,000, when you put money in your account, they're going to put money on top of it. You're going to have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. Same thing if you're re-upping an existing account. based on what you put into your account, they're going to put more on top of it, and you're going to have more opportunities to use that money to gamble and win. It's phenomenal. And the bigger thing is they've gone so far to where they've expanded their website. There's live in-game betting. You can have chats with other people while the games are going on, and you're watching them. And the bottom line is, even when there's not sports to bet on, or you just feel like gambling and don't want to fly to Vegas or drive to the casino, all you got to do is get on mybookie.ag. Live dealers are standing by with lots of casino games and poker and blackjack, et cetera, to play to. Remember our promo code BET975. Use it wherever you can and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it is mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, rolling along. Hour number 1, 3-hour show, kicking around this trade, all the trade deadline scenarios. And you look at it, to me, when you're talking about Leon, you're talking about Lo Profido, I just feel like where they're at as an organization, I feel like I'm not even so confident that Joey Lo Profido is the corner outfielder of the future that they do. But on the flip side, I feel like Dana Brown, when he sees it, and we saw this with Click as well, and then he and Dusty would butt heads. You know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And if Click thought that Miles Straw was your center fielder of the future, but that that whether Dusty felt that way or not, that at a certain point you traded away Miles Straw, Dusty liked him. I should say Click didn't. Click thought Jake Myers might be your center fielder of the future. Then all of a sudden Jake Myers became the guy that everybody was high on. He had his pitfalls. He's been back. But I just feel like, not that it's a dime a dozen, but in a lot of cases, and I know Jeremy's big on the defensive of Jake Myers. Every time he throws a ball in, I hold my breath and go, what the hell was that? It should be on a slow pitch softball field. But I know he's a good defensive outfielder. He surprised me with his bat this year. But is he just a Chaz year away from doing exactly what McCormick
What
did
I
a
tell
year
you
ago.
last time we were here? I told you that
I was
Jake
handsome?
Myers. No.
Oh.
What?
Yeah,
Was I drunk last time?
Maybe. I don't know.
You're just old and senile. You couldn't see him.
You know what?
You didn't have your readers on.
I just, to me, Jake Myers is
Put
just
mine back on.
yeah. Jake Myers is just Jake Marisnick with a better eye. That's all he is.
He's a
he just
better
draws a few more walks, gets a couple of more base hits. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. He doesn't have as pretty a hair. He's not as good looking. He's not as cute, right, Brian?
That's
but other than that,
I mean, this is exactly why you said I was handsome last time.
yeah, because I don't have my glasses on. But other than that,
Well,
I
you see
mean, it's
Jake
the same
pretty
guy.
clearly.
You're not building a outfield around Jake Myers or Jake Marisnick. These are not upper echelon center fielders in Major League Baseball. These are guys that are fast and they're going to cover a lot of ground in the outfield. And yeah, every once in a while they're going to make spectacular plays, but they're not all-star caliber or even, to me, above average total package center fielders.
Ken on YouTube is bringing up Jacob.
What up, Ken?
He's bringing up Jacob Melton. So Matthews is a guy that's already in Double-A, local kid, came up through the Astros program here that they're very, very high on. And I don't think that he's a guy that I'm looking to move. But even from that perspective, and we've kicked this around, BMAC with Jeremy, but the thing to me that I always feel like, and this goes back, Barry, to a conversations that you and I would have with AJ when it was Chris Sale for Alex Bregman, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one you're glad they didn't make. But when you look at it, it is hit or miss, and every deal is a separate, evaluation. But more times than not, when I look at the moves that they made, the prospects you gave up for Verlander the first time didn't turn out to anything compared to what Verlander meant to you since he's been in Houston. The same thing when you look at some of the other moves that they made for some of the other pitchers they acquired, whether it be Greinke or, Cole or some of the guys that they, the other guys that they went out and got. And that's where I'm at with the Meltons and the Leones. And I look at, Forrest Whitley. There was a guy that was absolutely untouchable. And and I said this when you and I were doing shows. I would go over and over and go, if you look at the Astros top pitching prospect and top in the field prospect year in, year out, more times than not, within one 12-month calendar year, they went from the top of your list to a guy that you weren't sure you were ever going to get anything out of. And for that reason alone, as long as Crane is committed to this window being open, I feel like they're going to throw caution to the wind with prospects and do what they need to do to stay competitive.
Yes, I would hope so. I would hope so, because when you look at the list and the names you mentioned, Jacob Melton, and we've talked about some of these names last time. Bryce Matthews came up, Will Wagner came up. I mean, these are some names that when you hear them, they're supposed to be, right? They're supposed to be good. They're supposed to be the shortstop or first baseman of the future, outfielders of the future, or whatever. There's no guarantees, right? When you drafted Carlos Correa, he was Carlos Correa. You knew. You weren't trading him. You were waiting. George Springer, you were waiting. Alex Bregman, you were waiting. Kyle Tucker, you were waiting. Nobody's just waiting on Jacob Melton. Nobody's just waiting on Bryce Matthews or Leone or pick a name, pick 100 different names in the Astros farm system. There's not one single name that anybody's just waiting on. And that speaks to two things. One, how bad this farm system is. And two, to BMAC's point, there should be no name that's off limits. There should just, if you're not sitting on a name like, oh man, I can't wait till player XYZ gets here, then you should trade him.
Yeah, and I think a minute ago, Joel, you had said something about you didn't view Loperfido as the everyday, like an everyday corner outfielder for the team. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, getting back to Tyler Anderson, I mean, if you don't view a guy like Loperfido, or if you think Pedro Leon is blocked, or Bryce Matthews is 3 years away from making the major league roster, then I'm selling those pieces for guys that can help me now, especially for a guy like Tyler Anderson, sub-3 ERAs, an all-star this year. He's cheap for next year. He's only $13 million.
13 is cheap.
And I think he's got, unlike a lot of these guys that we talk about with starting rotation that they can actually afford, because I don't think they can't afford guys like Eric Crochet, even if the White Sox were to trade him.
No way.
You can't not going to come. It's not.
Right.
You're just not going to compete with
Right,
anybody.
exactly. But you can afford a Tyler Anderson. Anderson of these guys you can actually afford, or is one of the few guys who actually could come in, and even when you get everybody back, still be someone good enough to be on your playoff starting rotation, which I think is kind of what I would look for. I mean, or at least the tiebreaker when all these names we're talking about, because most of the names you look at is like, well, okay, when JV gets back and you have Fromber and Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco, they're not even pitching for you in the postseason unless they're coming out of the bullpen. But Tyler Anderson's at least, I think, good enough to replace one of those guys.
Yeah, and I hear you, because you guys tell me if I'm wrong or not, but because when I look at this, first of all, I think that it's a pipe dream that everybody should just completely get off their radar, in the fact that from Skubal to Crochet,
Tigers shouldn't trade Skubal.
They shouldn't, but even if they did, you're not going to have the package of players that it's going to be able to compete with the Yankees and the Dodgers and the teams that are going to be so hell-bent on getting one of those two guys. And whoever doesn't get one's going to try to get the other when you start talking about Yankees-Dodgers, that you shouldn't even be focused on that. But if you get a Tyler Anderson, I think he's an above-average pitcher for you that can be a huge help to you, that also could be an arm out of the bullpen in the playoffs that could help you. Joey Loperfido, to me, tell me I'm wrong, but when Jeremy and I even had this conversation, I just don't understand, if you have that much pop in AAA, and we've seen 2 home runs, right? 2 home runs. When we were worried about his strikeouts, his average has been better than I thought it would be. But yet, if he's going to strike out and he's not going to hit for power, I don't think that translates to me to being an everyday corner outfielder.
And that's I agree with you. And the scary thing to me is, if you look back at his numbers, he just discovered his power.
You mean in Sugarland?
Yeah. Is that going to continue?
I mean, right now his OPS is sub 700. I mean,
he's
not
falling
existent.
off. Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's the scary thing, is these guys, it happens where they have that flash and it's like, oh, was this just a flash, or is this going to be something that continues?
You know what you also think of along those same lines, Barry, is you look at his age. Not that he's old, but he's 25. I mean, he was crushing minor league pitchers earlier this season in April in Sugarland when he's a 25-year-old facing guys who are 21, 22.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and maybe the same conversation also applies to Pedro Leon, who's 27 and right now and crushing people in AAA. It's like, he might just be not a 4A player. That's too much of a slight. But he might be. I don't think he's to Joel's point earlier, I don't think he's an everyday corner outfielder. And if he's not, why you prospect hugging with him if he could get you someone that could help you win a title now?
Yeah, because of the fact that I think the importance, and I think Crane, if he's true to his word, that is dedicated on winning another one and competing, I think that's where his focus needs to be, and not the guys that might be able to help you 3 to 5 years down the line when the rest of your roster might not be as good. So we got to get we got to get the first hour, top of the hour break in. We got plenty more to get to. We're going to get some Texans talk, maybe some Rockets talk, some other things. Let us know what's on your mind. 713-780-3776. You can call that number, text that number, hit us on social media. When we come back, let's get into a little of what's going on down on Kirby, and let's get into some of the things that might be cooking in your mind as to things we've seen and heard coming out of training camp. There's that and a whole lot more coming up in the second hour of the show. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hour number 2 of the show starts now. Barry, B-Mac, and myself, as we've been talking Astros the first hour of the show, and hopefully they can get back on the winning track tonight. Caught a little break last night with the Mariners peeing down their leg late, losing to the Angels, and, of course, the Arlington gang got a win that I thought that they should have lost last night, but that's irrelevant because there's still a handful of games out. Let's talk some Texans. The Texans, again, at training camp today. Obviously, positive vibes. Hannah spoke. Cal spoke. That's right. Cal spoke, and he was sweaty. He
was sweaty?
Oh, my God. Did B-Mac, did you see the shot?
He was sweaty?
They had these.
No, I didn't see the shot, no.
They had these T-shirts, and I couldn't figure out. It said H-Town in the middle of them, and then behind it there was a big word, and I was like, does that say MVP? What does that say? And then B-Mac told me what it said. I was like, I went on the team shop and everything trying to find these damn shirts. They didn't have them available. And then B-Mac said, well, they're good. They're now going to be available. I go, well, what are we doing? We're previewing a shirt that we can't get.
You're kind of yelling at the clouds here. The shirt they sent out a tweet like as soon as they hit the practice field saying the shirt's available at the team shop.
I mean,
Texans team shop.
I went there. I went to the online team shop. There was no shirt to be found. Just FYI.
Okay.
Well, I'm going. Was it say H-Town made?
Yeah, yes. H-Town made.
Is it? Were they talking about Cal Sweat?
Cal was
made in H-Town.
He was glazed. He was like
a Shipley's donut?
Yeah, he was a fresh out of the oven Shipley's donut when they put him at the podium.
Fantastic.
And Hannah, and you love this because this is right down your alley. But like for everybody that says, me included, that Hannah turned that organization around when she got more involved in everything. If you look at that today and you don't think that Hannah has her hand in his back like a ventriloquist and she isn't controlling every move that man makes at the podium, like I was laughing going, oh man, she is like glued to him right now to make sure he doesn't say anything.
Was she just watching him?
She just kept going like this the whole time. Like, again, she's just kind of nodding and looking up.
Now throw up the H cow and say H-Town baby. But that's fantastic. But you know what? I'm glad because it's made it tolerable.
Oh, no doubt. Because otherwise, I mean, it's amazing how quickly they
saving the franchise
pulled the 180, right? Because this was even Colin Cowherd, of all people, that said the organization and the ownership was just rock bottom. For him to be able to acknowledge the fact that, hey, they aren't there anymore. And he gives Casario all the credit. I think Hannah should deserve some of the credit for that as well.
She deserves,
there's a silent marketing team as well that's giving him a lot of advice.
Oh, yeah. A ton of advice. I think her thing was she recognized, hey, we have a terrible reputation and we need to do something about it. And, of course, you've got to have great marketing people help you do that and pull that off. And I love what they're doing, though. Like a friend of mine, Chinadu, he's on like this fan council or whatever. They went to them when they were looking at doing the new
and I'll holler,
logo.
Larry's on there.
Who?
Larry from Stafford.
I don't know.
And the traveling lady. Oh, they got all their big time fans.
I don't know.
Well, I think there were literally hundreds and hundreds of people on that list.
Yeah, they get invited to the special meetings and all that.
Yeah, but I think that's great. I think that's so cool. Like, that's how you restore and repair,
no doubt,
a relationship that you have ruined by, let's be honest, this team at one point got super cocky. They were, they were huffing their own farts, for lack of a better phrase.
True.
They were like, hey,
I mean,
we're the best. They're lined up around the door or around the corner to buy our tickets and get in, and we can suck, and we're still selling out. We don't have to do anything.
40 to 50,000 person wait list for their season tickets.
As bad as they were.
I don't think as bad as they were organizationally and with the decisions they were making, a la Easterby and otherwise, I don't think it really hit home with them how bad, how far they had fallen until they realized they had to hire a group ticket department and had to beg people to buy group tickets to come to games because not only was that wait list gone, they couldn't fill up the stadium on a given Sunday.
Yeah. I don't see an H-Town made T-shirt, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that there's validation to my statements.
Oh, wait. I stand corrected.
You found it?
I think so.
Well, this morning it wasn't there when they were wearing them. I'm just letting you know.
Is that it?
Is it the light blue that says
No,
H-Town
that's
made?
not it, Barry.
Yeah.
It's
that one?
H-Town
No,
blue.
Yeah, it's the light blue.
I mean, there's another one that says H-Town May, but that's not the Texans
they
one.
did
That's
say it was in the
that's
tank
just
shop.
some
Why don't
random.
you just go to Twitter and find Cal sweating?
Oh yeah, let me Google Cal Sweat.
Because
I'd be interested to see what comes up in your search.
Wow. Oh, I got a bunch of Cal Bear sweatpants.
That's probably
from University of California at Berkeley. Yeah.
The fact that the Texans, and
That's
to that point we
hilarious.
were making, though, the fact that they are now sold out for season tickets for this year tells you just
That's great. That's great.
Just how effective they've been.
But you know what it also tells you, and again, props to Hannah and Cal as well for listening, and the marketing team and the organization for doing the right thing and righting the wrongs. I mean, nobody was a bigger critic of them than I. And I had, I spent years on air here. You know that, just lambasting that team, and I'm proud of that team. I'm proud to be a fan again of this team, and it's great to see it. And so it's good to be able to come on air and say props to them for doing the right thing and righting a whole lot of wrongs that they did and recognizing it. And I think a lot of it has to do with just realizing, the whole Bill O'Brien, Jack Easterby thing was just a colossal failure and mistake, and eventually they righted that wrong, and that was the beginning of the resurrection of this team. So
I would say, though, look, Hannah McNair has been a godsend for this franchise and this city, no doubt about it, and she deserves all the credit in the world. But I think if we're being honest with ourselves, it's not that has us having all these positive vibes. It has them selling out the tickets and all these things. It's two people. It's D'Amico Ryans and it's CJ Stroud. That's who it is. I mean, if the quarterback was still Davis Mills and you still had, the Lovie Smith or whoever a head coach, we're not having all these positive vibes conversations, even though Hannah is taking control of the marketing again.
Well, and the other thing is, to Barry's point, yeah, it was embarrassing the way Bill O'Brien was able to do what he did. Then Easterby on top of it was like 10 times worse by a preacher, an NFL team chaplain, was suddenly a guy that was falsifying resumes and had literally total control of the organization with everybody but ownership from the business side and the football side, because I have people in the building that were telling me just how much power he had. And then to come off of that and make two bad hires at head coach did not exactly cement the fact that things were changing until they actually got, to your point, Brian, a quarterback and a head coach.
That's what this is.
That legitimized everything.
If they had Davis Mills and Lovie Smith, it wouldn't even matter that the marketing got better.
Okay, but to your point, right? To your point, who do you think is responsible for D'Amico Ryans being in the building?
D'Amico Ryans being drafted here by Bob McNair in
No.
2006.
No.
It's Caserio.
No.
I think it is.
No. 100%. If you, I disagree.
D'Amico called it his dream job. It's his dream job because he was drafted here in 2006. It had nothing to do with
Caserio was here for the Bill O'Brien era. He was part of it.
He was
a part of the Bill O'Brien era. He was here with him. I guarantee you.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Caserio was hired by Easterby on Cal's plane.
But he was here for the Bill O'Brien era. He was a part of it.
I don't believe so. Was he, Brian?
Yeah. He was here during the Bill O'Brien era.
Maybe the very, very end of it.
But he was here. He was here during the whole when the Texans were bad as far as PR and not being liked. He was still here and a part of that when they were the Patriots of the South and trying to recreate that and be that whole thing. Nick Caserio was a part of that, right? When this all changed was when Hannah got involved and they went out and were like, all right, we're going to start to do things different. We're no longer going to be the Patriots of the South. I feel like, and I don't know this, no one has told me this, but when this coaching search went down, I feel like Hannah and maybe Cal were like, hey, D'Amico's the guy we want. D'Amico's the guy that we want. And there were even people that were saying when D'Amico Ryans was in the building that it was like, he's in charge. If he wants a guy, if he wants player XYZ in the draft,
yeah, they didn't cross over.
Get it for him, Nick.
No, they didn't cross over. Nick Caserio was hired in January 2021. Bill O'Brien was fired after week 4 in the 2020 season.
So he wasn't here during
No,
the Bill
no,
O'Brien
no,
era?
I didn't
think
Oh,
so.
wow.
They didn't cross
Okay.
over.
No, but Barry, what I will say to
But he
you-
was here during the Patriots of the South era.
Well, no, that was an extension of Patriots. O'Brien was leading the charge with all the Patriots guys and the Fighting Rex Burkheads and the guys that he was bringing in to try and create all.
Well, they
of
tried
that.
to get him the first time
And
when
the
O'Brien
Brian
was here.
Hoyer and
so
the Ryan
That's what I'm
Mallett.
thinking about. So they went after him the first time when O'Brien was here, but the Patriots said no.
That's right.
Yeah, they were
That's right.
facing a fine and punishment.
And then they fired him, and then they brought in Caserio.
Right.
That's correct.
But that still continued the Patriots of the South era.
Right. So
Okay. And then it was Lovie Smith. Yeah.
But I also think where you can justify what you're saying, though, even though you take Bill O'Brien out of the equation, is the fact that Caserio, like I said, he gets on his watch the 2 bad coaching hires. However, the bigger thing was if it was just one bad coach, it fit right in line with his plan, which was we have such a cavernous hole to dig out of from Bill O'Brien that it doesn't matter who our head coach is for the next 2-3 years until we can get on flat ground and start seeing a roster that's worthy of a better coach. I think D'Amico was brought in based on the fact that there was more of an urgent need because of the 2 mishandling hires of Culley and Lovey. And also,
But you're
going
to give credit to Nick Caserio for that after the hires he had before?
It still ends up inevitably being his choice.
See, I think
He
that-
was on
I
it-
think that's a Hannah/Cow decision.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. All right, we can discuss it on the other
don't
side.
know.
We'll continue to roll.
I don't
on.
have any sources or anything.
No, not that I
just
do
feel
either.
like, yeah, you might be right that they were like, well, it doesn't matter, but it kind of did. But I just feel like at some point, like we were talking about, Hannah was just like, all right, enough's enough.
Does she have that much pull?
Yeah.
I didn't think at that point
think
she
so.
did. All right, we'll continue to roll on. 4:30, we got Cash It or Trash It, so be ready for that. We'll give you some outlandish opinions that you guys can either cash or trash in terms of what we think about what might be coming down the pike. But you guys let us know what's coming down the pike, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. It's the Killer Bees.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back rolling through hour number 2 of the show, the Killer Bees. It's Barry Laminack with me today, filling in for Jeremy Branham, out this week on vacation. Brian McDonald behind the glass as we're kicking around all of this with the text. By the way, whether she gets the credit for D'Amico or not.
And I think she probably should, but I could be wrong. I don't have any sources or anything. I
get it.
I mean, if you look at everything that occurred before Hannah started getting involved, it was nothing like what it is now.
No.
Right?
But I think that the bigger thing is that
including getting to see Cal in a big sweaty T-shirt.
She tries to prevent him and catch him before he says a lot of dumb stuff. Like, I mean, I think Jeremy called him a buffoon at one point. But he meant it from, I think, a positive. If that's possible.
What positive iteration of buffoon is
no
there?
positive iteration.
Give me a good example of a positive
he gives me a hard
use of
time when I do the
buffoon.
Cal imitation because I kind of give him a little list. But he's not.
It kind of sounds
Well,
like
you give everybody a list.
It kind of sounds like Stuart Smalley a little bit more than it does Cal.
Because that's how, like, mind-numbingly slow. Like, I'll give you an example today if you didn't get it, in the fact that when he and Hannah were holding court, someone asked about the roof that was damaged during Hurricane Beryl and what the progress report is. And, I mean, you want to get 3 minutes of your life back. He just basically, and I'll surmise it, but he was like, well, let's just be honest. You can't go to Home Depot or Lowe's for this kind of stuff. Those are great stores. But I need to let you know that you need some more technologically advanced people and parts to get it fixed, and we're working on it.
Okay, you don't sound like Cal McNair. You sound like Juggalo Trey became a dad.
No, because Juggalo Trey sounds like this.
No, I'm saying, you sound like Juggalo Trey who went through puberty, his boys dropped, and then he became a dad. That's what, are you telling me that's what Cal sounds like?
Oh, God, listen to
Juggalo
it.
Cal?
Yes. Juggalo Cal.
I would pay to see Cal McNair go to a gathering of the Juggalos.
Oh, my gosh. Drink some, what is it, Fuego? What is it called?
It's poison. Who knows?
Is it Fuego? Is that what the Juggalos drink? What is it called?
Hannah told me that I'm smart, and it's okay.
Hannah said
because I'm okay.
Yeah, Fago. Sorry, I said Fuego. Fago, Faygo.
I'd like to have you back.
Yes, it's called, it's like an orange drink or something like that.
Look how in
Like
tune you are with
Fanta?
the Juggalos. You got a Juggalo past?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I Googled it. I have a Google.
But you know Juggalo Trey, right?
No,
He
we
doesn't
didn't
know
cross
what
paths.
Juggalo Trey is.
Oh, my God. He was a staple of
He was.
doing a whole bunch of, stupid stuff on our show.
Oh, boy.
The one day he did the hot chip challenge, and 8 hours
tastes like
later,
a
while
pantry.
producing Glenn Davis's show, Glenn was concerned for his well-being because he still hadn't recovered.
I'll never
Well, at
forget.
least you guys didn't tase him on air.
I never forget. I'll never forget when he did the hot chip challenge, and I was like, "Are you okay?" He goes, "It tastes like a pantry." I was like,
"What?
What does that mean?"
I don't know. We had so much stuff lined up for him to drink. We had milk and olive
Ice
oil
cream.
and water and ice cream. He's like, "I can't. It's just it
And I remember
hurts."
getting that was we were doing.
God,
we
it
were
was
doing
so
either
funny.
noon to 3 or 1 to 4.
I think we were
and,
1 to 4. Yeah.
And I got in the car, and it was like at 7 o'clock, and I was picking up food for the family, and Glenn was on, and I just remember Glenn going, "Trey, are you okay?" And he was like, "It still has this taste in my mouth like I swallowed a bonfire, and I don't know if I'm gonna make it." I was like, "Oh my God!"
What chips did he eat?
The one chip challenge
That
chips.
big nasty.
I don't know what the one chip is. So
It's Ghost Fire, right?
Oh,
Is that what
yeah.
it's called?
So
It's the
ghost
ghost
pepper
pepper, yeah.
Ghost pepper,
Our
there
boy AR Platinum sent it in, and we got Juggalo Trey to
That's
agree
right.
to do it. We used to do some dumb stuff,
Yeah.
man.
The one
I
and so-
snorted chocolate on air.
Oh yes, you did. It's chocolate powder.
Yeah, we did some dumb stuff. We had Trey read from a sex book one time. That
Yep.
was fantastic.
Juggalo Trey doing
Oh, yeah.
passionate romance novel reading was
That was top
entertainment.
notch.
Yes.
That was top notch.
And then the ones that didn't get allowed, like Barry wanted to create an intern Olympics in which several interns would get on some of these rickety old office chairs that don't have a back And it was one thing for him to say
I
that.
can see why it didn't get allowed. The
Oh, wait,
lawsuit
it gets
is
better.
obvious.
You know how we're on the second floor and we got this ramp that goes right down onto like the street level
you
where
want
there's traffic?
You want them to go down the
Barry
ramp?
wanted
Winter
them
Olympics.
to race
Oh, my
down
God.
the ramp.
Bobsled.
The people we
on-
aren't paying
on the chairs.
don't have insurance.
Yes, bobsled. It was Winter Olympics time. This is great. Oh, but we can during Christmas we can go to Nick's and just have people and what's the
onside kick?
Yeah, and we could do the at the
Mark Klein.
Yeah, we could go to Klein's Fine Jewelry and just have people just dying in the parking lot, skinning up their
So
legs
instead,
and
you want
falling
Juggalo
down.
Trey to go
Yes.
40 miles an hour down a ramp with no protection, stop, drop, and roll, and end up sliding his fat ass in front of a bus?
I mean, I feel sorry for the bus.
I mean, he could do some damage, but still.
Exactly. You ever seen what a deer could do to a moving automobile?
B-Mac, you've never
Exactly.
seen Laura move so fast in her life. When we were considering this
We were
intern
talking about
Olympics,
it mid-show.
and the word started
Door
getting
opens
down
up.
to the
No.
HR department, and suddenly the door just flew open during the break going, guys, that's not happening.
So good.
So
Oh, boy.
it was discussed. A lot of things were discussed over the years.
Tell you what, man. That would have been a good time.
No, it wouldn't
I
have.
really
To watch a man break his neck down a ramp?
Now you assume entry. These interns.
Yeah, I've seen a ramp.
Are those? By the way, when I showed up, were those y'all's interns out there?
Some of
Those
them.
two
Yeah,
fellas.
yeah.
Boy, they don't make them like they used to. I'll tell you that. Those
Okay,
were-
old man. I didn't make him like that.
No, that-
Get off my lawn,
I
talk.
think you did qualify for that AARP card.
Well, it's a good thing we're not doing anything athletic with the interns. Those
I
fellas
thought you were
there.
going to light up the kid with the jersey on. I really did.
I thought about it, but I was like, nah, I don't work here anymore, so I can't really mess
Then
with
you
the
might get
interns.
random gambling
I
guys
used
to hate
to,
you like I did.
Yeah. I used to mess with the interns, but can't do it now. I don't work here.
Well, but so
Just
here's
a
the
guess.
thing, too.
Matured, you gotten older. You got
the
the
good part from an
AARP
HR
card?
perspective was Barry didn't discriminate. He
Oh,
had
no.
females. He had Trey. He had.
I knew you were going to bring up the chick.
I mean, and Barry's like, no, it's simply, and she's like, man, I don't know. And Barry's like, no, really, seriously. I mean, you're going to be okay. You just kind of grab the seat with both hands and give it a back kick, and you're going to be good. And I'm looking at him, shaking my head, going the whole time, going, and if she face plants, then what? He said, well, she'll roll out. She might win. Trey's slow.
How bad do you want to work here?
God,
come on.
And you thought the Blitz did it with the freaking happy hours and the
Yeah.
stuff that they did.
How
And
bad do you want it?
The mace.
How dedicated
Okay,
are you
Tupac,
to
I
this
got it.
job?
How do you want it?
How dedicated are you?
All right. First half of the show is now in the rearview mirror, Barry, but the windshield is very large and in charge for the second half. That means we're going to come back with a little cash it or trash it. You remember how the game is played?
Nope.
Well, you come up with your best but kind of hot takey, outlandish statement about something going on, and we have to cash it or trash it.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
The clock is now started.
Go. Oh, boy.
Okay. Before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friends at Vanderford Air. Vanderford Air, best in the business when it comes to giving you what you want and need when you're dealing with anything. It could be plumbing. It could be your HVAC unit and your AC. It could be your water heaters and your wireless water tanks. Anything. But the best thing, the reason why I speak for them is because when you're going to somebody that provides services like that, you're always doing it in a hurry. And so you might rush and not get the kind of people that you truly need. Then they do the work. Maybe the work's not good, or the parts aren't exactly compatible with the unit that you have, or the new system. They overprice it. And once the job is done, you feel like you've been violated. You haven't gotten the right kind of people to help you. And now you can't turn back. There's always that guarantee with Vanderford Air. That's why I speak for them, because you don't have to deal with that with them. Everything that they do is 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back, and the guarantees don't stop there. When you call them, especially when you're in a time of need, say your AC unit's on the fritz, you need someone yesterday, you don't need someone next week, they're going to tell you that when you call them within 24 hours, they're going to be at your door. That means they are going to be very much focused on what you need done and handling it as quickly as they can. That's sweet. That's great. But the better thing is everything that they do is 100% satisfaction guaranteed. That means everything from the work that their workers are going to do, the parts they're going to use to fix the problem, the system that they're going to put in to replace the one that's on the fritz. It's all 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. That's the way they do business. That's why I speak for them, because that's the company I want in my corner when I need them. You need to make sure you put their number in your phone right now because you never know when you're going to need them. Maybe you should have them check out and give a tune-up to your system now before it gets too hot. 281-557-COOL, COOL. 281-557-COOL, or check out their website, vanderfordair.com. Check them out today. You never know if you might need them tomorrow. They're going to be with you every step of the way. So here's a hot spoonful of your opinions.
Nice.
Hannah, you're hot.
Why?
It's creepy to me, by the way.
Why?
How many people every time Hannah
Why is
and
that
Cal,
creepy?
No.
Oh.
It is creepy how many fans decide that whenever Cal and Hannah do a joint press conference, that they have to go way too far in saying how hot they think Hannah is.
You mean they go out of their way? Like, oh, I can't believe she's with Cal.
Well, no, it's more
I
like...
can believe it. He's a billionaire.
More like, Hannah, you could do things and just...
What?
People just throwing just rando
Like
stuff. She's
like,
not on the market,
wait.
bro. She's not available. Oh, my God, Hannah, you are so hot. You're this... And I'm
You're
like,
talking about, you're not talking about the press. You're talking
No, I'm
about
talking
like
about on social media
randos.
stuff. Like, anytime,
just
like,
He's
random.
talking, apparently the internet says dirty things to women.
Oh,
I mean, I know.
What? What? Hold on. Let me cancel my accounts. I had no idea. I can't believe this. B-Mac, you just, now I got to log off of
I
MySpace.
needed a breaking news sounder.
Yeah, now I got to go log off of Friendster. I had no idea. I got to go get rid of my AOL Messenger? I didn't even know. Joel, do you still use CompuServe to log on?
He's on Angel Fire.
Now, Brian, you can pile on all you want, but I've got all the ammunition I need in my back pocket because I do believe, in terms of the success rate and percentage of the last, I would say 10 times that I joined Barry on deck. Where he had technical issues. And complete and utter breakdowns, and then he was the one always crapping on me that I wasn't technologically advanced, and he was the IT guy. Yeah, that worked out well. Shout out to Dick Willie, by the way, who's on our YouTube channel right now. Our good friend Richard. Haven't heard from him in a while.
Oh, nice.
Good to hear him joining the show. All right, this is how this goes. You already know. Screw it. You said you got all big for your
come up with
britches
two. I got two. I'm ready.
Good. B-Mac, start us off.
I think the Houston Texans, who finished last year 11th in points allowed on defense, are going to finish as a top 5 defense this year. I really believe in not only the additions that they made to the team with Daniil Hunter and Danico Autry as the Sasher linebacker, but the continued progression of Derek Stingley, who made a huge leap from year 1 to year 2. I think he's going to make another huge leap. Obviously have concerns with the corners, after Derek Stingley, but again, it's training camp praise, so you take it kind of with a grain of salt, but the praise coming out of camp for Kamari Lassiter, their second-round pick, has been just overwhelming. I mean, especially coming from Stephon Diggs and DeMeco Ryans. So I think the Houston Texans make another big jump and go up from 11th last year in points allowed into the top 5.
I like where you're coming from on this one because DJ Bieniemy, I think, amongst others, said that, I think it was yesterday, the day before, that the Texans defense just ran roughshod on the Texans offense at practice, and that as good as the Texans offense is getting credit for, the defense is loaded. And I think that that's a good sign. I think top 5's too lofty for me. I think it's some of the defense. I think Baltimore, I think the Jets have a really good defense. Whether Hassan Reddick, holds out or not. The Jets have a lot of talent. There's a lot of good defense in San Francisco. I don't think that they get to top 5, so I will trash it. But I definitely think that they are top 10.
Well, they were 11, so you're just bumping them up one.
He said that they were going to be a top 5 defense.
Well, they were 11th last year, so you're just moving them up one if you said top 10.
They're going to be in the top 10. There's 5 slots between 5 and 10.
Well, then why wouldn't you say, usually when people say top 10, they mean 10. Otherwise, you'd be like, I think they'll be 9th or 8th or 7th.
I'm supposed to get a vacation from this for a week. But instead, what I'm telling you is I've given my opinion, and I've trashed it.
Okay.
Now I'm going to hand it to you where you get to give your sorry-ass opinion.
I'm trashing his trash, but I'm also trashing yours because that's
so you're trashing it.
I'm trashing your trash, but I'm trashing his trash. It's also trash because
it's a lot of trash.
It's a lot of trash. The way he's looking at me. First of all,
come on, Waste Management, finish it.
First of all, their schedule is crazy with how well they did last year. The offenses that they're playing this year is daunting. I mean, they've got the Chiefs, they've got the Bills, they've got the Jets with we think is going to be a healthy Aaron Rodgers. They've got the Cowboys. They've got a lot of good offenses. The Dolphins. They've got the Ravens. They've got a lot of good offenses that they have to play. That's working against them. Don't forget, too, they've got a really good offense that's going to put up a lot of points, which means you score a lot of points. Your defense is going to be on the field a lot more. When you give up a lot of points, you're going to be on the field a lot more. So I think that's going to make it harder for them to jump from 11 to 5. Could they be top 10? 9, 8, 7, maybe. I just feel like with the schedule and how much this team is going to score, that might work against them. So I would trash it for that reason.
Why would the offense being good put the defense on the field more?
Well, they're going to score faster. They're going to score more.
Well, I mean, they could score a lot, but not score fast. I mean, I guess
if you think,
I just don't. I don't take them as an offense that's going to be running some sort of no huddle and be looking to score in 2 minutes every time.
No, they're gonna put up more points. They're gonna score more. They're gonna score. This is a dynamic offense. I feel.
No, I agree with you there. I don't see it as a team that's like some Pac-12 school in days past where they're running no huddle all game and getting off the field in 90 seconds. I didn't take it like that, but
I just took the hot take from Barry that this is a dynamic offense. He feels this just in. They have some talent.
Yeah.
Well, and then who needs Hooked on Phonics when we just got Count Along with Barry with 9, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
All right, can I do mine?
Sure. Let me step right out of the way. You got 2 to go.
Well,
so
did you want me to do yours
No,
too?
Go right ahead.
All right. Here's. Do I have to like set it up a certain way or just tell you?
You say it, we spray it.
Okay. I don't think the U.S. men's basketball team is going to win gold.
Oh, you can trash that.
Trash.
That's ridiculous.
Well, who is going to win it, Barry?
I don't know, but it won't be them.
Barry's all over
Because of their preseason games against South Sudan and Germany?
Barry's all in on Team Sudan.
Yeah. There's your gold medal team right there.
Name one player on South Sudan.
Bobby.
All you were
There's
close.
like one
You were
NBA
close.
guy.
All you
Robert.
had to do was just say bowl.
Yeah, bowl.
You didn't even. The bowl sitting out, and there's still bowls to be had. And it ain't soup bowl and cereal bowl. I'm just telling you, there are bowls on that squad. You said that name, you would have been right.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Dude, they look terrible against South Sudan.
It's
How do you?
preseason, though.
It doesn't matter. So that was part one. When you look
we
at
get to comment on your stupid.
Okay, go ahead.
Take first.
Go ahead.
I mean, you
Trash
already
it.
trashed it.
Yeah,
And I'll trash it as well.
Trash.
Good. Well, you want to try
Why?
again?
No, go ahead. Tell me why.
Well, because one, whatever they're doing right now makes no matter to them because they're getting ready for the Olympics, and Kevin Durant hasn't even played yet. And the fact of the matter is that when they start playing competition that matters and it means something, the best thing that could have happened to them is they didn't win by the 43-point spread against Sudan. The fact that they only beat Germany, but LeBron played the way he did, shows you that when they start getting into games that matter, there's just way too much talent on this team. They can beat you a variety of different ways, and I just don't think that they know how embarrassing it's going to be if they do fall for less than gold. I just don't see it happening.
Oh, you're waiting on me to. Yeah, I.
Did you not want to vote?
No, I did vote. I already trashed it, so I didn't know you were waiting for me to weigh in again. But
I thought you wanted to explain it.
No, I would say, and I heard Sean point something out. I forget the teams he mentioned the last go around, the last Olympic cycle, but he pointed out some kind of tune-up games they played against France, and I can't remember who the other country was where they was tight, and then when they rematched in the Olympics, they blew them out. So maybe I'm overlooking the chemistry angle. I mean, or the decision to put Derek White on the Olympic team instead of Jaylen Brown or some of these other decisions. But I think they're gonna be fine. I think it's a tune-up game. Once the games actually start counting, I think they'll be just fine.
Okay. You ready for the other one?
Please.
So this was a debate I actually had. I do a hit weekly on a Wichita radio station, and this was a debate I had.
They have radio there?
Yeah, believe it or not. They're getting internet next week too. I can't wait.
More than just like tornado tracking?
Yeah. But it's funny, it actually happened before they almost lost to South Sudan, but the debate was better team. 92 Dream
don't you
Team
even do this to me.
or this team.
Come on.
It's not even close.
And I said, without a doubt, unequivocally, it was the 92 Dream Team.
Of course. Even with Christian Laettner on that team, it was still better.
And I'll tell you what, a lot of people, I was in the minority online in saying that the 92 Dream Team was by far the best team. So that would be my second one. The 92 Dream Team was the best basketball team ever assembled, including this year's USA men's basketball team.
Cash it all day, every day. Because of the fact that when they assembled it, they called it the greatest team ever assembled. And they weren't wrong. They weren't wrong then, and they're definitely not wrong now. Because the one thing, to your point, that we haven't discussed yet when you talk about those two teams is that team right there never got into any close games. I worked the Tournament of the Americas where they had to qualify for the Olympics. They won every game by 40. Like when Charles Barkley, when they played Angola, Charles Barkley made the statement early by throwing the elbow into the ribs of the skinny dude and basically sending the statement, "You ain't beating us." And that's the mentality they had. It remains to be seen if this team can do that, but ain't nobody touching 92.
Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead, B-Mac.
No, I was like the only other team I think of could compete. I was trying to look up their schedule to see if they had any close games, but the 2008 Redeem team was also ridiculously good. But I would absolutely take the 92 Dream Team as the best basketball team ever assembled. I mean, Christian Laettner, obviously, Isaiah Thomas wishes he was on the team. Apparently hates Michael Jordan over it. But
Michael Jordan hated him. That's why.
that was maybe part of why he got left off. But the 92 Dream Team.
It is the reason why.
Yeah, I mean, just up and down the roster. I mean, even behind Jordan, you have Drexler, Bird, and Magic on the team. Barkley, David Robinson,
Karl Malone, Ewing, Stockton.
So here's the thing.
Loaded.
So the reason the pushback that I got was Bird was already old and washed. Okay, my point was when I was getting into it with the guy that I had the debate with, and it was his radio show. But I was getting into him online because I was like, yo, the 92 Dream Team would have never won by 1 point against South Sudan.
Right.
There's no way Michael Jordan by himself would have ever allowed that team to be down by 16, much less only win by 1 to South Sudan or any other team. Now, his point and every other person's point that chimed in on Twitter and argued with me about it was the level of competition now is so much better worldwide than it was back then, because there's so many more players internationally that are so much better than they were in 92. So the level of competition, even though they might not be NBA players, the level of competition is better. But I was like, okay, well, name me one great player on South Sudan who would make it that this team should only win by 1.
I could go so deep into the rabbit hole on this.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing to me is, to that point alone, why do you think that there are so many teams that are so much better in Olympic competition now? Because of that 92 team. Because of what they did, how they did it, and how everybody was so in awe. With guys were like wanting pictures and taking because they were so talented. And the other thing is, not to take anything away from Steve Kerr, but Chuck Daly knew what he was doing. And Chuck Daly got a team that had chemistry. Chris Mullin, coming off the bench, was only doing one thing. He was their sniper. Just come in and knock down jump shots. Pippen and Jordan were locking games playing. I will not.
I mean, look, if you're this roster, these are real quickly. I just want to read the rosters because some people might not really understand, really know who the whole roster is. Because I didn't even know a few of the names on this year's roster. I was like, oh, I didn't realize. This year's roster is really good, though. Bam Adebayo, Devin Booker, Steve Curry, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Halliburton, Drew Holiday, LeBron James, Jason Tatum, Derek White. That's
okay.
That's a really good roster, right? Yeah. But when the names that exist, and we can exclude Christian Laettner, David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, Larry Bird, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, Clyde Drexler, Karl Malone, John Stockton, Chris Mullin, Charles Barkley, Magic Johnson. It's not even close, just because when you take the bottom of each roster, forget, LeBron and Jordan, and then you go Magic and what you want to put, or Bird and Steph Curry, you know what I mean? And then you can start talking about individual matchups. But when you talk about like Derek White and you could just scratch Derek White and Christian Laettner and just say that's the wash, right?
The only team that competes to me is, 2008. I was looking it up. They only won one game by less than 20 in 2008.
You know who was supposed to be the other guy that the argument was for Laettner, and Laettner, he got on because he was College Player of the Year? Shaq.
Really?
Shaq was going to be if Laettner didn't get it, Shaq
Could
was
you
gonna
imagine?
Get it. That's what I'm saying. Now you put him on that team too? Come on, man.
Brava.
Crazy.
Yeah, that would have been fantastic.
All right, that'll do it for a extended version of Cash It or Trash It, as the Houdini of all things radio pulled out 2 from an orifice. And we'll continue to roll on with the second hour of the show. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
All right, back on the Bees as we head to the conclusion of hour number 2 of the 3-hour show with B-Mac, Barry, and myself. As we got to this interesting little tidbit that you guys are free to chime in on, but I want to get the boys' opinions on this. 9 years in a row, a team picking in the top 10 in the draft in the NFL has gone on to win their division that subsequent next year. Of the top 10 teams that had draft picks in the top 10 this year in the draft order, which is your selection to make the playoffs this year? Is it the Carolina Panthers, the Washington Commanders, the New England Patriots, the Arizona Cardinals, the LA Chargers, the New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, the Atlanta Falcons, the Chicago Bears, sexy pick, or the New York Jets? I can start if you'd like.
Go ahead.
I believe that the New York Jets are not only a playoff team, I believe that as long as Princess stays healthy, that the New York Jets are going to be a contender to win the AFC.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying they're going to dethrone the Chiefs, but I'm saying
and
with
Ravens,
the defense that they
Texans,
have,
and
I think
Bills,
they can
and
beat the
Dolphins.
Ravens.
Okay.
I think when you take Breece Hall, when you take Wilson, when you take the guys that they have around Aaron Rodgers, they strengthen the offensive line, and their defense is loaded. I would say of the 10 teams, the team that I think has the best chance, and it's painful for me, obviously, because, I never wanted the dude to leave Green Bay as a football player, but I think the Jets have the best chance to make the playoffs.
Okay.
Because I think there's rightfully, I think
the Jets have the best roster amongst this 10,
Yeah.
but they also have the Bills and the Dolphins in their division. Which is kind of why I lean towards the Falcons, because not only did they take a step forward, but Dave Canales left Tampa Bay, which after turning around Baker Mayfield, he's gone. We saw what happened to Geno Smith after he left Seattle the year before, so I kind of expect them to take a step back, and that team is a little bit older. And then the Saints,
So you're taking Atlanta?
No one trusts the Saints. Sorry?
You're taking Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm taking Atlanta because no one trusts the Saints. The Panthers are terrible, and I think the Buccaneers offense is going to take a step back in year 2 without Dave Canales there to guide Baker Mayfield into not even arguably, but his best season ever.
Yeah, Atlanta might be the safest pick just based off of record.
Yeah, because I think
and
Buffalo
the division that they play.
I think
That's
Buffalo took a step back.
Yeah.
I don't trust Miami's defense.
Well,
they're going to have to outscore everybody,
and they will.
They got Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, they'll
do.
put up a
right. They have Tua too. Depending on what.
If I can't pick,
you can pick whoever you want.
You can pick anyone.
You can agree with either one of us.
No, I'll pick outside of. I don't want to pick the same ones because just looking at it, I probably would pick Atlanta, but since that was yours, I would go maybe the Giants just because of that division. Might be up
Eagles,
for grabs.
Cowboys?
Yeah.
Danny Dimes?
I'm kind of scratching out like everyone in the top 6 because of the divisions. Like the Panthers. Not the Panthers because they're out because they suck. But with the Commanders and the Giants, I just look at the Eagles and don't think they could pass them. Patriots, I don't think they can.
But remember, there's 3 wild card spots, right?
But this is when the
division. So all you got to do is make the playoffs.
No,
you just
this
have
is to win the division.
Yes,
the stat is 9 years in a row a team has won the division.
That's why.
Wait. Okay, I thought it was make the playoffs. Okay, no, hold on. Never mind. I thought it was make the playoffs. Wait. Record scratch.
I think.
Never mind.
I think
Pause.
this comes down to the last 3 teams.
I'm going to go, okay, well, if that's the case, then it's definitely the Bears. Just kidding. There's no
Joel
doubt.
would agree. He hates Jordan Love.
Yeah. I do. I'm not a big Jordan Love fan. Yeah.
Did you hear the rumors about him getting the highest?
He could get 5 years and $60 million.
Biggest contract
Unbelievable.
ever? What?
Worth every penny, Joel.
I told BMAC this. Again today, it's also how. See, I think it's a more rational. It's hard for me to say this, but I think it's a more rational fan base down here for a realistic discussion about C.J. Stroud and where he sits in terms of what he can be. But when I see a poll, I think that if you had a poll here down in Texas and said, who's going to have the better career, C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love, I think that you'd have some arguments on both sides of the equation. I think the smart minds should think it's C.J. I don't think it would be 90-some% in favor of Jordan Love like it was in Wisconsin with some
Right.
That's ridiculous to me.
Yeah, that's
like just
silly.
if you take all loyalties
Silly.
aside and just watch what they did last year and the way they went about doing what they did last year,
Yeah.
to me it's like it should be flipped and be 90-some% in favor of CJ.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous when you see it. And there was thousands of people voting. That's organized stupidity.
Yeah, so the answer is definitely Atlanta. If it's win the
I don't think it's
division,
definitely.
Yeah. It is.
I don't because I think look, the Bills we've all talked about.
If it's
They
win
lost,
the division,
they lost Diggs.
if it's win the division, it's got to be.
They
Atlanta.
lost Gabe Davis. They have to, they have to try and make sure that they're going to rely even more on Josh Allen, who turns the ball over. Just ask Jeremy and BMAC. My big thing is it's not as outlandish to say that the Jets could win that division. Miami doesn't stop anybody.
They don't stop anybody. Still win 11-6. Bills win 11-6.
I think the Jets are the most balanced team in that division on both sides.
So you're of the opinion with Rodgers back and all of the things that occurred in the offseason, they go from 7-10 to
double-digit wins.
Better than but better than you think that the Bills and Dolphins regress from 11-6.
Yep.
And that the Jets are better than 11-6.
I think the Jets win that division. They will win it out.
They were minus 87 last year.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't.
Well, that's with the offensive and defensive rookies of the year.
Their offensive line
returning. Yeah. I mean, still a good defense.
Still beat the Texans with Zach Wilson.
Yeah, still a good defense.
Yeah, but I just I
atrocious
think they're
offense,
so much
but
better
still a good
across
defense.
the board.
Yeah, I mean they're going to be better for sure. They probably make the playoffs, no doubt. But
I don't know. I feel like
I'm with you on Atlanta though. I think. I mean, they barely didn't win that division as is. That division was atrocious.
Right in the fact that of the two teams, the heavy favorite to do it would be Atlanta because you get Kirk Cousins.
Well, 9-8 was who won that division last year, and they were 7-10.
But you take Desmond Ritter out, you put Kirk Cousins in, and you give him
that's got to
Bijan
be
Robinson
good for 1 to 2 wins in Atlanta.
Drake London and all the weapons that they have, and their defense has been pretty damn good. They should win that division.
I mean, 9-8 won that division last year, and that was the only team that went to the playoffs. That's.
Yeah, I kind of think we're not we necessarily, but as a football following of football fans, we're kind of overrating maybe the Jets' offensive potential. Not only because Aaron Rodgers is a 40-year-old coming off an Achilles tear. But, I mean, Garrett Wilson's great, Breece Hall's great, but it's two guys. I mean, they signed Mike Williams, but when has Mike Williams ever been healthy? I mean, every time the guy goes up for a jump ball down the field, he comes down hurt. And then after that, what do they have? I mean, if Mike Williams stays healthy, which he's never done, and Aaron Rodgers, comes off Achilles tear at age 40-something and is healthy all season, which I would have my doubts, then sure, they could be a really good offense. But betting on that, to me, with those two red flags – and after the top two guys, Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson, it feels like a risky bet to me. I don't see that they have an overwhelming amount of depth on the offensive side to be a great offense. They'll be better than they were last year because Zach Wilson's awful. But I don't see them as being this elite level offense, especially considering, I mean, Aaron Rodgers, even when he was in Green Bay that last year, wasn't all that great. You look at the stats, he was just fine. I mean, coming off those back-to-back MVP seasons, the production went down.
But think about it, with that defense, even a good offense, just a good offense,
even if
is going to make them so much
I think
better.
they'll be a 10-win team. I just don't think that they win the division. That's
Like,
my point.
Think about how bad
Peyton
Peyton Manning was when he had Denver's defense.
Exactly. That's
and I don't think Rodgers
you
could be
have
anywhere near as bad as what Peyton Manning was.
Oh God,
that
no.
year.
No,
Manning,
he won't
Manning
be
couldn't
bad.
throw a spiral 10 yards. That was fluttering ducks.
He got really bad at the end for Peyton. Yeah.
Total Dallas says the Cowboys are going to score 50 on the Texans. I'd bet that. Total Arlington drinks
talk
a
about
lot of
living
blue
in
and silver
delusion.
Kool-Aid.
That man there.
It can't be fixed. All right, we got 2 in the books. We got 1 hour to go. 60 minutes left to go in the show. We're going to come back with a whole lot more, and that always involves your involvement and participation. 713-780-3776 to call, text, hit us up on social media. We'll roll you up until 6 o'clock, and the final hour is next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, Branham on vacation this week. Happy to have my good friend Barry Laminack in today and tomorrow. BMAC was yesterday and then Thursday and Friday, as we will make do and have some fun until Jeremy gets back from his vacay, much deserved vacation, I guess.
Where'd he go?
I'm not going to give out details.
What?
But I believe he went on a cruise.
Oh, nice.
Which, by the way, I would never want to do in my entire life.
What, a cruise?
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean.
You don't like being stuck on a boat?
Yeah,
I'm on
really
a boat.
I really don't. And everything you see on the news.
Boats and hoes.
Not that I ever watch the news, but everything that you see on the news is just, those things have so many problems. They lose power.
I mean, how often does the news show, though, everything went well on the cruise ship today?
Yeah, they're not going to be like.
Well, right. So exactly.
Coming
So
up
it
at
means
6
they're
o'clock,
doing
everything
stupid
went
stuff
well.
enough on a frequent basis that it has to be reported.
But it's not every day. It's only when it happens. It's just like you never hear about, that flight from Chattanooga to Seattle was great. But if one crashes, you're going to hear about it.
We didn't shower for 8 days, but the buffet was great. The shrimp still was fresh.
Wait, who doesn't shower?
They had their water problems. They couldn't
Oh,
shower.
well, yeah, you're
no
going to hear about that.
deals.
But yeah, you know how many cruises go
Dude
off without a
throws his
hitch?
kid up and doesn't realize the window's open. The kid goes overboard. I mean, stupid
what
stuff.
What cruises are you hearing
Oh my God!
about?
There was the one in the news. The guy and he sued the cruise line.
He threw it because he threw his kid
Somehow
overboard.
He had an infant above his head, and I don't know, the window gave way or did something in the freaking kid, and it's like, what are you doing in the first place?
Wow.
And why is the kid? Oh, never mind. I'm not going on a cruise. That doesn't interest me.
I've been on.
Don't tell Billy D.
one
Washington
or
that.
two. Yeah,
because he does a lot of cruise.
I've been on one or two. It was fun. It's better when you like. I've been on one that went just out and back, and then another
As
one
opposed to
one that
out
went
and out?
No, one that went out and had stops.
Oh,
yeah.
So
there's-
it doesn't. hit
There
any
was
other
one.
ports or
No, there was
anything?
one out of Galveston that was just like they went out in the Gulf. It did a couple circles and came back. And it was just so you could drink
That's
and
hurricane
gamble,
season in a nutshell.
and then came back. And then there's another one that was like overnight. It was like a weekend cruise where it stopped in like I don't know Cozumel or something like that, and then came back. So it stopped at a port of entry, and you got
I
or
don't
a
want to be
port.
on a boat that long, and it doesn't
What?
sound fun.
I mean, if you like booze and gambling, and I guess dancing, and
A whole
I
lot
don't
of
know.
food, right?
Lots of food, and I don't know, you get to see some cool spots, I guess. It just depends on the cruise. I'd love to do an Alaskan cruise. I would do that.
Really?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah.
I've heard it's beautiful, but even still, I mean, I'm not. Brian, you're a cruise guy. What are you laughing at?
Well, it wasn't shocking to hear that you're not a cruise, like especially when Barry started naming off the things he do, like drinking. Joel's not into that. Gambling, not into that. Dancing, I'm guessing is a no.
I said food.
Oh, well, he could get, but he's going to say I could get food here and watch Netflix. I could order in and eat here.
That's true.
So
It's like I could do. There's honestly, like to me, a cruise is kind of boring because you're gonna gamble for 30 minutes. You're gonna be like, "Well, I'm broke."
Yeah,
Well, you got
exactly.
6
Yeah.
days and 23 hours left. You're like, "Damn."
there's only so much time you can look over the side of the boat and stare at the water.
Now they do tell you.
And hit the buffets, then you come back
Yeah.
down 30 grand and up 30 pounds.
That's a 30-30 cruise.
Not
now,
good.
Now they do tell you that apparently, and I didn't know this to be true, and then I found out that it was, at least the one that I was on many, many years ago. I want to say it was like 98. Apparently the very, 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 very top deck of the cruise, all nude. Well, not all nude, topless.
Oh.
Didn't know that. Accidentally went up there, but there's also not a weight limit.
Accidentally.
Yeah, it's also not a weight limit up there. So
you put them on display?
No, but some lady did.
Oh.
Oof. There should be a weight limit. Yep. I will just tell you, don't go to the buffet before or
you
right
go up
after.
there?
Yeah. Not
Another
great.
reason why I'm not going on a cruise.
Not great.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I don't know if they do that anymore. Back in 98, it was a thing.
Okay.
I was just like, because, when you're on a boat, you're like, I'm going to go look around the boat. There's nothing else to do.
You went on a cruise in 1978. You thought it was free love. Everything was fine.
I'm going to walk around the boat and see what's on the boat. You know what I mean? There's nothing else to do.
Right. And you're broke. And
you're literally,
And you're full.
You're literally just going to walk around and explore the boat. And I eventually ended up at the top, and I was like, oh, wow. That's not nice at all. It's weird because the same thing with like nude beaches, bro. No one hot ever goes to a nude beach. No one hot ever uses the nude section on a cruise.
I'll give you the exception.
Never.
To the rule.
Where?
The pools in Vegas.
Oh, really?
Oh boy.
Really?
Oh boy.
Didn't know that.
Oh boy. Like the whole topless pool scene in Vegas is
next
not
level,
like that. Let me tell you that.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty, forget the top floor of the boat, the top level of the boat. It's pretty top shelf.
Really?
And the top shelves are top shelf. Yeah, but
top shelves are top shelf.
Boy,
That's well
I'm
done.
telling you, like,
I'll be.
Huh.
Guess
Went
I'll
with some
never
of my
know.
boys and they're
It's too late now.
Had them going, would you mind putting some lotion on? No. Don't have to ask me twice. Sure.
Really?
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's why they charge so much
to get in there.
To get into the pools. Like you either have to have like from your gambling limits or whatever, or know someone at the hotel. Otherwise,
Do you think they're all plants? Do you think they're all like, oh, look at this. What's your name? I'm Portia. Oh, okay. You're from the Bunny Ranch.
If they
got
were,
it.
I don't think you would have. Please don't touch the plants. I mean, I think there would be signs that would be basically very, very hands-offish, and the plants would be going along with that. But the plants were very participatory. If they were plants.
But doesn't that lend you
I'm
to
confused.
the being plants?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if they're like, "Hey, would you rub some suntan lotion on my back?" They're definitely not just some rando chick
But
from
they're not going to let you do that unless
Sheboygan.
they're getting something out of it.
Yeah, that's his
Exactly.
point.
They're
That's
getting
his point.
$150 an hour out of
stop
it.
it. That's not enough.
That's what they're getting out of it.
So some creeper can like have a squeeze fest?
I don't think you know how this transaction works at the end.
Evidently you do. I'm just saying. I had a good time.
I'm just saying that, yeah, but you probably like, well, there you go. I'm saying they're probably like.
If the conversation ended at the pool, then I would say you were probably right.
No, wait. Oh,
I'm waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Okay. All right, player. All right.
I'm just
well,
saying, I'm waiting.
All right. Well, I feel like there would be some people that would be
Well, they obviously come there with
soliciting
enough.
at the pool.
Yeah, I could see that.
And there would be a setup type thing. Not necessarily a setup, but they would be like, oh, yeah, you can go topless at the pool. Come on in, young lady. Like, they know where they're from.
For
You know what I
sure.
mean?
See, on the flip side, though, I think that the guys are paying the fee to go out there because they know that the scenery is phenomenal.
Yeah.
The women to make sure that it's
Because I just don't think that
a
there's
good
like
ratio. I'm sure the hotels are like, you can go in free.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
But I just wonder how many of the chicks that go down there are actually just everyday chicks that, oh, I'm an accountant from
Buffalo.
Yeah. As opposed to, oh, I'm a working girl from the Bunny Ranch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like that ratio is probably skewed.
I'm just saying, if you're
pretty
going to go
heavily.
to that type of place, cruise ship, no.
Yeah,
Vegas,
I can tell you.
yes.
The lady I saw at the top of the cruise ship, definitely an accountant from Buffalo.
And doesn't know
Or
about
a Buffalo. One of the
doesn't know
two.
about
She might have just been a Buffalo.
porta potties
I don't know.
and tailgating at Bills games.
She was hairy, too. She could have been just a Buffalo.
Okay,
I don't know.
I think we've taken
I
that
mean-
one as far as we need to go. Speaking of Vegas, there were some odds that came out on your favorite football team and the individuals that are going to be representing maybe a top 5 defense and a pretty good offense.
Okay.
To you. So we can talk about those when we come back. Before we do that, I want to talk about the fact that what are the odds that as you get older, you lose a lot of your hair? Pretty good. And you most times don't think you can get it back. And I'm here to tell you that there is a solution, and a gentleman in particular that can get you your hair back. His name's Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the neograft procedure and PRP treatments, which if you don't know what they are, they actually are different ways that you can get your own hair back. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that mask the problem. And you don't have to be a lawn talk guy, which I'm not, but to understand the fact that it's like, in simple terms, for simplistic people that have green thumbs, you realize that like PRP is like the equivalent of fertilizing your lawn. You've got the lawn there. It just needs to be thicker and it needs to grow better and be stronger. That's what PRP is. In a nutshell, what the neograft procedure that I had done is essentially resodding the lawn. So taking sod from an area where you're never going to lose your hair, and that would be the sides and the back of your head, putting it where you need it most. Maybe it's your hairline in front, maybe it's the bald spot up on top and back. Regardless, the absolute process works. It's phenomenal. In 6 to 9 months, you see the true results, but right away you'll see the follicles there. They're growing. They're getting stronger and longer. 95 to 99% of those follicles are going to stay and grow and be with you for the long haul. That's why I can't stress enough why this procedure works and how great it is. For you as listeners to our show, you get a consultation with Doc Linville and his staff that normally costs $150 for absolutely free. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for an appointment. You go to that appointment, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket. Just ask questions, get answers, let them explain PRP, and talk you through the neograft procedure. If you're like me, after having that consultation and you decide you want to do it, you're doing it with the best in the business, in my opinion. Doc Linville will take care of you, and you will feel zero pain, but you will feel so much better when you see the results. I'm here to tell you as living proof, both of them work, and you need to explore them today if you're losing your hair. Check them today. Go to 975hair.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, rolling through the final hour of the program. Barry Laminack joining me as Jeremy is enjoying some vacation time. Barry's here today and tomorrow. BMAC yesterday, and then Thursday and Friday as you guys bless us with your presence and we roll through the full week of shows, having a good time. Now, we were talking about Vegas in a different light before the break, but after the break, a lot of odds are coming out now on a lot of Texans players, and I thought it would be interesting if I rattled off some of these over-unders on some of your favorite Texans for the year, and also how they stack up with how Vegas predicts these guys are going to be in terms of the rest of the league, because there's a lot of interesting stats, especially as it pertains to some of the defensive players, but BMAC found some as well. So I'll start with you guys with offensive players, and you guys tell me over-under. C.J. Stroud, regular season passing yards, 41.50 and a half.
Easy over. I'll go ahead and start while Barry's pondering it, because he was at, I think, 41.08 last year, missing 2 games, and now not only.
Well, that's what I need. I need last year's numbers. I don't remember last year's numbers. I don't remember last week.
I looked it up. I can't take total. He was
you cheater.
He was 4,108.
Well, he's gonna have all these numbers already memorized, and I'm gonna be over here floundering like, well, I don't know what.
No, I just CJ. I know CJ was 41.08 and 23 touchdowns. I know that's what he was at.
I'll take the over then.
Yeah, so easy over.
Seen Animal House?
Yes. Huh?
Seen the movie Animal House?
No.
Really?
Parts of it, not all of it.
You remind me of
it's on my list of movies I probably should have watched but never have.
You literally, honestly,
I've never seen The Godfather.
Oh my God, Barry Laminack.
Huh? We've gone through this before, Joel.
But Animal House.
I made a list for you one day. We went through them all,
but
and
I hated you back then, so
and half of the listener base. Well, not now, but our listener base shamed me one day for all the movies I haven't seen that I should have. What?
A listener base shaming someone?
What?
But they're here every day.
Yeah, you shamed me.
All right, so what are you doing? B-Max got his vote in, way over, blowing it out of the water. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'll go over for sure.
Okay, because, I mean, I think that's one thing you can do is even if Brian did the research that you didn't do, you can agree with him, and then you look smart.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. C.J. Stroud, regular season passing touchdowns, over under 27.5.
What was his last year? Are you going to give me last year's?
23.
Yeah, over.
I'm going way over on this one. I don't know that he's going to go way over on yards, but I think he's going way over on touchdowns.
I think he goes over. I'm not going to say way, though. This is a lofty number. I think he gets right around 29, 30. So
I think he gets to 30.
Yeah, so that's it is an over, and I would take the over, but I could see Joe Mixon stealing some 1-yard touchdown runs that would have been passing touchdowns last year. That Devin Singletary couldn't convert. So I'll say over, but not massively.
Okay. C.J. Stroud, over under interceptions, 10.5. I think this is interesting.
5 last year.
Yeah, well, that was an anomaly. And some of them he lucked out.
Yeah, he got real lucky.
He got lucky on some.
I'm pointing it out because I agree with you. He easily should have had 8 or 9.
Yep.
Without even blinking an eye. So I think this is a really good number. I think it's right on the dot. I'm actually going to go over. I think he throws like 11 or 12. Maybe he doesn't get away. Or maybe he gets a little more aggressive because he's got so many weapons. He's willing to take more chances. And that's going to lead to a few more turnovers. I don't think we're going to end the season, complaining about his interception total. But I think he could throw 11 and go over here.
I'm going over simply because of the fact that, one, to Barry's point that I pointed out as well, that he got lucky. And 2, if he's going to throw the ball more frequently and he's going to come close to the numbers we're talking about, just the law of averages and odds say he's going to have 10, 12 interceptions. And like you guys said, I don't think it's going to be a detriment. People are going to go, God, he's pick happy. He's Matt Schaub. No, I just think that with everything, with the natural progression of throwing the ball a lot more and doing the things that we're expecting him to do, I think he's going to have 12, 14 interceptions. And I don't think it's going to be a bad thing.
I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be close. I think it might actually be 10.
Which is what Vegas wants it to be.
Yeah, I'm going to actually, and it was 10.5 was the number? I'm going to go under because I think it's going to be 10.
Okay. Joe Mixon rushing yards, regular season, 875.5. To me, I'm going over. I'm a firm believer in Joe Mixon. I am the minority on our show in this. I think Joe Mixon is set up for a really, really good year. I think that if you're going 17 games, unless he gets hurt, and I don't imagine he's going to get hurt, hopefully, I think he gets 1,000 yards this year, so I'm going over.
Yeah, I'm going over with you. I think so too. He had 1,000 last year. There's no reason to think he can't with all the weapons in the passing game. So many teams are going to have to respect the passing game. I think that bodes well for Joe Mixon. There's no reason to think. I know he's a little bit older, but there's no reason to think he can't put up 1,000 yards.
Here comes the flip side, Brian.
Yeah, I'm going under here. I don't think it's massive, but we haven't seen Joe Mixon be efficient since 2019. He could volume his way to a nice season like he's done in Cincinnati in the past, but this team has so many options that if Joe Mixon is averaging like 3.8 per carry like we've seen him do, he's an older running back who they probably want to save the hits for anyway. So I could see him not getting as many touches as we expect, both because they have better weapons to go to and because they want to save his body for the postseason. So I'm going to go under here. I don't think it's massively under, but I'm going to go under 875.
The only time he averaged 3.8 was the season he played 6 games.
I mean, I'm looking at his yards per carry. Okay, he's 3.6 in 2020, 4.0.
He played 6 games in 2020. He 4.1, 3.9, and 4.0 since then.
Okay, I mean 3.9 is it's close enough to 3.8. I mean,
but I'm just saying it's closer to 4 also. So
yeah, but even 4.0 isn't even a great yards per carry number.
It's not great, but he's had 1,200 yards, 800 yards, and 1,000 yards in those
right,
3
because
seasons.
of volume. That's kind of my point. I don't think the Texans, because of how much they've added to wide receiver, and they still have at least an average tight end.
See,
they don't have to feed the Joe Mixon the ball at the volume that he's gotten before. Not only because they have other weapons, but because they probably want to save him for the playoffs.
But I think they're going to have balance, and I think someone's going to have to run the football.
They didn't have the option to run the ball last year. They had to throw the ball.
I just think that of the two numbers, because the next number is interesting to me. I think that because of balance on top of it, I don't think they're going to save Joe Mixon. I think he's going to be closer to 1,000. But this one is the one that I think I would go under.
Well, real quick, just on this point, because I think volume. I don't think it'll be as big as it might have been in Cincinnati, but I think they want to run the ball a little bit more this year, simply because. And they couldn't run the ball last year. Keep the defense honest, but it also protects C.J. Stroud a little bit more. We know they're going to pass. We know they've got the offense and prolific receiving core to do that. But, it's still the Texans' offensive line. It's not the greatest. It's not the worst. But I think that being able to run the ball and having Joe Mixon back there, and teams still have to respect him, it provides a little bit of protection for C.J. Stroud, especially in games where you're playing the Ravens or a defense that is a scary defense that, hey, man, this is a game where maybe we actually go 50-50 as opposed to 60-40 like we would.
When everybody's sitting on the run.
Sitting on pass, yeah. So
on the flip side now, this is the one I think is interesting because to Brian's point with the weapons and everything they got offensively, Joe Mixon's regular season touchdowns are at 7.5. I'm going under on that because I think that you've got Pierce for goal line. They're going to be throwing the ball over the field. I think between Schultz and the 3 receivers, there's going to be a ton of touchdowns that are going to be gained through the air. I just don't know that Joe Mixon's going to get 8 touchdowns.
I'm actually going over here.
Really?
Yeah, Joel, we've seen this with a couple of guys that have been Green Bay. Jamal Williams didn't have anything left, really, when he was in Detroit, and he still ended up with like 17, 18 rushing touchdowns. We've seen teams do this where even if guys aren't efficient runners, they're getting massive volume between the 20s. If they're good goal line runners like Joe Mixon, I could see him being a guy that is having his overall workload reduced.
But isn't that Damian Pierce, the battering ram? You're not going to want to put Joe Mixon in those.
If he can't read a block, if that's the criticism, you wouldn't want him on the goal line. It's not like Joe Mixon's a small guy. I could see Joe Mixon, even being an inefficient rusher with less volume that he got in Cincinnati, still winding up with 9, 10 touchdowns, maybe even 11, 12, because the Texans are going to move the ball down the field and have a lot of goal line opportunities.
All right. Barry?
What was the number?
The
7.5.
Yeah, I'll go over, but barely. I don't think it's going to be 10. He's only had double-digit touchdowns once in Cincinnati, so I'll say maybe 8, but I don't think it's going to be that. He had 9 last year, but yeah, I'm with you. There's just not enough ball to go around.
This is a good one because B-Mac actually bet
But
on this
he will
one.
have Tank Dale as a lead blocker, so there's that.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Don't you put that evil on us.
Yeah, stop that.
It was
Go Cougs, by the way, in honor of Jeremy Branham. This is an interesting one that B-Mac actually bet on. Nico Collins regular season receiving yards over under 1,000.5.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, massively.
I think this is where B-Mac should have loaded up even more than he did. This is one where I think I don't care if they spread the ball around. I think all three guys. I said they might not have one guy in the top 10 receiving yards, but I think they might have three in the top 20. I think they're going to throw it all over the field, and I think all three guys are going to eat.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing will be Stephon Diggs is the one, right? He's.
I don't know that he is. I don't think he is. I think Nico is.
Nico's the one.
I think you better ask in the room who the one is. You know, when you.
I mean, by label alone, I think at the end, when all is said and done, I think Nico's going to have the best stats.
Okay.
And Nico's going to be the X. I think Diggs is more likely to play in the slot.
Okay. But I think if you, I think it's going to be close, and I think what you're going to end up finding is that if it's done correctly, I don't think you're going to have three guys with 1,000 yards receiving. I don't know that that's going to be possible. Is there any team that's had three guys have 1,000 yards receiving?
Like 5-6 teams, yeah.
Is it that last year?
Oh no, not no. Okay,
I was going to say.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't let you finish your thought, but no, it has happened 5-6 times, but
you
not
didn't
last
let me
year.
finish a thought? No way, not you, Brian.
Come on,
you
I'm
cut
just
me
constantly
off.
cutting you off. Yes.
No way. I
never do that.
What? The thing is, if we talk about how much ball there is to go around. I think that they want to be able to run the ball more with Joe Mixon. We know that they have a good tight end. We know that Tank Dell's going to be back. They want to get him involved. They know that Stephon Diggs is not a long-term solution, or he's not going to be here long-term necessarily, but they want to get him involved. And so I think what you end up seeing is that, yes, it's Diggs and it's Nico Collins, and Tank Dell is a, take the lid off the defense kind of guy, but that doesn't necessarily translate into 1,000 yards. It's the threat that opens it up.
Tank was doing until he got hurt last year.
Yeah, I know, but that was just Tank and Nico. That wasn't Tank and Nico and Stephon Diggs and a running game.
But Nico went for 1,300 yards with last year,
right? With nobody else on the field.
I think that he and Tank Diggs could all get 1,000.
But that was also without a running game that they couldn't count on, right? And you had Dalton Schultz, and that was great. But you've got to remember now, you've added a running game. We think you've added another. I think a one. You've added a one in Stephon Diggs in the room. So you're going to get Tank back hopefully for a full season. There's just so much ball to go around. To me, if you have two guys with 1,000 yards and a couple of guys with, if Tank Dell has 800 yards and Dalton Schultz has 750 or whatever it is, or 600, that's great. That's great. Because you're going to still have other guys on this team that have catches too. And don't forget, Joe Mixon's going to get some passing yards out of the backfield probably, plus the running game. I mean,
see, I
it's
know
going to be a
you're all
beautiful
about
thing,
making
but
sure that the balls all get passed around, and the fact that you got a solid tight end. But I think that they're gonna throw it all over the field this year. So I think that there's going to be plenty of stats to be had for all four guys.
They are, but I think people are sleeping on the fact that they finally feel like they can run the ball. And I don't think they're going to be committed to running the ball. Like, this isn't going to turn into, three downs, or what is it, 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that they, Slowick is now like, oh, wow, so I actually can mix in a run and keep the defense honest. They didn't have that option last year.
Keith wants to get in here. Keith, what do you got? And don't tell me that you're going to throw some random name of the past in here.
No, he's going to do lawn talk.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Hey, guys, thanks for having me. Bring back Game On. Good to hear Barry on the air. I was a loyal listener to Game On for the
I was too. I loved his co-host.
out of 19 weeks that Barry was on. But my question is, obviously, the Texans brought in Cam Akers. It's only a matter of time before Dameon Pierce gets traded. Am I right?
He's cheap. What are you going to trade him for? I don't know, because the system matters. I get that, and I don't know how he's going to fit.
Can we trade him for Tyler Anderson?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Even if he only has one more year of team control, you should. I just think, you have more to gain with him on your roster, and no one's going to knock your socks off for Dameon Pierce after the year he had last year. I don't think that he's going to get traded.
I get most you get what, like a 6,
7,
7 round swap
yeah,
or something.
Exactly. I don't need that.
You might as well hold. You might as well hold on to him and hope he
absolutely.
regains his form from his rookie season.
I mean, yeah. If you do that, and then if you have Cam Akers and he gets hurt, or now you're just
But I think that
if he's not costing you
even
much,
when we're talking
and you
about
have
short
depth.
yardage, I think, and to your point, Brian, about your example with Green Bay, I think he might not get a whole lot of yards, but I think he could get a whole lot of touchdowns because he could be a goal line guy that's going to get you a yard or two, on short yardage.
And I wouldn't count on Cam Akers being a whole lot of.
We don't know when he's going to be healthy because Brian was saying based on the surgery when no one's really touched on that yet.
I mean, he's torn his Achilles in November.
What has Cam Akers done?
He had a good rookie season 3 years ago.
I was going to say, when was that? 2020?
2021. Yeah, I know. No, I'm with you. Don't take that as an argument.
No,
I'm
it
with
was
you.
2020.
act like the guys
it
had
was
two Achilles
2020.
surgeries.
It was
2020? Okay.
2020. Yeah, he played 13 games in 2020, 1 game in 2021, 15 games in 2022. Yeah, okay. 2022 was his best year. 15 games, 780 yards, 7 touchdowns.
You act like the guy has had 2 Achilles surgeries. I mean, what's wrong with
Yeah, 1 game in 2023, 6 and
We'll
you got to
see.
hang
I
on.
still
You
think
don't
that
you
their
don't
backup running
trade
back still
Dameon
isn't on
Pierce.
this roster.
Cam Akers is a flyer. That's
All right,
what
real
that
quick
is.
before we get off of these, 2 quick ones I want your opinions on. Donnell Hunter, 10.5 sacks.
Under.
Ooh, I think over.
I'll go over.
Will Anderson, 8.5 sacks.
Over.
Over.
For sure. Yeah. I think over on both. Derek Stingley Jr., 3.5 picks. I'm going to go over slightly.
I think I might lean under because as much as we're worried about the Texans' second corner, don't other teams know, like, Derek Stingley is a dude. Let's throw at everyone else besides Derek Stingley.
The interesting thing on this one is they had Sauce with more.
Yeah, I could see that.
Well, to Brian's point, why would you throw at Sauce either?
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of it has to do, too, with a lot of it has to do with matchups, but a lot of it has to do with, switching.
Systematically, is he going to stay with the best receiver all across the field, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, right? How much do you switch? How much do you just put your guy on their best guy, right? And then you force them to throw. Yeah, I'll go over with Stingley because I think he just is getting better.
That's fair.
So I'll go over him. What was the number on Hunter again?
10.5.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the under because I think he gets 10.
I think he goes more. All right, we got 2 segments to go in the show. Final half hour comes up next. We got to get to a break, then we'll come back with a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere. It's the usual. I'm sorry, it's the Killer. I almost did it again. The Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, don't blink, you missed it. Last night, the Summer League concluded in the NBA.
What?
Miami beat Memphis in a barn burner. The big thing there,
raise the banner.
Former first-round draft pick of your Houston Rockets, Josh Christopher, who was given away, is trying to resurrect his career and had a really good Summer League, if you care.
Yeah, I do.
The big question for you guys is, are you pleased with what the Rockets have done in this offseason? Are you pleased in the fact that you saw what Reed Shepherd can do? Cam looks like he's going to have a hell of a second year, but then they didn't push him too far. They didn't try to get too much out of him. I heard people that and talked to people that were like upset that the Rockets didn't try to win the Summer League. I don't give a rat's ass if they win the Summer League.
Yeah.
That's like a competition trophy to me.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing. You won the Summer League. Who cares?
That's like going undefeated in preseason in football. No one cares about that. Like
the big thing that I like is the fact that they didn't do something that I didn't want them to do, which I thought would stifle the growth of the entire franchise, which was go out and force feed trying to trade for a star player this offseason. I'm really good with letting this team continue to develop with the roster you have. And I'm really happy that they've done what they've done so far.
I'm with you. I think that, you have a plan, stick to the plan. You had a rebuild plan in mind, whether good, bad, or indifferent. So far, so good. I love, like you said, I love that, hey, if you like what you saw from Cam in year 2 so far, no need to push it any further. Shut it down. Operation Shutdown, full effect. I dig it, right? I do like what I saw from Reed, so great. I'm with you, man. They did everything right. No one cares about winning the Summer League. It's just like winning the mid-season tournament. Don't care about that.
No.
I don't care about that. I care about one thing, either making this team better during its rebuild or winning championships. And to me, they did everything they were supposed to do this offseason and during the summer towards getting better.
I think the bigger thing to me, too, is the fact that they didn't feel that they had to succumb to the pressure of even your owner saying we need to be at phase 2, phase 3. Your coach said that. But from a general manager perspective, I'm not going to – just because of a knee-jerk reaction of what we're trying to, what everybody thinks how quickly they should have, because they had the breakout season of a year ago. Well, now they should be ready to take the next step. But that doesn't mean that you mortgage your future, that you just spent 3 drafts building up to get one guy that's going to be significantly older than the pieces that you end up hanging on to. And I don't know that you're any better than what you had last year.
No.
Even Donovan Mitchell, even guys like that. I don't see it. So I'm glad that they kind of stuck to the plan. They didn't waver from it and feel the pressure of everybody saying they got to get to this phase next and realize you're now kind of being talked about the way Oklahoma City was talked about a year ago.
Yep.
And that's a damn good position to be in, whether all these guys develop under you or you use a few to go get what you need.
It's a great, I mean, if they're talking about you like they're talking about OKC, yeah, that's exactly the position you want to be in because OKC stayed the course. They did what they were supposed to do. And now look at them, right? Yeah. And, I mean, now you don't have I don't know that you exactly have a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on this team.
That's the biggest thing. But see, to my point,
but
you don't have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, so until you can find one, don't go for Donovan Mitchell. Don't go for overage superstars.
Right.
Because to me, the fit is as much as the name. You have to get a guy in the same kind of age range as the guys that you have in order to maximize everybody. Otherwise, you're just getting a superstar. Like everybody says, you got to go get Kevin Durant. What's a 30-some-year-old Kevin Durant going to do with all these kids?
That means nothing to this team.
And he wants to win now.
Yeah. That would have been entirely the opposite of what this team would have actually needed at this point. They don't need that. I mean, we've talked about it before in the past, you and I doing this show. Well, I guess, I think it was when I was filling in. We've talked about, look, the Astros have kind of given you the blueprint of what a rebuild looks like. If you've been in this city for any length of time, the Astros have shown you exactly what a blueprint or what a rebuild in sports looks like, right? Like, you're going to go through some terrible seasons and you're going to suck, and we've seen that. And you're going to see some young guys get drafted and developed and become better, and they're slowly going to come up to the big league, so to speak, and that's where we're at right now with some guys in the pros and playing and getting game time and getting better, and eventually those guys are going to mature and become really good, and there's going to become a point where you're going to need to add veterans to this young core, and they're getting close, right? I mean, they're getting close. So just hang on. But there's no need to go out. You're not ready for your Justin Verlander yet.
Right.
The Rockets aren't
Agreed.
there yet. Where they're at is they're getting close to needing their Brian McCann and their Carlos Beltran. Remember that? That was 2015.
Well, you got Dylan Brooks and you got Fred VanVleet.
And that's their Beltran and Brian
Yep,
McCann. That's the 2015 Astros. That's where your Rockets are at right now. Maybe that was the year they made the playoffs and lost to the Royals, right? So maybe
15.
do the Rockets make the playoffs this year? Maybe they do, right? So that's kind of where I think they're at right now. They're coming out of that awful stretch, and now maybe they've got enough veteran presence and good young guys to maybe make the playoffs and get some seasoning. And then a year or two from now, maybe at the trade deadline, they add the guy, the star, or guys, and then they become a bona fide contender.
I agree. All right, we got one segment to go on the show. We got to get to a break. Come back. We're going to do our car wreck of the day and get out of here. Glenn Davis and Soccer Matters coming up at 6.
No,
at 7.
No. There's Hall of Fame at 7. Space Cowboys on 92.5 at 7:05. No
Just
Soccer
texted me
Matters
that.
tonight.
How I did not know that. How I did not repeat that means that's on me. All right, we'll be back with the final segment of the show. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Day one of the two-day reunion tour yet again with Barry Laminack, myself, and Brian McDonald as we roll through the Killer Bees on a Tuesday. Before we get to anything related to the car wreck of the day, that is the theme music of one Mr. Bloss, who's on the hill tonight, and I don't feel good. So
you don't?
Normally, this is the set part of the show where the boys throw to me and say, "What are you expecting out of Bloss tonight?" But since
What are you
I'm
expecting out of Bloss tonight?
quarterbacking, I throw it to BMAC normally
No.
and say, "Hey, BMAC, what do you expect out of
what
Bloss
am I
tonight?"
expecting out of him? 4 and a
What'd you say
third.
last night, by the way, for spaghetti?
I missed on spaghetti. I think I said 6 and 2. So
Yeah, I
I was
thought that was what
definitely
you
off
said.
on that one.
I was gonna text you.
Expectations
I didn't
even
feel like
lower than
getting
it was for Arrighetti. I'm going to say 4 and a third gives up 3 earned runs.
Ouch, Barry.
I'm gonna go 5 and 3.
And that's good enough?
It will be tonight. Yes.
That's a better question. They going to win?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I hate that. See, that's where I'm at. I think so, and I hate that they're playing the A's, and I have to say I think so because of what happened last night.
Isn't that crazy?
Sucks, man. I hate it. Oh, by the way,
who's pitching for the A's? Oh, the vaunted Osvaldo Bido.
What's
no!
your favorite Osvaldo
It was that
moment?
time that he had that thing and he pitched, and it was crazy, man.
I remember
it was when
that.
he was
It
doing
was-
that.
it was- man, it was fantastic.
And he was, and then it went, and I was
Yeah.
like, what?
And you were like, oh my
Yeah,
God.
man, it was wild. That was the one.
what's his name?
Osvaldo Bido.
Beto?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Middle
Bido,
name is
Bido.
Law?
I don't know. I got to look it up on Baseball Reference.
His middle name's Law.
Oh, low. Libido. Living libido. Loco.
Right about that time
No.
they say grade the dad joke, but that doesn't always go over so well for me. All right, BMAC, let's get to our car wreck of the day. Got any car wrecks?
They don't even have the pronunciation.
Indeed it is, and I will start off with the way that I normally do when the Astros crap the bed. And the car wreck of the day last night to me was all things Houston Astros, but in specifics, I would say their offense was awful. The double plays hit into, the runners left on base, the fact that they got hits but couldn't get runs against a team like the Oakland Athletics, that was a complete car wreck because, yeah, you lucked out and the Mariners lost, but you could have gained an extra game taking care of your business. They're all three teams, the Rangers, Mariners, and Astros are playing bad teams right now. You got to take advantage of this, and you can't do what you did previously when you had a big series against the Mariners. Handle your business in Seattle and then get it handed to you in Oakland.
Okay.
You got one?
Yeah, I think I'll go my car wreck. I don't know if it's of the day, but my car wreck of the day, I guess, is the rumors that the Packers are going to make Jordan Love
preach
the highest paid player in the NFL.
Preach.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever
Preach
heard
it on,
of
Barry.
in my entire stupid dumb life.
BMAC already
What are
knows
you
how much
doing?
I agree
50
with
years on this earth, that's the dumbest thing you've
What?
heard?
5
Yes.
years and
You are a blessed
$300
man.
million
Yes.
is what is being thrown
That
around.
is the stupidest thing ever.
We talked on this show that
Dumb,
CJ
Jimmy,
would be
dumb,
the first
dumb.
guy to get to 60 a year, and I thought that was legit. If Jordan Love gets there this year, I'm going to even be a bigger hater, BMAC. Just be prepared.
Stupid.
I've never seen someone hate their own quarterback more than
God,
Joel hates
Lee,
Jordan
he just
Love.
hasn't proven enough to me yet. I'm not
More
saying
like Jordan hate. Am I right, Joel? Huh? Let's go. Up top. All right. Good job. I had to high five myself. He left me out of it.
Self high five.
BMAC, what do you got?
Bow.
To keep it away from the Astros, I'm going to give my car wreck of the day nominee to the Seattle Mariners, who just completely continue to
Good
fall
one.
apart day by day, blowing a lead against the lowly Angels and not taking the opportunity to get a game back on the Astros when the Astros were blowing a game against the Oakland A's.
By the way, when you say that, it's literally and figuratively because after Julio Rodriguez sprained his ankle, Crawford broke the pinky finger last night on his hand. So, and then they cut France. They're losing guys. They're losing games. Good luck with the trade deadline, Mariners. You're going to have to do a whole lot of work. What's winning?
Huh?
Jordan Love wins. I get to decide. Jordan Love's the winner because Jordan Love, if he gets
You are
$60 million,
such a hater.
I'm going to be the biggest loser. Pissing me off. All right. That means Hall of Fame's coming up next, and then you can catch the Space Cowboys on 92.5 FM at 7 o'clock. For Barry and BMAC, I'm Joel. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a good night, everybody.